Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into what if Harry Potter was trained by Snape to become the greatest wizard of all time. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter had been trained by Severus Snape from the very beginning? Given a second chance and knowledge of the future, Snape sets aside his old grudges and begins shaping Harry into the greatest wizard of all time, starting from the day Hagrid takes him to Diagon Alley. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Severus looked down at Harry, who had been watching him intently. Don't hurt them, okay? Please. It never ceased to amaze him how much of Lily was in Harry. Even after everything they had done, or rather had not done, he still did not want to see them hurt. I will try not to, he stated. He wasn't about to promise any more than that. With that, Severus rang the doorbell. The door opened, revealing horse-faced Petunia. You, she gasped, her face quickly contorting in rage. Yes, me, Severus replied smoothly, stepping forward and placing his foot firmly within the house so she could not shut the door. She remained just beyond the doorway, glaring. Petunia, who is at the door? Vernon asked from the other room. It's the boy and one of them, she answered briskly. Vernon stormed over soon after, his face growing red just behind Petunia's shoulder. Are you going to continue standing in the way, or are you going to let us in? You know, people can see us, Severus sneered, undeterred by Vernon's massive size and now purpling face. Harry shifted a little further behind Severus. Why should we? Your kind has been hounding us non-stop. First with owls, and then last night. Vernon snarled. The giant man who whisked the boy away last night broke down the door. I doubt the door was all that sound to begin with, Severus replied. How dare you? Dudley has been scarred for life. I'm sure. Now, are we going to stand here all day, becoming a spectacle for your neighbors, or are you going to let us in? Petunia huffed. Fine. She stepped aside, letting them in, before quickly closing the door with a slam. What do you want? She asked nastily. Vernon was glowering beside her, his hands clenched. Mr. Potter. Severus looked to the stairs. Yes, sir. Harry hurried up, not risking a look back, though he had seen Dudley hiding behind the couch. Severus and the Dursleys heard the door close. I will not bother suggesting we sit, for I will make this quick. I understand your hatred for my world and may have been able to sympathize with that, but right now the fact of the matter is, I don't, because I don't bloody care. From now on, you are going to treat Mr. Potter like a human being and not like an unwanted guest you hide in the basement or in a cupboard. Severus glanced toward the little door under the stairs and glared. I don't expect you to be kind, but simply responsible adults. You can be responsible, can't you? You will give him full, balanced meals from now on, and will not lock him up anywhere, whether that be a cupboard or a room. And you will leave his things alone and in his room as well. You will also not have Mr. Potter doing more than 3 hours of chores a week. I suggest having him set the table and garden, that's fair. If I discover you are treating him as you have in the past, I have secret, untraceable ways to make your lives miserable. I promise. Vernon was now shaking in rage, while Petunia was growing pale. Why you have no right to say such things to us? Vernon declared. We have sheltered, clothed, and fed the boy for years now and have had to handle his unnaturalness. Severus raised a sarcastic eyebrow. Out of the goodness of your hearts, of course. We were not given a choice. And then he went into that cupboard, of his own free will, soon after he came here. He would not go into the spare bedroom without wailing. Petunia shrieked. Did you ever think of why, you daft woman? He had witnessed the murder of his mother in such a place, and that memory was still fresh. Of course he would take refuge in a small, secluded location. Any child would. Petunia inhaled sharply and even Vernon paused. Severus heard Dudley gasp from behind the couch. But then you turned his haven, which would have been temporary if you had bothered to help him, into a prison, placing locks on it for Merlin's sake. And you think my people are barbaric and medieval. Pathetic. Shaking his head, Severus took a few steps into the living room, pulling out his wand. Don't you begin doing any freakishness here. Vernon bellowed. Severus paid him no mind and flicked his wand toward the huddled figure behind the couch. Finite. Dudley gave a yelp, clutching his bottom and hopping out. Dudley! Petunia cried, hurrying toward him as Vernon swung his meaty fist at Severus. Severus easily leaned out of the way. It's gone. Dudley cried, his eyes wide with amazement. It's not there anymore, the tail. Vernon stumbled forward after overextending in attempt to hit Severus. Now that you have one less freakish thing to deal with, you will promise to do as I said regarding Mr. Potter, otherwise I'll just put the tail back and carry through with my promise. Got it? Severus asked, flaring his magic out from his center for emphasis. Fine, we promise, Petunia said, fearfully. Now get out. Thank you. I will leave once I have spoken with Mr. Potter. With that, Severus went up the stairs. Oh. Severus opened the door to find Harry with a snow-white owl and a short little letter. The boy's things were still tiny and had been set on the grubby little desk by the lumpy bed. Sir, she was in here when I came in, and look, Hagrid wrote to me. Harry said, quite excited. Look, he wrote she's a late birthday gift for me. Severus looked back to the owl, which he recognized as Hedwig. Harry followed his gaze, his excitement suddenly dimming. I can keep her, right? He asked, though his eyes grew sad. He sighed. The list only mentioned students having one pet. I can't have two, can I? His voice was resigned. Severus narrowed his eyes in thought. I will speak with the headmaster and explain the situation to him. Coral is the special case. If the headmaster can see how much you need her and how helpful she will be to you, he might be willing to make an exception and allow you two pets. Exceptions have been made for students in the past, so you would not be the first. Harry looked at him hopefully. But I am not promising anything. If he says no, there's nothing I can do, but rest assured, the owl will be taken care of. You may take care of her for the rest of the summer, but come September, you will have to accept whatever the headmaster decides. Harry nodded, used to disappointment but willing to hope. The owl gave a hoot. I do not want to encourage attachment, but she will need a name, Severus stated after a moment. I understand I might not be able to keep her, and she understands too, Harry said, looking to the owl. Don't you? The owl nodded. See. Indeed. Well, for name ideas, I suggest your history book we bought today. Okay, Professor, Harry said, before looking at his bedroom door. How did the discussion go? Severus finished with a smirk. Harry nodded. As I had imagined, he answered. They are unharmed and your cousin has been detailed. Harry's eyes were twinkling in laughter. Severus was impressed with the boy's self-control. I will send you the book on parcel magic soon, as well as a few potions I expect you to drink. Potions. What will they do? They are potions for a nutrition plan I have set for you. When you read your potions school book, you will find 2 of the 3 I will be sending you. Why am I going to drink them, sir? Harry asked, frowning. Must you really ask? How many boys your age are shorter than you? How many are stronger? Harry ducked his head in shame and embarrassment. It is of no fault of your own, Potter, Severus continued, backtracking a bit. He needed to remind himself to be honest, not utterly tough. Has my magic been affected, like, with what you had said earlier? About the food? Harry asked softly, dejected. No, but if things had been left alone, it would have. I expect you to eat your fill at meal times from now on, and if the Dursleys withhold food from you as they have clearly done in the past, I will know. And I will quickly rectify that situation, should it arise. Harry blinked. The Dursleys know the consequences will be unpleasant should they do anything I told them not to. I have given them fair warning. Severus shook his head. It is disgraceful that they need such coercion to do what they should, but people are selfish, afraid, and prideful. As such, I ask if I may give you something. You've given me a lot already, Professor, Harry said, amazed the professor was now asking to give him yet another thing, whatever it was. This does not only concern the Dursleys, Mr. Potter. It concerns anyone who would wish harm or ill will upon you. Harry frowned. He was not sure he liked where this conversation was going. What are you talking about, sir? How much did Hagrid tell you about the Dark Lord? Well, he said he was very bad. Had gathered followers and stuff, killed those who stood against him. He told me about that Halloween night. Harry touched his forehead, his fingers brushing across his scar. Harry closed his eyes, before reopening them and looking up at Severus. But that was pretty much it. Is there something he left out? He wasn't really forthcoming. I had to talk him into telling me as much as he had. The Dark Lord is not dead. Severus decided to just get to the point, as it seemed Harry was ready for it, might even appreciate it. Hagrid doesn't think so either. I don't simply think he is not dead. I know he is not. Harry swallowed, quickly realizing the implications of the professor's words. I am not telling you this to frighten you, but to prepare you, for there are people in the wizarding world who want him back in Diagon. Harry frowned, his brow creased. Like Lucius Malfoy. Is that why you didn't want him to see me? Yes. Harry tilted his head, still thinking. But, what could he have done then? I mean, you were there and other people. Would he have done something in broad daylight? I did not want him to see you with me. I am his son's godfather. It would have complicated matters. Severus could tell Harry's mind was digesting what he was saying, trying to figure out what implications it had and what else was behind it. Good. He wanted Harry to use his head and get into the habit of figuring things out. Things underneath the first discovered reason or cause. It would also help make things easier for him later if Harry ever did learn the whole truth. Okay, Professor. What did you want to give me? Harry asked, a little uncertainly. This, he answered, holding out a simple, silver chain necklace. What is it, sir? I mean, does it do anything? Severus gave a small smile. The boy was learning quickly. It will alert me if you are in danger and notify me of your location should such a situation arise. Oh, well, I suppose that's a good idea, Harry said, taking the necklace. I assume this will be just like the holsters. Yes, keep it on all the time. You are also the only person who can remove it, or lift it even, once you have it latched. Lift it. You wouldn't want someone to choke you with it, would you? Harry quickly shook his head no, recalling how often Dudley pulled the back of his shirt when he managed to catch him and how hard it was to breathe when the cloth of his shirt pulled taut against his throat. He'd rather be kicked by Dudley than have his shirt pulled like that again, but he would rather Dudley grab his shirt than Uncle Vernon. Harry unconsciously put his little hand to his throat, gently touching his pale skin. Severus' eyes narrowed a bit, but didn't say anything about it. Remember, you cannot do magic outside of school, unless your life is in danger, but that doesn't mean you can't read about it, Severus said, deciding the conversation needed to move on to less troubling things. Yes, sir. I will read everything I can. Very good. It would also be beneficial for you to practice using your quill. After you have read a chapter, summarize it on parchment. I find that Muggle-born students, or students from the Muggle world, have a hard time writing well initially. Which is unfortunate for them, as I count off for chicken scratch and ink-covered assignments. If you want to show me you deserve an E or an O, or even an A, I have to actually be able to read your writing. I understand, sir, but... Harry paused, organizing his thoughts. I don't know the grading scale. I should have asked earlier, sorry. You are forgiven, Mr. Potter, he answered lightly. The scale, from lowest to highest, is T troll, D dreadful, P poor, A acceptable, E exceeds expectations, and O outstanding. Harry nodded as Severus glanced around the little room again. It would be a Spartan existence for Harry before school started, but it was better than the cupboard life he had just left. Severus thought about casting a few charms to improve the items in the room, but he settled for a more practical route. Waving his wand about, the potions master silently cast Reparo. He was quickly rewarded by an amazed gasp from Harry as the rickety old bed leveled out, the desk regained its original finish, the leg of the desk chair straightened, and a few other smaller things repaired themselves. The room was still bleak, but it was no longer pathetic. Wow, thanks Professor, Harry exclaimed. That was the most wicked thing I've ever seen. You're gushing again, Mr. Potter, he warned, though the faint smile softened the harshness in his voice. But you're welcome. Harry smiled sheepishly. Do you have any other questions before I leave? Severus asked as he pulled out the train ticket and handed it to him. Where is this platform 9 3/4? Harry asked, reading the elaborate ticket and tilting his head at the 3/4 bit. It is beyond the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. When you get to King's Cross railway station, you simply walk into the wall between 9 and 10. The wall is an illusion, so simply walk through it. It will take you to Hogwarts Express. Okay, Harry said, trying not to sound disbelieving. Go early so you can get a good seat and avoid the crowds. Yes, sir. Harry straightened his back some, standing a little taller. He had no further questions and was letting the professor know he could leave. Thank you, Professor, he sincerely thanked. Severus gave a brief nod, acknowledging his thanks and respectful dismissal. I will see you on September 1st, Mr. Potter. Expect the parcel magic book and those potions in a few hours. If you have any concerns with anything, send a letter with your all to me. She'll find me. Harry nodded, feeling a little uncertain with what he should do now that the professor was leaving. Should he walk him to the front door? I will walk myself out. I don't believe your aunt and uncle will mind you staying up here until dinner, he said. All right, sir. Goodbye, and thanks again. Severus waved off his thanks as he stepped out from the room. Until September, Mr. Potter. With that, he shut the bedroom door and headed back down to the Dursleys. After a quick statement to Vernon, informing him he would take Harry to King's Cross Station on September 1st whenever Harry said he wished to leave, the dark-robed potions master finally headed out, to the relief of the Dursleys. Oh, Severus knew there would be repercussions he would have to face for going to Diagon Alley and involving himself with Harry as he had. So when a house elf popped before him the moment he flowed into his quarters from Hogsmeade, he had not been surprised. Master Severus Snape, sir. Headmaster Dumbledore, sir, asks for yous to report to his office. Of course, he answered silkily. I will arrive in a moment. With a bow, the Hogwarts elf popped away. Severus hurried to his potions shelf and pulled the nutrient potions for Harry before summoning the parcel magic book he had promised him. Mittens, he called softly. Pop. Yes, master, she asked as Severus jotted down a note. Mittens was a tiny house elf who had, for whatever reason, attached herself to Severus. She had been a Hogwarts elf, but soon after Severus had become a professor, she decided to serve him and become his personal elf. Put these items in a box and attach the note to it. Then take the package to Fury and have him deliver it to Harry Potter and Surrey, he said, handing her the items. Fury was his northern hawk owl that lived in the Ollery, as the dungeons were no place for an owl. Yes, master, she said with a bounce. It wasn't every day Severus had a task for her, as he was not prone to asking others to do things he could do himself. It will be done just as master says. Thank you, Mittens. She bowed and popped away. Severus straightened and turned toward the fireplace, preparing himself mentally for what he was about to endure. The last time he had seen Dumbledore, alive. Severus shook himself. He could not allow himself to dwell on the past. It had not happened in this timeline, it would not happen. But Severus could not stop his mind from thinking back, scenes of that day flashing violently in his mind's eye. He had to fight the bile from rising up his throat. No one should die that way, least of all a leader like Albus. Exhaling slowly, he occluded, reining in the calm and solidifying his mental walls as he buried the painful, horrid memories. Events would not repeat themselves, he would die before he would allow it. Confident he had himself under control, he took a handful of flow powder and stepped into the fireplace, disappearing in a flare of green flame. Oh. He stepped into the eccentric office, the entire atmosphere almost foreign to him now. It had been over 2 years since he had been here and seen this office whole. He looked to the desk, finding the headmaster signing some documents. You wanted to see me, headmaster? He asked, softly announcing his presence, even though he knew very well that Albus was already aware of his arrival. Ah, Severus. Yes, please, sit down. He looked up, gazing over his half-moon. Spectacles. His eyes were as kind as ever, but there was also something else. Bemusement. The potions master did as asked, sitting as he often had before. Straight-backed and stiff, putting aside a stack of papers, Albus held out the bowl of sweets. Drop. Severus was very tempted to take one, but it would be so out of character that it might cause Albus to have a stroke. He politely declined. Acting disappointed, the headmaster set the bowl back down after taking a candy himself. Well, I had an interesting conversation with Hagrid a few hours ago, the older, much older, man began. I can imagine, Severus said tersely. I am curious, Severus, why you went to Diagon Alley, he continued, unbothered by the younger professor's curtness. Severus didn't reply immediately, thinking about how best to handle this. He couldn't tell Albus the truth, that was for sure. He would begin asking too many questions and it would complicate things that were best left alone for Severus to handle on his own. I was curious, he answered finally. About Harry. Albus' eyes gave a slight twinkle. Yes, so you went to see him for yourself. But why did you decide to relieve Hagrid and take Harry to get his supplies yourself? Were you so curious to spend an entire day with the boy? Severus knew he had to tread carefully. He had to make this believable. Very believable. At first, I simply wanted to determine the boy's attitude and then be on my way, but upon seeing his physical condition and attire. Severus' tone grew dark and dangerous. Albus quickly leaned forward, his eyes growing concerned. Please, continue, Severus. The boy is underweight and was clothed in ragged old clothes that were at least 3 sizes too big for him. The headmaster's eyes widened. I felt it best for me to take over and ensure things were not worse than I had already been able to gather. What did you learn? Albus asked, afraid to hear the answer but needing to know. Enough to have already sent the boy several potions, Severus sneered. I will be sending him 3 potions every week for him to drink. Albus exhaled slowly, his wrinkles becoming more pronounced as he frowned. How bad is it? Nothing that I cannot repair, but, had things been left alone, next year at this time I wouldn't have been able to say the same. Albus closed his eyes in emotional pain as guilt, stronger than a furious Hungarian horntail, rose up within him. He should have listened to Minerva, but there was nothing he could do about it now. I have already had a discussion with the Dursleys. Their mistreatment of him will not continue. Mr. Potter will be eating full meals and sleeping in a real bed from now on. A real bed? The headmaster asked in alarm, his eyes snapping open as another emotion swelled from his center. Outrage. Unfortunately, Severus did not comprehend the extent of anger now glistening in the older man's eyes, and promptly answered. Oh yes, Mr. Potter has been sleeping in a cupboard for the last 10 years. The Dursleys had moved him into the spare bedroom after the first letter, he stated flatly, having to control his own disgust until it was instantly forgotten in the next split second. Magic erupted, and it was only thanks to a century of using magic that prevented all of the headmaster's things from shattering spectacularly off his desk and shelves. As it was, his self-control was not good enough and the bookshelf directly behind him exploded, pages now fluttering all around him in a mighty and intimidating display of his old power. Albus leaned forward, his head bowed as he reined in his magic that was still rippling through the air and causing his hair and clothing to shift in a pulsating breeze. His left hand was flat on the desk, while his right was clenched into a tight fist at the center of his chest. Fawkes gave a concerned squawk and quickly flew to him, landing on his left shoulder before lowering his feathered head and lovingly burying his beak into the man's white hair. Severus was speechless. He had never seen his mentor so furious. Student letters were addressed automatically, and it was only after Harry had not replied to his first letter that McGonagall looked at what was being written. The first letter she saw was addressed, Mr. H. Potter, the smallest bedroom, 4 Privet Drive. She had not known about the cupboard, so had not been able to tell the headmaster. In Severus' future, the headmaster had known things were not good in the Dursley household, but had not known the extent of it. He had been suspicious, but by that time the war was in full motion and there was nothing he could really do. How is Harry? The old wizard whispered as he stilled his magic, papers now settling down around them. Mentally, Severus asked softly, a little nervous about causing another bout of accidental magic from the old man. His mentor had yet to look back up, but gave a stiff nod, prompting him to answer. Sound and strong as far as I could tell. You are pleased with what you found, Albus commented, his shoulders relaxing a little but his voice revealed surprise as he rose his face. Fawkes straightened a little, but remained on his human's shoulder. Severus didn't deny the statement, but moved on, deciding to quickly move away from Harry's treatment at the Dursleys. He did not like seeing an enraged Dumbledore. I found that the boy is a Parselmouth, he said calmly. That bit of news last time had not stunned the old man, why should it now? What? Had the situation been different, he may have smirked at the flabbergasted headmaster, but he could find no amusement just then, for he spotted a flicker of fear in the normally twinkling blue eyes. In that instant, Severus knew he had to shift his approach, and as abruptly as he could. Apparently, curving away from the abuse of the boy who lived as he had not been a good idea. He lifted his hand in attempt to calm his mentor, pitch-black eyes locking onto Blue, trying to convey to him that it was not what he was envisioning. Harry was not a monster. I have gotten him interested in parcel magic and I am sure he is already poring over the book I have sent him. Parcel magic. Does he know what it entails? Albus asked, clearly looking for a sign that Harry was not another riddle. He knows its purpose, healing and protection. He was quite intrigued and is hopeful his learning it will ease people's fears of the gift. He is, like Lily, he admitted softly. The headmaster calmed, his eyes twinkling once again, this time with relief and joy. Which brings me to a little problem that has arisen, Severus continued, his tone telling Albus that it was not urgent as he brushed a tiny puff of cloth from his black sleeve. Oh. He shifted forward in his seat, ignoring the obliterated pieces of book and paper on and around him. Yes. I gave permission for him to have an exotic pet, a small, magical coral snake. For parcel magic. Yes, but I had not anticipated Hagrid also getting a pet for the boy. Well, he had, but he didn't have to tell Dumbledore that. Ah. I have told him he may not be able to keep the owl Hagrid has given him, due to school rules, but that I would bring the issue to you. He is prepared for whatever you decide. Well, I see no harm in making an exception for Mr. Potter, as long as he agrees to learn parcel magic. If the board learns of the exception that has been made for him, they will want a very good reason for it to be allowed. I can think of no better reason than a young wizard learning a benevolent form of rare magic. Those were my thoughts, Severus agreed. I am proud of you, Severus, the old man said suddenly, peering intently at him. From your previous comments about Harry this summer, I had been concerned you would not treat. He cut himself off and sighed, as if ashamed of himself for not having faith in his spy. Severus looked down, now quite ashamed of his earlier behavior concerning James's son, knowing Albus had had very good reason for being concerned. Last time he had acted very foolishly. His anger at James had outweighed his love for Lily for a long time, until it had been overpowered by the reality that Harry was not his father, or his mother. He was their son, yes, but he was his own person, and although he had many personality traits that reminded Severus of Lily, the boy was inexplicably one of the strongest and wisest warriors Severus had ever had the honor of fighting alongside. He had grown to become his brother in arms, and, dare he say it, a friend. The headmaster swallowed thickly. What you have told me today. I know it could not have been easy to learn it firsthand. I applaud your self-control. I cannot say I would have been able to handle it as honorably. It was a close thing, headmaster. And actually, it was Mr. Potter himself that prevented me from hexing his aunt and uncle to oblivion. Oh, how so? He asked me not to hurt them. He even said please. The old wizard's eyebrows rose, his eyes moist. Remarkable, he whispered. They fell into a comfortable, albeit odd, silence. Severus, Albus asked after a moment. Yes, headmaster. What are your thoughts on the boy for this coming term? Really? Albus asked, his sad eyes telling Severus he should be completely honest with this answer. He has. Severus brought his hands together, a touch of a smile on his lips. Great potential. Severus stepped into the room of requirement, wand in hand. Today, there would be no more vanishing cabinet. Hogwarts would not fall from within. If the Dark Lord was going to conquer her, he would have to do it the hard way. He closed his eyes and exhaled. 100 Death Eaters had stormed Hogwarts, pouring from this passage. They had killed every student that they had come upon. 67 students had been murdered that day, and Phileas had fallen as well. Well, it would not happen this time. He reopened his eyes, focused on the task at hand as scenes of that day replayed through his mind. It was the end of Harry's 6th year, the beginning of the end. Screams echoed down the halls, children running, terrified as spells shot overhead. Phileas Flitwick dashed forward, weaving around students to intercept the invaders. Rushing after him, Severus turned the corner and saw the short dueling master dishing out merciless magic. 4 Death Eaters were already lying before him, broken. Severus aimed his wand at the cabinet, his dark eyes taking in its grand etchings along the trim. Phileas, he bellowed, throwing spells of his own, trying to help the charms professor keep the Death Eaters back to buy more time. Severus' cover had been blown minutes before. Aim for the walls. Phileas shouted, sending a massive blasting hex at the wall a few feet up and to his left. Understanding his plan, Severus sent 5 more similar spells at the walls and ceiling near where Phileas had sent the first spell, but not soon enough. The older professor blocked 2 of the curses sent at him, and dodged 4 others, but he could not avoid or deflect them all. A Diffindo passed through his defenses and caught him across his neck and chest. There was a spray of red. The last thing Severus saw of Phileas was his slashed form crumple forward, before the stone and rock from the ceiling and walls buried him. Releasing his anger, fire poured from his wand, red-hot flames erupting into the air before rocketing toward the tall black cabinet and consuming it with a vengeance of godlike proportions. The hall was now blocked, but a rumble from the other side of the rubble told Severus that the Death Eaters were still coming. The tongues of flame curved about, Severus pulling his wand back before he thrust it forward again and down sharply, releasing his rage onto the now burning cabinet. He made it past the great hall, bodies of students and Death Eaters alike all about. He yelled out, his magic weaving the roaring fire as his mind continued to replay that day. Dumbledore finally arrived, the attack at the ministry having postponed his coming. "Severus, this way," he directed, just as the wall behind Severus exploded out, sending him head over heels across the chamber. Fighting to get up, Severus turned to see his former lord standing at the threshold. Albus stepped forward, moving between his injured spy and Voldemort. "Tom, do not call me by that name," the Dark Lord hissed, whipping his wand about, a demonic shadow fire rising up before them. "Get out, Severus," Albus ordered as he batted the growing fire monster aside with a pulse of his white magic. Severus moved to do as he was told, glancing back to see Albus curving the dark flames up and away to lick the ceiling, trying to rip the control of the flames away from Riddle. Boom. His vision went black. Sweat on his brow, he bent his knees and emptied his lungs in one sudden breath. He woke up in a makeshift hospital a few days later. He learned from Albus that Hogwarts had been completely destroyed. Leveled into the ground. The flames collapsed, condensing into a tiny defiant thing, before that too snuffed out, leaving the ash of the cabinet behind. Severus smiled. He would be able to sleep in peace tonight. Oh. Harry frowned at the stubborn quill that would not obey his commands. It was as if it was determined to leave blobs of ink all over the parchment no matter what he did. He sighed, recalling what Professor Snape had said, students from the Muggle world have a hard time writing well initially. Well, at least all of this practice would save him from getting P's later, or worse. And summarizing what he had read as he practiced was ingenious really. Professor Snape was really nice to give him a task that helped him learn 2 things at the same time. He had read 3 chapters into all of his books so far. It was the beginning of the 2nd week of August and he knew he would be grateful for all of the work he was putting in once he got to school. He liked the Extra Potions book a lot. It was called, The Beginner's Guide to the Art of Brewing, Ingredients. It reminded him of a cookbook, but more specific in what ingredients did what to bring about the finished product. He wondered if he might be able to incorporate cooking and brewing together to make a meal of epic proportions. He would have to remember to ask Professor Snape later. The other 2 books he had gotten from the store with the professor were also proving to be rather helpful, Caring for Serpents, and Controlling Your Inner Magic. Quirrell laughed at some of the things in the Serpent book, finding it hilarious that humans went to such trouble to do things they believed snakes liked, when they really didn't care either way. Harry was glad he could just ask Quirrell what she wanted, instead of having to guess. The other book was a little less straightforward and clear, but at least now he knew why his accidental magic surfaced in some instances and not in others. Maybe he could teach himself to call up his accidental magic and get it to do things he wanted, when he wanted. Yet another thing he decided to ask Professor Snape when he got to Hogwarts. As for his other school books, Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts looked the most interesting, and although Transfiguration looked pretty cool, he was not looking forward to transfiguring animals. It seemed so cruel. Though, that may be because he knew how it felt to be treated like an object. But his most favorite book, by far, was The Art of Parcel. It was amazing, and he couldn't wait to begin trying things with Quirrell, and neither could she. The book was written by a man whose friend was a parcelmouth. It didn't have parcel spells exactly, just what his friend had told him about how he did certain things, how it felt, and what limits he had found concerning certain methods. The book was a nice read for those curious about parcel magic and a guide to those teaching it to themselves. From what Harry had been able to gather thus far was that he had to say what he wanted done in Parseltongue while manipulating his magic or the patient's. For example, if he wanted a patient's shattered arm to heal, he would say, "Shattered bone, repair," and it would be done, as long as he provided enough magic in the area needing to be healed. Reading the book, Harry learned that once he got the basics of parcel magic, he would be able to heal people without even using a wand. All he'd need would be his hands and coral around his wrist. He would, eventually, even be able to heal sicknesses of all kinds, even things normally untreatable by magic and potions. He wondered if he would be able to volunteer sometimes in the nurse's office, if the school had a nurse. Though, why wouldn't it? Tap tap tap. Harry looked up and saw the hawk owl on the other side of the window before quickly opening it up for him to come in. Hedwig straightened. He removed the package, quickly knowing what it was. It was that week's dose of potions. He waved the hawk owl over to drink from Hedwig's bowl. She didn't fuss, in fact, she helped preen his feathers. Harry hid a grin. He was certain Hedwig liked the handsome hawk owl. Shaking his head, he turned to the package and opened it. Upon doing so, he immediately chugged the first potion, before quickly following it with the other two, despite their horrid taste. He did this because of what the professor had told him in his first letter on August 1st. Mr. Potter, enclosed in the box are the 3 potions I promised in the Parcel Magic book, The Art of Parcel. Concerning the potions, you will always drink the red flask first. It will enable your body to more effectively take in nourishment from the food you eat and the potions you drink. It is called the Absorbance Potion. It is referenced in the 14th chapter of your potions book. The blue flask you will drink next, immediately after the red. It is a variant of the Draught of Nourishment, which is in chapter 19. Note it is not the same as the Nutrient Potion. The third is a potion I call the Utilization Potion. It will allow your magic to flow within your body more efficiently. This will decrease your recovery time and primarily assist in muscle growth. Expect these 3 potions every week and drink them as soon as they arrive. I have a stasis spell on the flasks, but once you touch them the spell is off. The fresher the potion the more it will help you. Ignore the taste as best you can. The benefits far outweigh the aftertaste. Professor Severus Snape, Potions Master. Harry smiled as he felt the effects of the potions once again. They gave him a very nice full feeling, a feeling he was quickly learning was what one felt when they ate what they needed at a meal. Harry decided it was one of the nicest feelings one could ever feel, even with the nasty coating left over on his tongue. Setting the package aside, he removed the little note attached to the top of it. Once again, he saw the writing of his professor. Mr. Potter, I trust you have already drunk the 3 potions. If you haven't, drink them now. I also trust the Dursleys are behaving themselves, as I have not been alerted to their failings. Continue reading your books and writing with a quill. I do not like slackers. Professor Severus Snape, Potions Master. Harry smiled, finding it oddly comforting the professor was taking the time to tell him to keep working. Looking back at his desk, the hawk owl still enjoying Hedwig's affections, he decided to try and reply. Dear Professor Snape, I have taken the potions you've sent me. Thank you. The Dursleys have been leaving me alone. It's been nice. I've been able to read a lot because I haven't been told to clean the house, cook meals, or anything. Well, I am going to get back to reading The Art of Parcel. It's awesome. Thanks for letting me read it. I am going to learn all I can and work very hard like you said I should. I want the lock you said I have to lift. Thanks for everything. Sorry, trying not to gush. Harry Potter. Harry bit his lip as he read over his letter. His writing wasn't as bad as it was last week, however, he got the feeling the professor would not appreciate how some of the letters were radically thicker than others, but it was the best he could do right now. Knowing it would have to do, Harry folded the letter and turned to the hawk owl. Could you take this to Professor Snape, please? He asked. He got an affirmative hoot before the hawk owl took the letter and flew out the window. Are you going to read now, Harry? Coral asked, lifting her colorful head from his wrist. Yeah, I should be able to read the next chapter before lunch. Coral hissed in agreement. Oh. Severus looked at the progress of the utilization potion he was brewing for Harry. Stirring it, he let his mind wander. What should he do with his free time? What could he do to help prepare for the upcoming war, besides what he was already doing? Perhaps he could subtly suggest some things to Albus. Yes, that might work. But what to do exactly? There was the matter of Sirius Black. Should he open that big can of worms? Should he find Remus Lupin first? He really didn't know. To be toughly honest, Black had not been very helpful in the future, and Severus was not quite sure he would be any more helpful if he got him out of the prison 2 years early. If anything, it may hurt the work he is trying to do with Harry. Granted, leaving an innocent man in Azkaban is a rotten thing to do. He would need to think more on what to do with Black. Lupin, on the other hand, had been a bit more, well, useful. Maybe he could get him involved with Harry's life sooner, providing the boy with another adult he could count on, and then just let Lupin recognize the rat. That way, he would be out of that mess when it hit the fan and could watch from the sidelines. But, was that really the best option? Was it wise to let the rat remain that close to Harry for any amount of time? Allow him to possibly gather intelligence on Harry to give to Voldemort? When he thought of it that way, he couldn't allow Peter Pettigrew to remain as Ronald Weasley's pet rat. He stopped stirring, waiting for the proteins to react as he thought about what to do about Pettigrew. Shaking his head and deciding he would need to think more on it later as well, he admitted to himself he had a more serious problem on his hands. Quirrell. He would be returning to the castle in a few weeks. So he only had so much time to prepare for him and subtly prepare the headmaster and the rest of the staff. He knew he wouldn't be able to get rid of him. Voldemort was too good at hiding in plain sight, and even though Dumbledore might suspect him, as he had originally, later in the term he would still keep him around just to keep an eye on him. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It was a good philosophy. Oh. Severus sat down in the headmaster's office. The heads of house were about to have the annual meeting with the headmaster concerning the upcoming school year. Severus, how are you? I haven't seen you for a few days, Phileas squeaked cheerfully. Been brewing potions. I am doing fine, and yes, I have been brewing, he answered simply. I am looking forward to the students coming. This place is too quiet without them, Phileas continued. Severus hummed, a faint sarcasm underneath. Oh, come now, Severus, even you must be finding the dungeons a bit too quiet now, Minerva said, joining in. Not really. Minerva narrowed her eyes. Well, I am certainly looking forward to the students returning. I am also looking forward to seeing the new students. She gave a soft smile, her eyes dancing with anticipation. It should be an interesting year. Severus didn't answer for a long moment, but then whispered, perhaps. And I am sure Mr. Wood is going to be a great Quidditch captain. This year Slytherin will not stand a chance. Minerva said, getting pumped. Severus fought the urge to roll his eyes. Had they really been that competitive? Had there been this strong of a rivalry that he would have immediately countered that statement with a childish phrase like, will not. Slytherin will beat your house. If he was honest with himself, that answer was yes. But the war had changed him. He no longer cared about Quidditch, and now that he thought about it, he didn't even know why he ever gave so much attention to it before. Sure, he would always support his Slytherins, but to be so zealous as to give Minerva a run for her money and obsession. It was just sad. How much had their competitiveness added to the friction between their houses? How much could have been different if they had shifted their love of Quidditch to more long-lasting endeavors, like say, the welfare and future of their students? Severus shook his head. Oh, I'm sure they will have a chance, just the same as Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. Minerva and Pomona Sprout glanced at each other, raising their eyebrows. Flitwick almost fell off his chair. They had been expecting a retort of some kind, not a deflection in a conversation closer. Good morning, Albus greeted, entering the office from his private quarters. The professors respectfully returned the greeting as he got behind his desk. So, anything anyone wants to discuss first? We have a great deal to cover, Albus began. Madam Hooch has asked for funds to purchase new brooms for her classes, Minerva answered. Albus looked apologetic. I will send the request to the board, but I sincerely doubt that we'll make it into the budget this year. Minerva sighed. Repeat of last year then. I'm afraid so, he agreed, before looking to one of the other professors to invite them to voice any concerns of theirs. Flitwick spoke up, asking about what was going on with the stone, since Hagrid had recently delivered it to the school. This led them to discussing protections and how they would need to begin placing them soon. The third floor was brought up, because it was an older part of the castle that students didn't frequent often. Severus saw an opportunity here and took it. Why place it so far from where we will normally be? Severus asked. If you ask me, the safest place would be here, in your tower, headmaster. Phileas hummed at that, his brain calculating the warrants of such a maneuver. They knew Voldemort was after the stone, the break-in at Gringotts had told them that much. Was the safest place for it in the headmaster's office? Or even, in his quarters? That is, an interesting suggestion, Severus, Albus admitted. I don't know why I hadn't thought of that. Severus shrugged, unbothered by the curious looks he was getting. If the Dark Lord is able to enter Hogwarts, which I am sure we all know he is capable if he is determined enough, and he is, then it seems only sensible to me to place the stone in an area he would avoid entering, Severus continued, before getting a thoughtful look on his face. And, to make this even better, why not have the third floor be a decoy? We can go through with placing all these fancy protections there and tell the other professors the stone is there to make it even more convincing. No one else but the 5 of us has to know where the real stone is. This way, it is safer for everyone. I also strongly suggest placing an age line at the entrance of the 3rd floor, so no students are at risk of placing themselves in danger any more than they normally are. There was a minute of silence as the others contemplated his suggestion before the headmaster broke it. Excellent plan, Severus. Anyone have anything to add? Albus asked. What will the real protections be? Phileas asked. Well, I will certainly put up a few more wards around my quarters and this office, Albus stated. Pomona Sprout nodded, before asking, why not the ultimate protection? Why not use the Fidelius? Severus almost wanted to key the woman. He had mentally been wanting to suggest that, but he had spoken enough, and, with his past concerning the Potters, if he brought up anything even minutely related to Lily, he knew such an idea from him would really have caused the headmaster and the others to raise their eyebrows at him. Upon hearing Pomona's suggestion, the headmaster's eyes twinkled. I will have to run it by Nicholas, but I am sure he will have no qualms about it. Pomona beamed. All right, I believe we should move the topic onto the new incoming students, Albus continued. 38 children have accepted their invitations. 4 politely declined due to previous education arrangements and the like. The professors nodded, having heard it plenty of times before. Not everyone felt Hogwarts was the best for their children, and it was within their right. Well, I am sure you all know that this year Harry Potter will be returning to the Wizarding World, Albus began. I understand he was having trouble getting his letter at first. Phileas asked. What was the problem there? The headmaster's eyes saddened. I grievously misjudged the situation. Situation, Albus? Minerva asked. I am sorry, Minerva. I should have listened to you all those years ago, Albus said softly. Minerva's eyes widened, before her Scottish temper began to radiate from her form. Pomona and Flitwick glanced at each other. What was going on? Albus, what did they do? She questioned, her voice dangerously low. Severus decided to take pity on his mentor and spoke up. The situation has been handled. Mr. Potter has all that he will need when he arrives. Let us move on. That caused everyone to look at the potions professor. It's been handled, Severus. Minerva asked, confused. And how do you know Mr. Potter is ready for September 1st? I helped him get his things. Phileas blinked, Minerva raised an eyebrow, and Pomona glanced at Albus. But I thought Hagrid took him to Diagon Alley, Phileas said. He did, but I took over from there. Severus looked back at his mentor, not sure how much he should say. He didn't want to make it even harder for them to treat Harry like a normal student. BBU what? Minerva stuttered. What is he like? Phileas asked eagerly, unconcerned with McGonagall's state. Is he like his parents? He is, a bit. Severus didn't want to comment further. He would let them make their own conclusions once they met him. Really? Oh, I do hope he likes charms, the charms professor chimed. He has shown interest in potions and, Severus began, only to be cut off. Well, that's not much of a surprise, you likely steered him that way, Minerva said. I merely told him his mother had a talent in it, so he may have some as well. A compliment, Severus? She asked, stunned. The boy has potential, he stated. I am sure he does, but what could you determine in one day with him? She questioned, bewildered by Severus' new attitude but not wanting to reveal that fact. A great deal. Ah, which reminds me, Albus said, interrupting. Severus gave Mr. Potter permission to have an exotic pet, However, Hagrid hadn't known that when he said Mr. Potter and all for a late birthday gift. Because of this, I have made an exception for him, allowing him to have both. Both. 2 pets? Minerva asked, her voice elevating slightly. An exotic pet? Phileas squeaked. What was the exotic pet? Pomona asked. Severus braced himself for the coming reaction. Oh, a magical coral snake, Albus replied calmly, as if the pet was a fluffy bunny instead of a poisonous serpent. What? Minerva cried, before sending a glare at Severus, believing he was trying to convert Harry Potter into a Slytherin. Don't glare at me. I determined it was the sensible thing to do when I learned he was a Parselmouth and showed great interest in parcel magic when I brought it up. Parselmouth. Phileas gasped, his voice so high it couldn't even be called a squeak, it was a wheeze. How is this possible, Albus? Minerva asked, looking to her old friend. It is from the killing curse. However it had happened, some of Voldemort's power went into the boy, he answered. Severus kept the truth to himself. He would let them think this was true for now. It wasn't important enough for them to know he had cast the legacy spell on Harry. That would make things overly complicated. Oh my, Phileas whispered. So he is interested in parcel magic? Pomona asked, her voice soft and happy. She knew the power in such magic, and for the Potter child to be a wielder of it. Yes, I have sent him my book about it and he seems to like it thus far, Severus answered. You sent him, The Art of Parcel? Minerva asked, knowing how much the potions master guarded that book from everyone. I have read it enough, he answered simply. He will be able to put it to good use. Who are you and what have you done with Severus? Minerva asked. Severus and the others were not sure if she was joking or not. The head of Slytherin raised an eyebrow at her, looking as if he thought she had lost her mind. Well, I believe we have much to look forward to this year, Phileas piped up, wisely moving the conversation along. Severus appreciated it. Harry made it into an empty compartment, having taken Severus' advice and arriving early. The Dursleys had behaved themselves for the past month, though they completely avoided and ignored him. Harry was elated. It had given him plenty of time to read all he wished and prepare for the coming school year. He swore to himself he would do his best in every aspect of his classes, if only to show the professor he had not wasted his time on investing in him, and, his more important and private reason, to maybe make the professor proud of him. He would rather get dragged across the playground by the back of his shirt than disappoint the potions master, especially after how he had gotten permission from the headmaster to allow Harry 2 pets. Harry straightened, reopening The Art of Parcel, to continue reading it. He only had 4 more chapters left. Knock. Harry looked up, never having heard a hesitant knock before in his life. Hi. Have you seen a toad? A chubby, awkward boy asked. There is a toad in the boy's left cargo pocket, Coral stated, her tongue flickering out, just hidden by Harry's left sleeve. I can taste him from here. Harry touched her head gently. Have you looked in your cargo pockets? Harry asked, pointing to the boy's lumpy left pocket. Oh, Neville exclaimed, sticking his hand in the pocket and pulling out a pathetic-looking amphibian. Thanks. Would you mind if I joined you? Not at all, Harry answered. You can have a seat, he added when the boy hovered by the doorway. Thanks. He sat down, twiddling his thumbs after shutting the sliding door. So, how did you know where Trevor was? He asked, lifting the toad up. Well, my familiar told me, Harry answered, before sticking out his right hand for Neville to shake. I'm Harry Potter. Harry Potter. He gasped, his eyes growing extremely wide. Harry sighed. I'm just another wizard like you, please don't. He waved his hands, trying to find the right words. Don't get all weird. Neville swallowed, composing himself. Sorry, He trailed off, before simply taking Harry's hand and clearing his throat. I'm Neville Longbottom. Harry smiled. So, you said your familiar told you where Trevor was? Neville asked after a moment, sparing a very brief glance to Harry's forehead. Yeah, but, someone told me some people will be a little nervous at first. Can you promise not to freak out? I promise she won't hurt you or Trevor. She's actually quite gentle, and I hope I'll be able to help people through her before too long, Harry answered, putting a finger in his sleeve to pet her head. Okay, he said, bringing Trevor closer to himself as Harry moved his hand and slowly raised his left sleeve. Neville was too stunned to gasp or react physically at all. Her name is Coral. She's going to help me with parcel magic, he said, encouraged by Neville's lack of reaction. It's a magic focusing in healing and protection. See. He lifted the parcel book, which he had placed on top of an anatomy book he had gotten from the nearby bookstore in Surrey. Harry had found it helpful to look up terms and such referenced in the parcel book. Professor Snape gave me the book and it's brilliant. He helped me get my school supplies and things. Professor Snape. I've heard he can be very strict, Neville said hesitantly, casting Coral an uneasy look. Oh, he is, and he told me that he doesn't like slackers and that I need to work hard and learn as much magic as I can, Harry said, curiously pleased to learn the professor's name was well known, though he knew a man like Severus Snape would have to be. He told you that? Neville asked, Coral flickering her tongue at him. He held Trevor closer to himself. So I have been doing just that, reading ahead and stuff so I can understand what we're doing once we get to the point of casting. Neville looked down, sad. Gran didn't let me read ahead, she said I might do something stupid and hurt myself. Oh, Harry said, feeling bad for him. Well, why don't you start reading now? I have the books for potions and charms with me if you want to read one of those. School has officially started, after all. Neville perked up. I think I'll read the potions book, since Professor Snape is really strict. Harry smiled. I would also suggest you order this book, he said, holding out The Beginner's Guide to the Art of Brewing, Ingredients. Okay, I will, he quickly agreed. A few people passed by their compartment but left them alone as more and more students loaded the train. Soon after, the train began to move. The food cart came by sometime after that and they got some snacks, both of them reading while occasionally talking about what they found interesting or what they were looking forward to. Often, Neville would say he hoped to not disappoint his Gran. So, what house do you think you'll be in? Neville asked, a little more at ease now that he knew Coral wasn't going to leave Harry's wrist. House. Well, Professor Snape is head of Slytherin. I wouldn't mind being in his house, at least there I know I'll learn stuff, Harry answered with a shrug. Neville gulped, but glanced at Coral. I suppose you would fit in Slytherin, you already sort of have their mascot, he said with a nervous smile. Oh, yeah, Slytherin's symbol is a snake. Salazar Slytherin was a parselmouth, he could talk to snakes. Oh, so can I. Professor Snape said people will think I can because of Voldemort. Harry was interrupted by Neville's horrified gasp. What? Why you said his name? Well, it is what he called himself. Why should I call him, you know who, or whatever? Neville didn't really have an answer, he was too surprised to come up with one. Anyway, Professor Snape said people will think it's because of him, but really, it's in my genes. Both of my parents happened to have the gene and the two of them together in me activated the ability. It's really no big deal. Gene stuff happens all the time. The doctor on the telly said so. Genetics probably also have something to do with whether or not someone is able to use magic. It would make sense, he explained. Neville nodded, dumbfounded. So you can talk to see Coral. Yup. Could you wave your tail to Neville, Coral? Coral did so, making Neville's eyebrows disappear into his hairline. Hi. He answered, uncertainly. The chunky boy sure frightens easily, doesn't he? But he smells nice, and his magic is quite strong, she hissed. Neville gulped loudly. Harry chuckled. Don't worry, she just said you smell nice and that your magic is strong, Harry answered. Neville blinked. My magic. Harry nodded, not noticing Neville's shift in posture. She told me she can sense that sort of stuff, it'll really help me later if I ever need to heal someone. She'll be able to tell me how sick or hurt they really are and if I can use their magic to help them or if I will need to use my own. Wow, he whispered, part of him warming up to the little colorful snake. So she will help you heal people. Yup, I'm not quite sure how to do it yet, but thanks to this book, I'm getting a good idea. I'm hoping to help out in the nurse's office at some point, if the school has one. Oh, they do. It's called the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey is the school nurse. She's visited my Gran a few times, Neville explained, before he blushed. She had to fix my arm when I tripped down the stairs during her visit. Harry nodded. Accidents happen sometimes. Everyone falls. I'm accident-prone, unfortunately, Neville muttered. Well, then it's a good thing I'm going to learn healing, huh? Harry said lightly. Yeah, probably, Neville agreed, smiling softly before growing thoughtful. Hey, I do have a little bruise on my wrist. How far are you in that book? You want me to try and heal you now? Harry asked, a little surprised. Well, only if you want to. If you're planning on healing me when I get hurt in the future, then I think some practice before might. Neville trailed off, growing unsure of his idea. Sure, I can try. The worst that can happen with this magic is that it won't work. As long as you're not close to death, anything I do can't make it worse. Oh, okay. That's good to know, I guess. So, wrist? Harry asked, already kneeling on the floor in front of Neville and rolling up his sleeve to fully reveal Quirrell. Neville slowly held out his right arm, holding Trevor with his left hand. The bruise was about the size of a baseball. It was healing pretty well and was only slightly bluish toward the middle, though Harry wondered what a large bruise was if this was small. Let me know if you feel anything, Harry said, placing Neville's wrist in his right hand as he hovered his left above, just like he had read. Quirrell hovered above as well, her tongue flickering right over it. Okay, muscle and tissue, heal, Harry said, just as the compartment door slid open. There were several loud gasps as Quirrell lowered her head onto the bruise, making it give a brief glow. Suddenly, the bruise began shrinking until there was no more of it left. Wow, Neville breathed. Bloody hell, someone exclaimed. Harry and Neville turned to the now open door, finding 3 boys just beyond it. Why you speak Parseltongue? The middle boy shouted. He was the shortest of the 3 and had white slick hair. The 2 large boys on either side of him stared at him dumbly. I do, Harry answered, getting back up and standing before them, Quirrell lifting her head and looking at them. Wicked. You have a snake too. You'll definitely get into Slytherin, he said. Neville said something similar, Harry said. Draco stepped forward, holding out his hand. I'm Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe, and Goyle. The 2 boys behind him gave brief nods. Harry looked at them, before focusing back on Draco, his last name ringing a bell. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. The man Professor Snape had warned him about. This boy must be his son, and if that was the case, then he must also be the professor's godson. Did they not have first names? Harry asked, though not exactly positive those names were their last. Vincent and Gregory, Draco answered with a shrug. I'm Harry Potter, he answered, before motioning to Neville as he shook Draco's hand and let go. Oh, I'm Neville Longbottom, Neville stated, realizing he was just staring at them. He tentatively offered his hand. Longbottom, E.H. Draco asked, his voice getting an odd lilt to it that Harry couldn't identify. He didn't like it though. Draco stiffly shook Neville's hand before he focused back on Harry. Harry got the feeling the only reason he took Neville's hand was to be polite. We have a compartment closer to the engine. Want to join us? Draco asked, not looking at Neville. Harry glanced at Neville, before looking back to the odd blonde boy. What's wrong with just staying here? There's enough room for all of us, and I still have some things for us to eat. Draco wrinkled his nose a little, as if it was a hard decision to be made and needed to be thought over. I suppose, he said finally. We can get our things later. Neville scooted closer to the window to make room while Harry sat next to him, leaving the bench across from them clear. Draco motioned Crabbe to take the place closest to the window while he sat directly across from Harry and Goyle sat closest to the door. Draco looked around, before spotting the books. I see you've been reading ahead. A little, Harry admitted with a shrug. My father had me begin reading a few months ago. He wouldn't let me cast anything, but he showed me a few spells with his wand, Draco bragged. How much have you read? Harry asked, curious. Oh, just a few chapters into each book, he answered, trying to be nonchalant but failing. He was quite proud of his accomplishment and was enjoying the chance to brag in front of the boy who lived. I started reading when I got back from Diagon Alley. I've spent most of my free time reading, Harry replied, not wanting to reveal too much. Draco nodded. So, what were you doing exactly when we came in? Practicing parcel magic. Professor Snape sent me this awesome book when he learned I could talk to snakes. He also gave me permission to have Quirrell, Harry said. Parcel magic? Vincent Crabbe asked with a grunt. Yeah. Professor Snape said the most powerful healing and protection spells are from parcel magic, and only Parselmouths can use it. He also said Voldemort, Harry paused with a sigh when Draco and the others flinched. Really? Is everyone going to do that when I say his name? Draco and the others shrugged apologetically. We've grown up not hearing it, and it's sort of a taboo, you know. Not really, Harry answered, before continuing what he had been saying. Anyway, he said Voldemort was a Parselmouth as well but didn't have the patience or desire to learn it because Voldemort wasn't really into helping others. And you are? Draco asked, intrigued, trying not to flinch too badly as Harry continued saying the Dark Lord's name. Harry looked at him, confused. Well, yeah, aren't you? Draco waved his hand dismissively. There are people who work, people who follow, and people who lead. The way he said it, Harry was certain he was repeating something he heard often. If that's the case, I'll be happy to be a worker and help people, Harry answered honestly, thinking back to the parcel book and imagining himself doing what he had read about, healing people and making a difference, saving lives. He would prove the Dursleys wrong. He would make the professor proud. He would work hard and unlock his magic. He would reach his potential. Really, I would have pegged you for a leader type, Draco said, glancing at Harry's forehead. Harry shrugged. Leader or not, work is still involved. I would rather do something I like to do. You don't want to lead. Not really. Why? Well, I just thought, with you being who you are, you would want to. Harry rolled his eyes. I'm not some savior that's come to lead. I'm just a first year who wants to learn magic, like you. Impressed, Draco smiled. Vince and Greg looked confused and surprised. I like you, Potter. You're not what I had expected. If you happen to not get into Slytherin, let's still be friends. Is being friends with someone in a different house another taboo? Harry asked, incredulously. Draco chuckled. No, not exactly, but I'm going to be in Slytherin, I know it. So, well, the other houses sort of don't like Slytherin, Draco answered. Harry looked to Neville. It's true, Harry. In the past, many dark wizards have come from there, Neville said, answering his unspoken question. Harry frowned. It's stupid, Draco continued. People just don't like Slytherin because they're jealous they're not as strong or as powerful. Harry raised an eyebrow. Harry, I think we're almost there. We need to get our robes on, Neville spoke up. Okay. See you later. Our robes are in our compartment, Draco said, getting up. All right. Nice meeting you, Harry said. The three boys left, Vince and Greg shadowing Draco. The door closed. Well, that was interesting, Neville? Neville nodded, a little overwhelmed. Professor Snape told me to stay away from Draco's father. Don't tell anyone I told you. Okay, Harry. I promise. But Draco doesn't seem too bad, does he? I mean, he seemed a little stiff with you and sort of stuffy. Yeah, but I still think we should be careful, Neville advised. Grant told me Malfoy Sr. is a very bad man. Harry smiled when Neville said, but grew a little concerned with the warning. Well, we'll just have to watch each other's backs then. Neville straightened a little, swelling with pride that the boy who lived would say something like that, to him. It was in that moment he decided something. He would have Harry Potter's back no matter what. Oh, they entered Hogwarts after traveling across the lake to where an older professor took over from Hagrid. Introducing herself as Professor McGonagall, she told them a little bit about the houses before disappearing. Harry and Neville stayed close together and while they waited Draco and his two buddies rejoined them. Ready, Potter? Draco asked. Yeah, you. He replied, ignoring the reactions of people around them. Many people were staring, while a few actually inched away, as if nervous. Of course, Draco answered as someone came up right beside Neville, leaning in close. Hey, I heard you have a pet snake, can I see? A simple-looking boy asked excitedly. A few people screamed at that and pulled back, while others surged forward, saying things like, really? Wicked. Ooh, can I see too? Harry brought his left arm to his chest protectively. Neville moved beside him suddenly, not really thinking about what he was doing as Draco and his two friends stepped up as well, also coming to Harry's aid. It was clear Harry did not like being crowded by random crazy people and appreciated their support. Coral poked her head out of his sleeve, wanting to know what was going on. Harry, what's going on? She asked. Neville was to Harry's left, closest to her. Draco was to his right and a little in front of him, while Vince and Greg were behind. The four of them created a makeshift barrier around him. Wicked cool. What kind of snake is that? The same boy asked, unbothered by Harry's bodyguards. She's a magical coral snake. Her name is Coral, Harry answered. I thought only cats, owls, or toads were allowed for pets, a girl with frizzy hair said contemplatively. How do you have a snake? I got permission, Harry said, a little annoyed. What business was it of theirs? Just then, thankfully, Professor McGonagall returned. We are ready for you now. Follow me. They followed, Neville going in beside him, Draco and Vince taking up the rear with Goyle right behind. Oh, Severus heaved an internal sigh. He knew it would have gotten out eventually, but on the first day. Before the boy had even been sorted. Soon after the students had entered the Great Hall, a Slytherin prefect went up to him and stated that he had learned a bit of information he felt he should share with him. There was a rumor going around on the train that not only was Harry Potter on board, but he was a Parselmouth, and that, evidently, he had a pet snake. Severus didn't even attempt to act surprised, but simply told the prefect, Mr. Terence Higgs, that he already knew and that it was he who gave Mr. Potter permission to have the snake as a pet. He also told the prefect that he would discuss it in the common room after dinner and that if anyone had any questions to simply tell them that. The prefect and the Seeker of Slytherin nodded, before heading back to the table. A moment later, the first years came in, and he was actually quite pleased with what he saw. Having Neville right beside Harry could only be good for the future, and having Draco and his friends surrounding them may be just as beneficial if guided correctly. Wherever Harry got sorted that night, he would need to advise Draco accordingly. He smiled, instantly knowing upon seeing Neville's face that he wouldn't need to interfere there at all. Harry already had that boy's undying loyalty. The train ride must have been very interesting. Severus scanned the group of nervous first years as they gathered at the front. Ron was beside Dean and Seamus, all three of them staring at Harry and glancing constantly at his left sleeve. Ah, so they had already caught sight of Coral then. He wondered if Ron would be Harry's friend this time, but decided he would leave that path alone. He would let Harry and fate run that without his interference. Hermione was off by herself, muttering, no doubt running through everything she had read about the wizarding world, nervous about the sorting. Severus wondered if she had helped Neville with his toad issue. By the looks of things, probably not. Severus blinked, realizing he had missed the beginning of the Sorting Hat's song. No matter, it wasn't like he hadn't heard it before. Finally, Minerva stepped up and began calling the students' names. As the sorting continued, all the students were sorted where he had remembered, until it came to Neville. He sat there in silence, fidgeting a bit until the Sorting Hat seemed to nod, as if deciding something, and shouted out, Hufflepuff. Severus blinked. The train ride must have been very interesting to have made the Sorting Hat latch onto the boy's loyalty instead of his hidden bravery. Neville hurried off to the Hufflepuff table, sparing Harry a long pained look. Harry waved supportively and gave him a kind smile. That seemed to calm Neville enough for him to sit down with the rest of the Hufflepuff first years and watch the rest of the sorting. Hermione and Ron were both placed in Gryffindor, and Draco was of course placed in Slytherin. Finally, it was Harry's turn, and, just like last time, whispers erupted when his name was called. He held his left arm close against himself as he stepped forward, weaving around the unsorted first years. Minerva placed the hat on him once he was seated. Severus would have nearly given anything to hear the conversation now going on in Harry's head, but, alas, he could not. Oh, Mr. Potter. Yeah, Harry said, mentally answering the voice. He knew it was the Sorting Hat, but it was still bizarre. Let me take a look around. You are difficult to read. You have many layered traits. Okay. If you have any questions about what you find, feel free to ask me. This is my head, after all. The Hat chuckled in his mind. Indeed it is, Mr. Potter. Harry sat in silence, the whole hall staring fixedly at him, wondering what was taking so long. Well, I'll say, it's been quite some time since I have sat on a head of this complexity, Mr. Potter, the Hat said after a moment. I see you have a fine mind. Quick and eager to learn, but I do not think Ravenclaw is for you. You have deeper traits that are stronger in you than what Ravenclaw seeks. The Hat hummed, out loud this time as he shifted, wiggling on top of Harry's head. This, of course, made the whispers flare back to life once again. Harry wondered if his hair would actually be messier from the hat. You are quite cunning when you need to be, but you do not have the heart of a Slytherin, though, you do have their instincts. Put me where I will have the best chance of reaching my full potential. The potential Professor Snape spoke of. Please, Harry requested earnestly, a large part of him hoping to go into the Potion Master's house. An interesting thing you ask of me. All right, let me see. The hat went silent once again, and Harry could feel an odd heaviness in his mind, though he didn't feel anything else. The Sorting Hat then gasped, loudly. Harry desperately hoped that had not been out loud, but by the elevated whispers in the hall, he doubted it. The legacy spell, Mr. Potter. Severus Snape cast that on you. The hat's voice rattled within his mind, stunned. Harry froze. He really didn't know what to say. He didn't want to try and lie, but he also didn't want the professor in trouble. You're not going to get him in trouble if he did, are you? No, I won't get him in trouble, Mr. Potter. Discovering he had used the spell just took me by surprise, he said, softening his tone as he collected himself. I wonder where he learned it. Why? Harry asked. It is an old forbidden spell. Many wizarding families still know of it and grow horrified when they hear it mentioned in any conversation, but few know the incantation. Harry frowned, confused. He paid no mind to the whispering in the Great Hall now. It is another taboo, as young Malfoy would say, because it has a very dark past. What happened? Harry asked. Time was immaterial at this point to Harry and the hat. They were so entrenched in the conversation to care about how long they were taking. Centuries ago, in the time of the Founders, it was a common spell used on newborns. It was a spell of necessity, assisting the parents in understanding the strengths and weaknesses of their children to better raise and teach them. It was a good and helpful spell, one used with love and anticipation by a parent or guardian. But then things changed. Family rivalries surfaced, and the strength of bloodlines became the focal point in pureblood families. What did they do? Harry asked, waiting with bated breath. If an infant did not possess enough magical power, or did not meet the family's standards or expectations, they were murdered or cast out. The few cast-out children disappeared into the Muggle world, revoking their magic and forbidding their offspring from entering the wizarding world, warning them of the atrocities being committed there. The horrible use of the legacy spell continued into the 1800s, and ended around the time the headmaster was a wee lad. Harry swallowed thickly, trying to stomach the lesson in history he had just been given. Mr. Potter, like many spells, they are not good or evil. It is the witch or wizard casting them that determines their nature. Never forget that, the hat said very sternly and seriously. Harry nodded, blinking a few times to chase away the moisture now gathering in his eyes. Now, how about I get back to sorting you, and let the past be the past? The hat suggested. Harry smiled softly. Okay. There was a long silence as the hat went back to rummaging through his head, before the hat paused. Get off the stool, the Sorting Hat suddenly instructed. Not having a reason not to obey, Harry did exactly that. Now standing a few feet from McGonagall and a step from the stool, he waited for further instructions. McGonagall and everyone else in the hall waited in bewildered curiosity. Please pace for me, Mr. Potter, this is going to take every technique I have ever needed in the past and then some, he said. Albus paces all the time and it seems to help him. Harry nudged the Sorting Hat up with his right hand to get him off of his eyes so he could see where he was going. He then began pacing in front of the head table. Pacing about 3 yards, back and forth. McGonagall looked to Dumbledore for guidance. Should she stop Harry and ask what was going on? Albus waved her back, silently telling her to let Mr. Potter and the Sorting Hat be for now. Okay, Slytherin is not for you. Though you would do well there, no doubt about that. The Sorting Hat then nodded to himself, balancing precariously on Harry's head as the pacing continued. Okay, stop pacing. Just sway for right now. I'm searching. Single quote. Harry did so, rocking from side to side as he closed his eyes. He didn't want to see everyone staring. He felt ridiculous enough. You are very brave, but, no, that wouldn't do, he continued, talking to himself now before he stiffened. Aha. Evidently the hat had come to a decision. Right, then. Right. Okay, the hat said out loud. Better be. Hufflepuff. Harry stopped swaying, snapping his eyes open. Work hard and always do your best, Mr. Potter, because Severus was right. Your potential is nearly limitless. Its limit is you, the hat said, barely managing to do so before McGonagall plucked him off Mr. Potter's now sweaty head. Harry joined Neville at the Hufflepuff table, the students there screaming incoherently. They were quite ecstatic Harry Potter had been sorted into their house. Professor Sprout was clapping just as excitedly, happy to have another Hufflepuff. Oh, Severus didn't know if he should be grateful or horrified. This could either be a very good thing, or an awful thing. There were so many pros and cons he knew he would never have a hope of determining the likely outcome of this. On the one hand, Harry had Neville by his side and there wouldn't be the whole Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry he would have to contend with. That would allow him to more easily help Harry and could provide the boy with a broader base of support. On the other hand, Harry wouldn't be as close to Ron and Hermione as he had been last time, at least Severus didn't think so. He knew Ron was the type to stick to his own house, and since it seemed he had yet to really meet Harry. As for Hermione, she would be too busy with class work to pay any attention to classmates, let alone classmates not in her own house. It was rather sad, but it couldn't really be helped. What would result from this? What would the coming years be like without the famous Golden Trio? Severus looked at the students before him, noticing Draco waving at Harry from the Slytherin table and Harry returning it, although with a little less energy. He was currently having to bear the brunt of countless stares and whispers. Looking at Neville, he was once again pleased with the shy, nervous boy. Ignoring his own discomfort, he was doing his best to be Harry's silent support. "Oh, welcome to Hufflepuff," an older boy greeted, speaking to all of the first years. "I'm Cedric Diggory." He held out his hand toward Harry since he happened to be directly across from him. "Hi, I'm Harry," he said tentatively. "I'm curious, why did you pace when you were being sorted?" Cedric asked, deciding not to ask about the other oddities the hat displayed, such as gasping out loud. "The hat told me to. He told me it would help him sort me," Harry said with a shrug. "Interesting. I've never seen that done before, but I suppose since your sorting was taking a while it makes sense," Cedric said, intrigued, before looking to Neville. "Neville Longbottom," he said. And so it continued, everyone introducing themselves while they began to eat. "So you're Harry Potter, are you?" a loud kid asked. "I'm Zacharias Smith." "Hello," Harry said, trying to be nice, but for some reason finding himself irritated by the boy's pushy introduction. He had nearly bumped into the person sitting beside him when getting Harry's attention. "Is it true you have the scar?" Smith asked, a few of the older students staring at his daring and rudeness. Harry put his hand on his forehead, covering his scar. It was clear he was trying to decide whether or not to lift his hair out of the way, but a girl sitting beside him, much older than most around them, touched his elbow. "No need for that, Harry. You don't need to show it if you don't want to," she said. Smith huffed in irritation, ignoring the girl's brief glare at him. "I'm the head girl this year. Maggie Tolbert," she said. Maggie was a brown-headed girl with short hair. She was pretty, though not drop-dead gorgeous. She had pale blue eyes and a small nose. Harry smiled shyly, unconsciously petting Coral resting under his left sleeve. Maggie glanced at his movement while trying and failing to hide her sudden unease. Harry noticed. "Are you afraid of snakes?" he asked gently. Well, a little I guess," she admitted after a moment. Many of the Hufflepuffs around were listening in, hoping to catch a glimpse of the supposed snake and learn whether or not what they had heard on the train was true. "Coral wouldn't hurt anyone, unless they were trying to hurt her or me," Harry said. "Would you like to see her?" Maggie looked a little pale, but nodded her head. She was head girl, for crying out loud. She couldn't act like a baby. Harry slowly moved up his sleeve, revealing Coral's form wrapped around his wrist and a little up his arm. "Ooh," many said, leaning forward, while a few others gasped. Coral kept her head resting on Harry's wrist as he moved his hand over his plate to show his curious classmates. "She's beautiful. Adorable. Who knew a snake could look so harmless? Isn't she poisonous?" Cedric asked, leaning a little closer to get a good look at her. Harry smiled, glad to see the older boy trusted him enough to not let Coral bite him. "Yeah, but Professor Snape cast a spell on her. She can't poison anyone unless she has to," he explained. "Professor Snape?" he asked, several other students around him also surprised. "Yeah, He's the one who gave me permission to have an exotic pet. That was nice of him. Harry nodded happily, petting Coral. But why did he? There must have been a reason, Cedric continued. Oh, yeah. He said it would be a good idea for me to have her because she'll make my parcel magic stronger. Parcel magic? Susan Bones asked. She was sitting on the other side of Neville. It's healing and protective magic. Only Parselmouths can use it. Nearly the entire Hufflepuff table went absolutely still, their eyes, except Neville's, going wide as they realized what that meant. The boy who lived was a Parselmouth. What? Ernie Macmillan asked, his voice cracking. Harry sighed. It really isn't that big of a deal. I don't understand why everyone has such a fit about me speaking Parseltongue. It's just as annoying as the whole Voldemort. A few people shrieked, 2 people fell off the bench, 1 person nearly fainted, half the table gasped, and most of the rest jumped. It was utterly ridiculous. Harry groaned. Harry, you are certainly not what I had expected, Cedric managed with a kind smile, gathering himself before most of the others. Harry looked down at his food and began picking at it. Coral lifted her head, looking at Harry with what those at the table would label as concern. Are you okay, Harry? She asked, nudging the side of his hand with her head. Yeah, I guess. His reply unfortunately caused more reactions from those at the table, and even from a few people behind him in Ravenclaw who had been eavesdropping. They'll get used to it, she soothed. You know, it's actually pretty cool, Justin Finch Fletchley said. He was a rich-looking boy beside Ernie. So this parcel magic, have you used it at all yet? Being a Muggle-born, Justin was one of the few at the table not bothered by Harry's ability or the use of Voldemort's name. In fact, he was just as confused and annoyed by everyone's reactions as Harry was. Harry looked up, no longer poking at his food as he nodded. He used it on me on the train. Neville blurted out, more than happy to tell them what Harry had done for him. He healed a bad bruise on my wrist. It had been this big. He showed him his wrist and illustrated with his other hand how much area the bruise had covered. And he made it go away. It feels so much better now. The Hufflepuff stared, entranced by Neville's account before looking back at Harry. Wow. Bloody awesome. You should help Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing. Can you heal animals too? Hey, I have a cut on my arm, could you heal that? Can you heal scars? What does it feel like? Could you regrow something like an arm? Can you heal diseases? Whoa. Let's not bombard him with so many questions, Maggie said, holding up her hands and halting the interrogation. Especially questions he probably doesn't have the answers to yet. Harry looked at her gratefully and got back to eating. Seeing that he wasn't going to answer their questions now and that they themselves should eat before dinner ended, the Hufflepuffs let him be. Maggie's stern look might have only had a little to do with it. Oh, perhaps you should go down there, Pomona, Phileas suggested as he watched the reaction to Harry's pet snake ripple across the table. No, I believe Ms. Tolbert has the situation under control, she answered calmly. But I will be holding a longer house meeting tonight. It would be remiss of me not to. Phileas nodded, only to look quickly back to the table as a few of the students screamed. What in Merlin's name? Minerva asked, now looking as well. Seeing that 2 of the students had landed on the floor from whatever was happening down there, Minerva was about to stand up and get down there herself to see what on earth was going on. Wait, Minerva, Albus stated, subtly placing his hand on her forearm before motioning to Harry's snake with a sharp nod. From where they were, they could barely see her, but it was clear she and Harry were having a conversation, no matter how brief. And then a first year spoke up, which led to Neville talking. It was clear that whatever he had said turned the Hufflepuff's fear into curiosity as they then began pelting Harry with questions before Maggie interrupted and settled things down. Well, Pomona, I look forward to hearing from you after you have the meeting with your house, Phileas said. I agree, Minerva said. Severus hid a smile. Harry woke up the next day, wishing he had a few more hours to sleep but knowing it was time to get ready. Stretching, he went over and scratched Hedwig's head before gathering his clothes. As Professor Snape had advised him, he had his wand holsters secured and took his wands and coral with him everywhere. The silver necklace was around his neck. Harry had yet to take it off since the potions master had given it to him. Before heading to bed the previous night, a meeting had taken place in their common room, which was located in the basement of the castle. They met Professor Pomona Sprout, and Harry liked her immediately. She was straightforward and kind and had made it clear that they were all Hufflepuff, and as such should treat everyone fairly and equally. Harry appreciated the effort she made to get the house to treat him normally, though he knew it would take time before they stopped staring. He hoped it wouldn't take too long. Breakfast was an interesting affair, the variety of food surprising him. He wondered how many cooks Hogwarts had, but then, he supposed, all of this could be made with magic. Ignoring the curious looks and not-so-subtle whispers, Harry brought his cup to his lips. "Ugh," he gasped, the taste of absorbance potion saturating his tongue. He immediately turned and looked at Professor Snape, who was sitting at the head table. The professor must have been watching him because he was already looking right at him. Locking eyes, the potion's master mouthed a very clear word, "Drink." Harry quickly did just that, chugging the drink away. Putting the cup back down, he watched in amazement as it refilled with another liquid. Certain it was the draught of nourishment, he chugged again, only to repeat the process when it refilled with the utilization potion. "Wow, Harry, thirsty much?" Cedric asked, having seen the second and third chug. "Yeah," he said, before chugging for the fourth time to get the taste out of his mouth. Neville gave Harry a curious look, but said nothing. Soon after, Professor Sprout came around and handed them their schedules. "Brilliant, we have potions first," Harry said quite happily. He received several horrified and confused looks. "What?" he asked, now confused himself. Several of the older students shook their heads. "You'll see," one of them said. Harry looked at Cedric, wanting an explanation. Hesitantly, Cedric replied, "Well, you see, Harry, Professor Snape is, well, he can be pretty strict and sometimes, a bit harsh. I don't think there's ever been a year where he didn't make a few first years cry. Sometimes he even makes a few of the older students quite upset." Harry frowned. The professor had seemed strict in Diagon Alley, sure, and some of the things he said to him had been very direct and toughly honest, but he couldn't really see that man being downright mean. Well, maybe he could be to someone like Dudley, and he had probably been aggressive with the Dursleys in that little discussion Harry hadn't been privy to. They had certainly left him alone after that and made sure he had a full plate at every meal time. And he supposed the potions master did look a bit intimidating, tall and wearing all black. He looked at Neville, who was looking quite horrified. "We'll just have to do our best and see," Harry said. "But I think Professor Snape is great." "Oh, okay, Harry," Neville said, though he still looked a bit uneasy. "Oh." Severus waited for all of the first years to enter before he stepped from his hiding place and entered the room, his cape billowing behind him. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making," he began. He scanned the faces before them, his heart clenching slightly as he recalled a few of their deaths. Susan Bones had been killed by Voldemort himself after she had taken down 2 of his lieutenants. That had been almost a year after the fall of Hogwarts. Justin Finch Fletchley had been bitten by Nagini after defending his family in a raid. And Hannah Abbott had succumbed to a curse she had received from Lucius Malfoy 3 days before that. He cleared his throat, somehow managing to look sternly at them all. "Since there is no foolish wand waving here, most of you will find it hard to believe this is magic. As such, I don't expect many of you will understand the beauty of softly simmering cauldrons with their shimmering fumes or the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins with the ability to either save or take a life. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even, put a stopper in death. The only question is, are you a lazy good-for-nothing dunderhead, or are you willing and capable of learning one of the strongest magics in existence?" Severus nearly smiled. He had their complete and undivided attention, though he noticed only Harry was writing down what he had said. He fought back the regret that trickled in from the back of his mind. The boy had been interested initially the first time around, and he had ruined it, all because of a petty childhood squabble he hadn't been able to forgive or get past at that time. He went through roll call, not pausing at all when he read Harry's name, just like he should have last time. He then went through the lesson, outlining what they would be doing as they got out their equipment and paired up. Thankfully, they wouldn't be brewing anything that lesson. They would be learning how to use the equipment and the techniques needed to chop, cut, slice, and dice properly. Harry and Neville were working well together, though Severus knew Zacharias Smith, who was working behind them with a Ravenclaw, would need to be watched carefully. He was a malicious boy whose only stronger trait was cowardice. Severus decided to reveal some of his own maliciousness if Mr. Smith decided to be foolish in his class. He had last time around, after all, and at least then he could let go some of his negative emotions without feeling bad later. Professor Snape? A Ravenclaw asked, raising his hand. Yes, Mr. Duncan, he asked, turning to the table where the student was stationed. Will these knives ever get dull? Muggle knives do, and I wondered. He trailed off and gulped. Evidently, he had heard about the professor's alleged loyalties with purebloods and bias against Muggleborns and all non-Slytherins. No, Mr. Duncan, they normally don't. They will, however, corrode if you cut certain acidic plants or spill aggressive potions on them. Oh, okay, Professor, thanks, he said, relief flooding him when the potion's master did not react as he had expected. The potion's master turned away, walking around some of the other stations to make sure the Hufflepuffs were cutting correctly. He passed by Harry and Neville, catching sight of Quirrell peeking out from Harry's sleeve as the boy began practicing the technique needed to crush a certain nut. He watched as she hissed something at him and he nodded with a small smile, adjusting his hold a bit to a more correct grip. He hissed a reply that Severus deduced to be a thanks. Returning back to the front, Severus corrected a few of the students on his way. Professor Snape. He turned, finding Mr. Smith raising his hand this time. Yes, Mr. Smith, he stated. Potter brought his pet snake. Aren't pets not allowed in class? He tattletaled. Severus narrowed his eyes. Smith smirked, oblivious to the fact that he had just invited the professor's wrath, believing he had gotten Harry in trouble. Mr. Smith, tell me, are you under the impression that I do not know every single thing that goes on in my classroom, minuscule or large, hidden or open? He asked, his voice alarmingly emotionless. No, sir. I just thought. He stopped when the potion's master stepped forward, towering over his desk and leaning toward him. Or perhaps you enjoy being an insufferable tattletale. And no, I just thought why you should be told what Potter, he began, wanting to step back, but unable to out of fear. Do not lie to me, the professor said dangerously, the air around him tingling with angry magic. You wanted to get him in trouble, nothing more. There was no thought of fair play or anything else. I do not tolerate such behavior. It is deplorable. Severus glanced at the work area in front of Smith, finding it messy, and the notes the boy had taken were horrendously sloppy. Smith had no excuse for that. He grew up in a wizarding home and in a prestigious one at that. Time to test this spoiled prince. Tell me, Mr. Smith, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Smith swallowed, unable to answer. He didn't have a clue. You don't know. Well, let's try again. Where, Mr. Smith, would you look if I asked you to find me a bazaar? Smith looked down. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? I don't know, sir. Pity. Clearly, you should be focusing on your studies rather than on the pets of your peers, he stated, before turning to face Harry. Harry straightened, preparing himself for a reprimand. Sure, the professor had told him to take Quirrell everywhere, but maybe he should have made sure Quirrell remained in his sleeve so she wouldn't distract other students. Mr. Potter, where would you find a bazaar? Harry bit his bottom lip. In the stomach of a goat, sir. He had read that near the end of the first chapter in the potions book. Monkshood and wolfsbane, what is the difference? Just the name. They're the same plant, Professor. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? A powerful sleeping potion, it's called. Harry paused, closing his eyes to try and remember. He had read about it several weeks ago. Draft of the Living Death. Correct, Mr. Potter. One more question. Where did you learn this information? In the first chapter of Magical Drafts and Potions, sir. Severus nodded approvingly. 15 points to Hufflepuff for not being a dunderhead. The lesson continued and finished without further incident. Oh, hey, Potter, how was potions? Draco asked as Harry stepped into the charms classroom with Neville. Great, Harry said, though I see what people mean when they say he can be really strict. Draco laughed. Yeah, but he's great, isn't he? Harry nodded, a few of the Slytherins looking at Draco with surprise. He had told them he was friends with Harry Potter, but they hadn't believed him. Harry and Neville ended up sitting behind Draco, Vince, and Greg. They were at the far end of the class and against the wall. The classroom was made to have the students look down to where the professor could more easily demonstrate spells. Draco turned around in his seat, as class hadn't started yet and the professor had yet to show himself. He waved at Coral, who was sticking her head out from under Harry's sleeve. "I heard someone got in trouble for pointing Coral out to Professor Snape," Draco said. "Oh, you heard about that already?" Harry asked, leaning over the desk to better talk with him since he was slightly below him. "Are you kidding?" A first-year Ravenclaw was laughing so hard about it in defense against the dark arts that it was easy to pick up what had happened as they replayed it with their friends. Harry glanced over at Zacharias Smith, who was near the back of the classroom. It was clear he was not happy and was currently seething. Thankfully, he was far enough away not to hear their conversation, but he probably knew the story was already circulating. Harry nodded softly, before deciding to change the subject. What was defense against the dark arts like? It was pretty disappointing actually. Quirrell is afraid of his own shadow, and he stutters so much it's nearly impossible to understand anything he's saying, and what I have been able to understand is lame. I'm going to stick to reading the book and just ignore whatever he's trying to teach, Draco answered. Professor Snape has told us that that is sometimes what one must do. Granted, he was talking about history of magic. Okay, thanks for the heads up, Harry said. No problem. Anything I should know about potions? Make sure you read the first chapter before class. In Diagon Alley, he advised me to always read a chapter ahead of every lesson. Draco nodded. I will do that. Just then, Professor Flitwick entered, marking the start of their first charms lesson. Draco and his two friends turned back around as the professor called roll. Oh. Severus sat down for lunch as students began trickling into the Great Hall. He would never admit it to anyone, but it was nice to have the castle full again, well and whole. To him, it had been nearly 3 years since Hogwarts had been like this. He had missed it deeply. Getting back into the routine of teaching was another thing as well. He knew his older students had noticed something was different. He only hoped it wasn't too big of a change that they would comment about it to one of the other professors. He shook himself, realizing that even if they were to bring it up with his colleagues, there wasn't anything bad about the change. The only bad thing was the fact it would draw unwanted attention to himself. They would begin asking questions, wondering why he had altered his lesson plans and adjusted the way he taught certain things. They had already become suspicious enough in the head of house meeting a few weeks before. He really didn't want to have to deal with more. But, he grudgingly acknowledged, he would have to soon, and it couldn't be helped. For the biggest thing they would no doubt notice, whether or not any student brought it up to them, was the lack of crying first years. Sure, he had ripped into Smith like a ruthless tiger, but he had been justified, at least more than he had been in the past with students. It wasn't like his old verbal assaults, where he would bash a student's confidence against the wall and pound it until there was nothing left but tears. He quietly sighed. The lack of tearful first years would be his undoing. Oh. Harry entered the Dada classroom behind Neville and Susan Bones. Quickly, the room was full with first-year Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. It was the second day of classes and Harry was eager to learn more about magic. Harry looked around, finding a flaming red-haired boy sitting next to a brown-headed boy at the table beside his and Neville's. There were 2 other Gryffindor boys behind them. The Gryffindor girls had claimed their seats on the far side of the room, and the only thing Harry was able to gather from them was that they were all avoiding a frizzy-haired girl who ended up closest to the Gryffindor boys. She was currently reading the Dada book and was the same girl who had said snakes were not on the allowed pet list. Really, Weasley, I cannot believe you brought your pet rat to class, the frizzy-haired girl said, no longer reading her book and looking at the red-headed boy at the table beside her. Mind your own business, Granger, I'm not breaking the rules, he answered testily. She huffed. Honestly, I wish I hadn't said anything about the rules I had looked up, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow. You better not let your rat disrupt the lesson, she said. Harry wondered if she noticed how bossy she was being. Otherwise, you might lose our house points. He just sleeps, so stop being so pushy. He's not your pet anyway, he said, turning his back to her and petting his rat, which he had placed on the desk beside his Dada book. Harry looked back at Neville, both of them finding the exchange between the 2 Gryffindors interesting. I wonder what rules she was referring to exactly, Harry said quietly. Padma Patil from Ravenclaw told me Granger looked up the rules on pets after she had heard about Professor Snape allowing you to keep Quirrell in class, Susan Bones said, leaning toward them from her table she was sharing with Justin. She was that concerned about it? Harry asked. Susan shrugged. Evidently, and then she informed the Gryffindors that the rules say pets are allowed in class, but that they cannot interrupt the lesson or disrupt class. Harry nodded. Thanks, Susan. No problem. Harry turned back to the front of the class as the Dada professor stepped out from his office into the board. G good M or Ning C class, he began. Harry instantly recalled Draco's advice about just ignoring the lecture and reading instead. This WW will be YUF first L lesson in D defense ag against TH the D dark arts C class. Harry blinked. Draco was right. He glanced at Neville, who was no doubt remembering Draco's words the day before. The lesson, or rather the stuttering mess, continued from there. Harry could hardly wait until lunch, especially when he started getting a headache. He wondered if it was from listening to Professor Quirrell talking or if it was something else, though the fact that his scar was hurting didn't make sense at all. Finally, the lesson ended, and they all stood and began heading out. Harry briefly heard Weasley's name being called by the stuttering professor, and wondered if it was because of the rat. After all, rats were not on the normal pet list and might be considered exotic. Not looking back, Harry headed to the Great Hall with the other Hufflepuffs, hoping his headache would go away. Oh, the first week came to an end and Harry couldn't believe how quickly it had gone by. He was now especially grateful he had read ahead and done what the professor had suggested. The assignments were much easier since he had done so, and his penmanship was by far one of the best of his peers. He was fairly confident he would at the very least get acceptables on all of his finished assignments. He was enjoying most of his classes. Transfiguration, he decided, would be fun when transfiguring objects and elements only. He wasn't looking forward to casting on animals and changing them. It just felt so wrong for some reason. Charms seemed to be quite promising, and he was really looking forward to getting into the more advanced spells, like ones that animated objects. Herbology was relaxing. It reminded him of the days he spent in the yard gardening for the Dursleys. Neville was a natural, and the two of them happily worked alongside each other during the lessons with Ravenclaw. Potions was easily his favorite class, and Neville was finding himself enjoying it as well, especially when Professor Snape commented that herbology was very useful in potions and that someone hoping to be a potions master had better be knowledgeable in herbology or they would be doomed for failure. The two classes he was not enjoying were Defense Against the Dark Arts and History of Magic. Both were unbelievably boring, and, on top of that, he kept getting bizarre headaches in Dada. Bizarre because it seemed as if the headaches were always centered on his scar. He hadn't really told anyone yet, except Quirrell, though he had briefly mentioned getting headaches to Neville but hadn't said more than that. Quirrell said he should tell someone, but he honestly didn't know how, and who should he tell? And what was he going to tell them? Whenever I go into the Dada classroom, I get a scar ache, oh, and sometimes in the Great Hall. But, he supposed he could tell Professor Snape. He would at least hear him out and maybe be able to tell him what to do. Hopefully. He also wanted to ask the professor about other things he was curious about. Quirrell wholeheartedly agreed. Maybe he could go to him tomorrow, after he had visited Hagrid. Hagrid had sent him a note the day before, inviting him for tea. "Whatcha thinking about, Harry?" Neville asked, coming over and sitting beside him on the couch. The common room was empty because most everyone had gone outside since classes that week were over. Harry gave his scar a short rub. Neville glanced up at it, a little concerned. "Are you all right? Have a headache again?" he asked. Harry nodded. They had just come back from lunch. "It's really weird. I've noticed it only happens in Dada and sometimes in the Great Hall. I don't know what's causing it. Maybe you're allergic to something. Maybe a certain type of food or something that's also in Dada. You know, there is a lot of garlic in that classroom, and garlic is often used in cooking," he said. Harry shook his head. "I don't think it's garlic. I've cooked with that loads of times. But maybe it's something else like that. But it's not just a headache. It's my scar. It sort of throbs a bit, and the headache branches out from it. I don't know, maybe it's a warning of some kind." Neville frowned. "Well, don't you think you should tell someone? Has it ever hurt before?" "It's never hurt before, but yeah, I'm going to go tell Professor Snape when I get the chance. Maybe he can tell me what it means. Who knows, maybe it's just some weird herb that reacts to curse scars or something. Maybe. But maybe you should tell Professor Sprout too. I may. Tell me what, dear? A kind voice asked from behind them. Professor Sprout. Harry couldn't help but gasp as he rotated about. Sorry I scared you, Messrs. Potter and Longbottom, and I had not meant to overhear, but what is it you should tell me? She asked, her soft features giving her a loving glow. Neville looked at Harry uncertainly. I need to go talk with Professor Snape about something, he said evasively. He didn't want to just spill it out right now, she would think he was insane. About what, dear? She asked, moving around the couch to sit in the love seat across from them. Well, why was this so hard? He wondered. He didn't want to lie, but he didn't really feel comfortable about telling her. He had just gotten enough nerve to tell Neville a few minutes ago. Ask her to go with you when you talk to Professor Snape, Coral suggested, revealing her head from his sleeve. Harry was pleasantly surprised by Sprout's lack of surprise. Instead, she looked as if she had expected Coral to suddenly make herself known. She patiently waited. Do you think she'll believe me? Harry asked softly. You haven't given her a reason not to, Coral pointed out. I sense she is someone you can trust this with. Harry looked back up at his head of house. She really was a comforting figure. Sure, she didn't look strong and intimidating like Professor Snape, but she did look like someone who could be brave and powerful when they needed to be, never mind her short stature and plump build. Could you go with me to speak with Professor Snape? Harry asked. I don't want to explain this multiple times. Of course, she agreed, standing up. How about going now? I know he is currently in his office, and now would be a good time to visit him. Oh, okay. Harry got up as well, glancing at Neville. I think it'll be best if I wait here, Harry, he said shyly. All right. Harry didn't know if he was relieved or not about Neville staying behind. I'll finish my potions assignment, so when you get back, we can go over it together and make sure I didn't forget anything, he said with a hesitant smile. Professor Sprout looked on in pride. She loved it when she saw her little puffs working hard in their classes. Harry nodded, before looking to the herbology professor. I'm ready, Professor. So they went out of the yellow and black common room and down to the dungeons to Snape's office. Oh. Harry glanced up at Sprout as they headed down. The kind professor is curious about you, Coral said. She is also concerned. Harry looked down at Coral, finding her flicking her tongue over his hand. He often subconsciously held his left arm against himself now so that Coral was always very close. He didn't want anyone accidentally bumping into her when going to and from classes. What do you think of Hogwarts so far, Mr. Potter? Professor Sprout asked. It's great, even better than what I had read in Hogwarts, a history, he answered. Sprout smiled. I see you are getting along with Mr. Longbottom. Did you meet on the train? Yeah, he had lost his toad, Trevor, and Coral told me where he was. Sprout looked at Coral, whose head was uncovered, gazing at her. She is a gorgeous snake, she said, then gave a little chuckle when Coral lifted her head proudly. Yeah, Harry agreed. A bit vain though. Hey, I am not. Okay, easily enamored. Enamored. Isn't that a big word for someone your age? I read it in the book for controlling my inner magic Professor Snape gave me. He shrugged, before realizing he was having a side conversation and ignoring the plump professor beside him. Sorry, Professor. Oh, it's fine, dear. I take it she didn't like being called vain. Harry laughed. No. Upon saying that, they made it to the potions classroom and entered, before heading to the right to where Snape's office was. Giving Harry a reassuring smile, Sprout knocked. Come in, they heard the potions master call through the door. Harry stepped in first, Sprout close behind. Severus looked up from his work. With a nudge, Harry continued forward until he was right in front of the desk. Mr. Potter, the head of Slytherin House questioned, asking several questions with only those two words. Harry glanced at his head of house uneasily. I've been getting headaches, strange headaches, he began. Severus frowned. Oh, dear, you have? Sprout asked, concerned. Why haven't you gone to the nurse? These are different, Harry muttered. What do you mean? Snape asked. Well, It only happens in the Great Hall or in defense against the dark arts, and it's... Harry paused and touched his scar. It's my scar. It hurts and the ache spreads. I told Quirrell and Neville, and they said I should tell someone, so I... Harry blushed. I figured I should tell you. Maybe you can figure out what I'm allergic to, being a potions master and all. Possibly. Severus shared a look with Sprout and pulled out his wand. Mr. Potter, come around the desk for me. Harry did so, completely trusting, although curious. I'm going to cast some diagnostic spells on you, he stated, before doing so. Sprout watched closely. Yes, I detect residual evidence of a recent headache, though it is unlike any headache I have examined before. And it is indeed identifying your scar as the origin. Sprout stepped forward. But what is causing it, Severus? You don't think? Harry watched their interaction with interest. Severus didn't answer as he narrowed his eyes, bringing his wand up again. I am going to try something, Mr. Potter, but I need your consent. Sprout's eyebrows rose very high. Severus, surely that is not necessary. It will enable me to, at the very least, rule out possible causes like stress, fatigue, head injuries, poison, curses, and even a few dark magics. Severus turned his eyes back to Harry. What will you do? Harry asked uncertainly. I am going to skim the surface of your mind. I won't delve into your memories, but I will get a glimpse of what has been happening to your mind since school has started. Think of it as an inspector walking around the perimeter of a house, the house being your mind. Harry looked up at Sprout. It is your decision, Mr. Potter, she said. It could give us some answers, but can be a rather invasive approach. Only give your consent if you are comfortable with it. Harry glanced at Quirrell. I trust Professor Snape, she stated. Well, if it'll help us figure out what's happening, okay, I consent, Harry said, looking at Severus before biting his bottom lip. He hoped he wasn't making a mistake. Very well. Just to warn you, you will have a headache after this, but it will be worse if you fight me, so don't. Ready? Severus was staring right into Harry's eyes as Harry nodded. Legilimens. Harry felt a pressure grow at the front of his forehead, before the pressure spread out. He felt dazed, awake, yet not. He had to fight the alarm growing at his center as he felt a presence solidify in his mind, much like the Sorting Hat, but much, much stronger. He knew it was Professor Snape, but it didn't make it any less strange. He felt the professor shift in his mind, skimming across the surface like he had said he would. It was the most bizarre experience Harry had ever felt. And then it was over. His eyes refocused, finding the potions master rubbing his temple and looking quite wary and upset. Professor? Harry asked. Sprout was looking on anxiously. Finally, Severus spoke. Someone has been trying to enter Mr. Potter's mind, and they have already made alarming progress. Sprout gasped, quickly placing a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. Should I get the headmaster, Severus? The potions master nodded without hesitation. Yes, he needs to know about this right away. Someone's been trying to get in my head. Harry cried, understandably upset. Who are they? I'll kill him. No one tries to do anything like that to my Harry. I'll bite him. Rip their eyes out. How dare they? Quirrell hissed lividly. Harry was undeniably terrified. How was he supposed to protect himself from this? And who was doing this, and why? Don't worry, Mr. Potter, the headmaster will sort this out, Sprout said, before heading to the fireplace and calling, Headmaster's office. She disappeared in a flash of green flame. Sit down over here, Mr. Potter, Severus instructed, leading him to the black leather chair next to the fireplace. The headmaster will be here shortly. Severus was thinking furiously, trying to manipulate the situation to his liking. He had seen the opportunity presented to him the moment Harry told him about his peculiar headaches and immediately reacted. Now, he was glad he had, for he had just seen the damage the Dark Lord had done to the boy's mind in a mere week's time. No wonder it had been so hard to teach him occlumency in 5th year. Harry's mind had been under assault in his first year nearly non-stop when his magic was in its early and fragile stages of development. And then, later, there was what had happened in 4th and 5th year. Harry's mind had undoubtedly been weakened, and then, on top of that, there was the treatment he had received from the Dursleys. Severus felt like an absolute dunderhead. Of course, in the future, he had realized Harry's mind had suffered under the Dark Lord, making his mastering of occlumency extremely difficult for him, but it was only now that he fully understood the extent of the mental damage the original Harry had had to overcome. The respect he had for his young, old friend grew, and a part of him saddened, knowing he would never see him again, at least, not quite. Severus looked at the boy before him, finding his bright green eyes full of concern. The sadness in him receded, knowing the Harry he had left would want him to look on the positive side of things, and recognize the chance he had been given to make the future brighter, not only for the wizarding world, but for Harry and, yes, even himself. "We will stop this from continuing, Mr. Potter," Severus said, deciding he needed to offer some sort of comfort. "You have my word." That seemed to ease the tension in Harry's shoulders greatly, for which Severus was thankful. Just then, a green flash came from the fireplace, the colorful headmaster stepping out with Professor Sprout right behind him. Severus wished he knew what Dumbledore was thinking just then. It was not every day that a head of house would come directly to his office and ask him to go with them to the office of another head of house, let alone Slytherin's. Severus suddenly wondered what Sprout had told the headmaster. "Headmaster," Severus said, bowing his head slightly as he stepped beside the large leather chair, which dwarfed Harry. The boy's feet were dangling over the seat's edge, his tiny frame almost completely hidden behind the armrest and cushioned side panel. It was angled, so it was not directly facing the fireplace. "Severus, what has happened?" "Pomona said you just discovered one of her puffs was being mentally attacked," Albus said immediately, keeping his calm exterior, though his eyes revealed his alarm. "Yes, Headmaster." Severus turned to Harry, alerting Dumbledore to his presence. Harry bit his lip as the old wizard turned his blue eyes to him. "Hello, Headmaster," Harry managed, doing his best to imitate Severus' respectful nod. The potions master could tell Harry was nervous, and, perhaps, in awe of the wizard he had no doubt read about in his self-summer studies. Then again, he may have been confusing Harry's expression. It could simply be gratitude, since the headmaster had given him permission to have 2 pets. Seconds later, Harry proved it was the latter. "Thanks for allowing me to have 2 pets, sir. I hadn't been able to thank you properly," Harry said after a moment. Albus smiled. "It was no trouble, my boy," he said as Coral raised her head and looked up at him. Harry smiled back shyly as the small snake waved the end of her tail. The old wizard blinked, though his eyes briefly twinkled before he looked to Severus expectantly. "I don't know how much Professor Sprout was able to tell you, but I have reason to believe someone has been trying to invade Mr. Potter's mind. They have already made a disturbing amount of progress, as Mr. Potter's young mind has no defenses for such attacks." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose, before he looked at Harry worriedly, making no effort to mask his emotions. "He has been suffering headaches in defense against the dark arts and occasionally in the Great Hall. Headaches that start at his scar and spread out to the rest of his skull," Severus explained further. Albus kneeled down on the floor to get to Harry's eye level. "Harry, tell me when this first started and how it felt," he stated. Harry told him about his first Dada lesson, and then how he began having headaches in the Great Hall too. He told him how the headaches would begin as a dull throb at his scar before growing into a burning pain that encompassed his entire forehead. He said it was always worse in Dada. Moving forward, the headmaster gazed intently at Harry's scar, slowly lifting his old wrinkled hand before he paused. "May I, Harry?" "Yes, sir. I understand you're trying to figure this out. I don't want to have these headaches anymore," Harry said honestly. Albus smiled, before brushing Harry's hair away so he could have a clear view of his scar. He then brushed his thumb over the legendary mark, his blue eyes staring at it intently before muttering a few words Harry couldn't identify, but they were definitely in a foreign language. Latin, if he had to guess. With the words uttered, a gentle coolness came from the old wizard's thumb and brushed away the growing headache Professor Snape had unavoidably caused. As that happened, Harry watched as the headmaster's eyes closed in concentration. Harry glanced to Snape beside him without moving, not wanting to interrupt the headmaster. He found the dark-robed professor intrigued, before he looked to Professor Sprout. She looked anxious and a little concerned as she continued to watch Dumbledore do whatever he was doing. Harry was certain the headmaster wasn't doing anything with his mind. He felt no pressure and could sense no presence or growing throb he learned to associate with a mental invasion. Instead, there was an energy dancing across his skin, leaving a tingling sensation on his scar before dissipating with a soft pulse. With his eyes still closed, Dumbledore patted Harry tenderly on the cheek before lowering his hand. Harry got the strangest impression that the headmaster was trying to contain his emotions. Pomona, inform Minerva and Phileas that all students must report to their dormitories immediately and remain there until further notice, no exceptions. Tell the prefects this is a direct order from me and said order is to be carried out as a lockdown, he said levelly, still not opening his eyes. Go now. Pomona gave a nod before disappearing into the fireplace with a green flash. Headmaster, if this is what it appears to be, you should not approach him on your own. May I suggest calling the Aurors? Madame Bones can be trusted and her assistance may be needed if this goes to trial, Severus said sagely. Harry wanted to ask what was going on, but by the look on Severus' face he knew he should remain quiet. Now was not the time to ask what Aurors were or who the headmaster should not approach on his own. Maybe he would be able to ask later. I agree, Severus. He opened his eyes, looking straight at Harry. Thank you for trusting your head of house and Professor Snape enough to bring your concern to them and being honest. I cannot tell you how important it was, at least, not yet. Harry looked down, a little embarrassed with the sentiments. He is very angry, Harry. Whatever he learned from touching you, he is very angry. His magic is furiously bubbling at his center. I can practically taste it, Quirrell hissed quietly. Can you feel it? Harry blinked, looking back up at the headmaster. Yes, he could feel something. It was hot and pulsing very quietly around them. Was this magic? Was this Albus Dumbledore's magic barely being contained and controlled? I just wanted the headaches to stop, sir, and I hoped they would be able to help me, Harry admitted. Well, just the same. You could have ignored it and hoped the pain would go away, Dumbledore said kindly, before standing up. I believe it would be best for you to take the flow to your common room, Harry. Once you get there, do not leave. Professor McGonagall should be making the announcement soon. Yes, sir, Harry said, going to the fireplace where Professor Snape held out a bowl of powder. It's flow powder, Mr. Potter. Take a handful, step into the fireplace, clearly state, Hufflepuff common room, and throw the powder down. You will then arrive in your common room. Be careful, it can be a rough landing if you are not expecting it, Severus advised. Yes, sir. Receiving departing nods from the professors, Harry did as he was told, and disappeared in a flash of green. Oh. The moment Harry was safely away, Albus turned toward Severus, his eyes now a dangerous ice blue. I had known something wasn't quite right. He shook his head, his hands forming into tight, angry fists. Quirrell has been in contact with Voldemort, his magic has been tainted heavily by Tom's dark magic. One way or another, that man will be out of Hogwarts before the day is done. Severus blinked, not even needing to feign surprise as Dumbledore grabbed a handful of flow and went to his knees, throwing the powder in the fireplace to make a flow call. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Severus watched as Dumbledore spoke adamantly with Madame Bones, the head of the department, quickly giving a brief outline of what was going on. He left out who the Hufflepuff was, but made it quite clear he was furious that it had happened and that he wanted the culprit to be caught and tried under the full force of the law. Just then, McGonagall spoke over the magical intercoms, informing the students in no uncertain terms to get to their dormitories immediately. Severus was certain no one would be disobeying that order after hearing the stern tone in Minerva's voice. Focusing back to his mentor, Severus could not hear what Madame Bones was saying, but got the gist of the conversation simply by listening to Albus' replies. I am confident it is Quirinus Quirrell. I was able to sense the man's magic on the student, he stated flatly, barely containing his outrage. I have already issued a lockdown and want this to be taken care of immediately. I do not want that man a minute longer than necessary in my castle and near my students. A moment after that statement, he must have gotten the answer he wanted, for he was up and heading toward the door. Severus was about to follow when the fireplace flared, spitting out 3 individuals, Madame Bones, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and a wizard Severus was certain was called Marcus Aurelium. He was a strong wizard but had unfortunately been killed early on in the war, not long before Hogwarts had fallen. Madame Bones and the 2 Aurors quickly fell into step behind Albus, only giving Severus a brief nod as they went. He is in his office, Dumbledore stated. No one questioned how he knew this. Severus knew it was from being headmaster. While on the grounds, the headmaster could ask the magic of Hogwarts to inform him where certain people were, especially if they were suspected of heinous acts. Going down the hall devoid of all students, they headed to the Dada classroom. Once the door was in sight, they could suddenly feel the power of Albus, magic radiating from him. Severus briefly recalled the exploding bookcase and hoped his mentor had better control of himself this time, though, a morbid part of him did hope to see Quirrell splatter against a wall. "Do not underestimate him," Dumbledore stated. "I doubt he will come quietly." He opened the door and took a few steps in, the others entering behind him. Quirrell was at the front of the room, situating the things on his desk. Headmaster, has something ha happened. I heard Professor M. McGonagall earlier, he said. I is so meth think the ma matter. Dumbledore came to a stop in the middle of the room, staring quite harshly at the stuttering professor. Severus shut the classroom door behind him and subtly called his wand into his hand, which was easily hidden by the sleeve of his robes. Quirinus, you are to relinquish your wand and leave with Madame Bones and the two gentlemen with her, Dumbledore stated. What? I don't understand, headmaster, he continued to stutter. Severus wanted to hex his mouth off. You mentally assaulted a student. I will not stand for that and will not permit you to remain on the grounds of Hogwarts, let alone be a professor within her walls. Now leave, Albus stated, his blue eyes flashing angrily. And that was when the stuttering professor lost his confused and concerned expression. I can't do that, he stated, his voice torn between rage and terror. Kill them. The extremely hateful voice had seemingly come from Quirrell himself, but his lips had not moved. However, the headmaster and Severus both recognized the voice. Severus acted instinctively just as Quirrell lifted his wand hand toward Madame Bones. Evidently, he was not confident enough to aim for Dumbledore, his closest target. A green bolt shot toward Madame Bones, only to be intercepted by a table Severus had just summoned to fly in front of her. The table exploded, shards of wood going everywhere, the largest piece slamming into her. It looked painful, Severus thought, but at least she would live. Albus and Kingsley returned fire, but Quirrell was not Voldemort's host for nothing. He twisted out of the way, weaving his wand around himself as it released a hideous black smoke. Kill them. The voice shouted again, this time as a harsh hiss. Severus, seal the room. Dumbledore ordered as he thrust his wand forward and stepped in front of Marcus, who was moving to assist Bones. Severus did as he was told, knowing the black mist was a death warrant for any who touched or breathed it in. They could not allow it to leak into the rest of the school, no matter the cost. The potions master turned back after casting to see what Dumbledore was doing. He had conjured a bubble and it was absorbing the blackness, its movements being controlled by the headmaster's free hand. Kill. The voice shouted again. I'm trying, master. Quirrell answered, his wand spewing the dark mess all around. But Dumbledore kept at it, not allowing the smoke to come near them, until Quirrell abandoned that route, and moved to cast something else. No more of this. Albus roared, utterly furious, his beard whipping around him as he slammed the tip of his wand into his palm. Ka-boom. Severus and the others were propelled back, the very walls and floor shaking violently from the blast that came from the center of the room. With the resounding boom, the potions master was certain the entire school had felt it. Forcing himself to sit up, he opened his eyes to find the black mist gone and a blue liquid speckling the floor. His eyes widened. Dumbledore had just done alchemy. Advanced alchemy. Moving to get up, he suddenly felt something trickle down from his right ear. Blood. With a wince, Severus realized his eardrum had burst from the sudden pressure difference that had resulted from the reaction. He was certain he was not the only one who had blown an eardrum, but thankfully his left was all right and Madame Pomfrey could heal the right easily enough. Shaking himself, he looked to where Albus had last been, only to find his mentor still standing boldly in front of Quirrell, who was back against his desk. You cannot stop the Dark Lord, the no longer stuttering man said. Albus said nothing, but narrowed his eyes and tilted his wand ever so slightly. He will return, and he will kill the Potter brat. Quirrell ranted, any hint of a sound mind completely gone now. Yes, I will, the voice agreed. Kingsley and Marcus were frozen on either side of Bones, who was just now opening her eyes. Severus was on the other side of the room, closest to the door. Dumbledore remained where he had been, in the middle of the room, blocking Quirrell's escape. "Stop hiding, Tom," Albus stated flatly, flicking his wand sharply to the side and causing Quirrell's turban to unravel. Quirrell gasped and tried to stop it, but he was too slow. Madame Bones and her two Aurors had a clear view of his master from where they were. Voldemort. Madame Bones breathed. Kingsley and Marcus were speechless. "Yes, USSSEE. I am not dead. I cannot die," he said, making Quirrell turn his head so he could better look at them. Just as his hideous face was fully facing them, Quirrell faltered, his legs giving out from under him. Master," Quirrell cried. I can't feel my legs." "You fool," Voldemort screeched. "You poisoned yourself, Quirinus," Albus stated, his eyes shining with his magic. "You should have been more careful when you had been casting. The Black Death is spreading throughout your body right now." "No," he gasped as his body continued to fail, making him crumple against the side of his broken desk. "Old man," Voldemort said, no longer caring about the state of Quirrell as he made eye contact with Dumbledore. "I will return, just wait. Nothing will prevent me from doing so. And so I will remain here, in your way," Albus replied. "Nothing will move me," Voldemort sneered, before his incorporeal self rose from Quirrell's now motionless body. Dumbledore responded by throwing several bright spells from his wand, which immediately resulted in Voldemort's quick departure. "Oh." Severus leaned back in his leather chair, grateful the hectic day was done. Madame Bones had spoken to the Wizengamot and had given them her report about Voldemort and Quirrell. She had even given her memory about it. Kingsley and Marcus were quick to offer theirs as well, but it was not needed. The wizarding world was in for a shock the next morning, he was certain about that. Thanks to Madame Bones, backing of Albus Dumbledore, the entire Wizengamot accepted the fact that the Dark Lord was not completely gone. This, understandably, resulted in votes of setting up higher security within the wizarding world and providing Hogwarts the means to place more powerful wards, which Albus had requested many times in the past, but had been turned down due to the belief that such precautions were unnecessary and overkill. Well, it definitely wasn't unnecessary or overkill now. Severus whirled the liquid in his glass, trying to calm himself. The only unfortunate thing in all of this, besides the light structural damage from Albus' alchemic spell Quirrell's demise, their burst eardrums which Pomfrey immediately fixed when they came to her, was the fact the improved wards would not be able to be placed until the summer holidays. It would take several weeks to place the runes and stones on and around the grounds, and then another week to fully activate the new and improved wards on top of the old ones. Severus wished they could place them sooner, but it could not be helped. However, there was solace in knowing that once the wards had been placed, harmful objects such as that accursed diary would not be able to enter the walls of Hogwarts. Such items would immediately be detected and quarantined, until released and taken by the headmaster. This sort of ward information was only privy to the heads of houses and the headmaster himself. Severus smirked. Lucius would fail much sooner this time. But Severus quickly shook himself. He could not allow himself to get ahead of the present. He was changing things, so much of the future was already null and void. He had to be cautious and very vigilant. Which reminded him, he needed to speak with Draco soon, and make sure things were developing there as they should. He did not want a Lucius Jr., and did not want Draco to suffer what he had last time, agonizing regret. Oh, the wizarding world was in a state of shock. The Wizengamot had just disclosed the events that had transpired on Friday. The fact Voldemort had been on the back of Quirrell's head was not quite made public knowledge. However, what the public did know included how Quirrell was caught, the fact he was a devout follower of the Dark Lord, and that he had been host to the spirit of you-know-who was not quite as dead as they had believed. Some people didn't know what to think, but many others believed. To them, it was enough that the Wizengamot had ruled it true, and enough that the Ministry was taking action against the not-so-dead Dark Lord. One thing was certain, however, no one could question Albus Dumbledore's devotion to and protection of his students. As soon as they had been able, the students of Hogwarts wrote home, telling their families of the large explosion they had heard and how it had rocked the entire castle. That same day, at the Wizengamot, Dumbledore gave a statement, saying he was the one who had caused the blast, and that it was during the duel with Quirrell. He did not go into detail, but later the Aurors reported that Madame Pomfrey had healed the headmaster's eardrums, as well as those of the others who had been present, and that she said that the headmaster told her he had needed to perform alchemy to combat the Black Death spell, which Quirrell had cast. With that news, the press went crazy, speculating about how grand the duel had been and how the headmaster of Hogwarts had stood against evil once again, protecting his students. Dumbledore was not present to comment. Oh, the weekend passed in a blur. The school was all hyped on what had happened and how Aurors had gone through the school soon after it had happened to search for any other evidence and to take quotes from professors. The only thing the students knew for sure was that the ex-professor had mentally assaulted a Hufflepuff student, and that that student had been wise enough to report the odd feeling to their head of house, who was then able to bring the student to the headmaster. Of course, rumors of who that student was ran rampant. A few people believed it had been Cedric Diggory, since he had been called after class for something earlier that week in Dada, but he denied having anything to do with what had happened. Others thought it was Harry Potter because, well, he was the boy who lived and would be the obvious target of an agent of he who must not be named. Harry pulled a Cedric and denied it as well, especially after hearing the whole story from Professor Snape. "Mr. Potter, I trust you will keep what I have told you to yourself," he stated after giving a blunt overview of what had transpired after Harry had left his office Friday. "Although you may disclose these things to Mr. Longbottom, if you must." "Of course, sir." Harry shivered, despite being next to the fireplace in Snape's office. He really had him at the back of his head. "Yes, which is why I believe your scar reacted the way it had. Being an old injury from him, it is sensitive to his magic." "So when he tried getting in my head?" Harry asked, before biting his bottom lip in unease. "Correct. Which brings me to the other reason I asked you here." Severus pulled a book from one of the bookcases on the side wall and handed it to Harry. "I want you to begin reading this. It is not particularly crucial you finish it before the end of term, as you have more pressing priorities, like school work, but I felt you would appreciate having it at your disposal." Harry looked down at the cover and read, "The Art of Occlumency, One's Mental Defense." His eyes widened as his hand moved over the bindings. "Thank you, sir. Reading this will not protect you yet. For that, you will need personal instruction in occlumency, which is explained in detail within." "Are you going to teach me?" Harry asked suddenly, bringing the book closer to himself. Quirrell's tongue flicked over the book's title. "Perhaps, but your magic must be a bit more mature than it is right now. Teaching you this too early can hamper your development, and as you still have to overcome the block in previous treatment from the Dursleys, I feel it would be unwise to begin serious instruction of this before your third year." Harry's shoulders slouched a little, but he understood what the professor was saying. "Okay, so you're giving me this to read to get me ready for when I do learn it?" "Yes. The book will help prepare you for future instruction, as well as help you begin the process of building up defenses. However, it is no substitute for real training." "I understand, sir. Thank you. One other thing, Mr. Potter. Do not read that in the open. It is not quite a book that is widely accepted. Some argue it is a side door into the dark arts. Granted, it can make one interested in the offensive side of the mind, legilimency, but that in and of itself is hardly dark. After all, it is how one uses magic that makes it good or evil." "So Voldemort used legilimency," Severus supplied. "Yeah, he used that on me. He did, but then I had used it to discover what was happening. Do you see now, Mr. Potter?" Harry tilted his head. "I think so, sir." "Very good. However, if you have questions, don't stop yourself from asking me. I will always be honest with you, Mr. Potter. I may not always be able to tell you everything, but what I do say will always be the truth." "Okay, Professor. I will always be honest with you too," Harry answered. "And that is all I expect in return, Mr. Potter," he said, his black eyes holding a rare softness. "Oh." Harry entered potions on Monday, still feeling a little overwhelmed with everything that had happened. He had told Neville what had occurred in Professor Snape's office, and what Dumbledore had said and done. He also gave a short summary of what Snape had told him about Quirrell. It was all very strange. He was still trying to wrap his mind around the fact that Quirrell had played host to Voldemort's spirit, and the more he thought about it, the more grateful he was to Neville and Quirrell for convincing him to go to the professor. He knew it had likely saved his mind, maybe even his life. He sat down in the seat he had claimed as his own. Neville sat beside him. They hadn't been able to visit Hagrid during the weekend because of the Auror investigation that commenced, but had sent him a note with Hedwig that they would try to visit him the following weekend. "We should be learning about the uses of rosemary today," Neville whispered. "I wonder if he'll discuss its uses with other plants." Harry shrugged, looking forward to the lesson himself. He was hopeful that lessons would bring things back to how they had been earlier the previous week. He just wanted to get past what had happened and his place in it all. He wanted to get back to working hard and learning about magic. Harry's wish was granted, and as the day continued, talk of Quirrell became more scattered and less rampant. The students went back to talking about lessons and spreading pointless rumors about who liked who and what so-and-so had done during the crazy weekend. Talk about flying lessons also surfaced. They would be held for all houses later that week, on Thursday. Entering Dada, Harry was hopeful the week would continue without incident. "Are you sure he's not just hiding in our dorm room?" a boy asked the red-haired boy. "Yes, he's not anywhere," Weasley muttered sorrowfully. "I've looked everywhere. I don't know where he is. He's just disappeared." "I'm sure your pet will show up, Ron. I mean, that Longbottom boy's pet is said to disappear all the time, and he comes back." Weasley sighed. "I hope so." Harry felt for the boy. He didn't know what he would do if Quirrell or Hedwig went missing. He hoped Weasley would find his pet soon, even though it was a rat. "Good morning," the headmaster greeted the first-year Gryffindor and Hufflepuff students with a smile as he stepped into the room. "I will be teaching defense against the dark arts until a more permanent replacement can be found." Dumbledore looked at them all, pausing ever so briefly on Harry. The students were staring at him in awe. No one had told them the headmaster would be filling in for Dada. "Well, I think a practical demonstration may be beneficial today. 2 volunteers, please," he asked. Immediately, a dozen hands flew up. Harry spotted Granger as one of them, as well as most of the Gryffindors. Only a few Hufflepuffs raised their hands. Harry and Neville did not. "Ah, Ms. Bones and Mr. Thomas. Thank you," he said, motioning them up to the front of the room. "Now, today we are going to work on a simple defensive spell that is still often used by Aurors. The wand motion is like so." He demonstrated, showing it to them from several different angles. "Once you have cast it a few times, the wand movement is not as vital, and you can learn to cast it silently with practice." Many of the students oohed at that. "The incantation is Expelliarmus," he continued, pronouncing it clearly. He then had them repeat it after him. "Very good. Now, Ms. Bones, I would like you over here," he said, silently casting something that placed pillows and padding on the walls behind her before doing the same behind Thomas. Making sure there was nothing near to hurt them, he nodded. "Face each other and cast when you are ready." Dean Thomas looked at Susan Bones, both of them straightening as they got ready to cast at each other. Feeling they were both ready, they cast, trying to move their wands correctly while saying the incantation. Dean's spell veered off course, hitting the wall behind Susan just as Susan's spell left her wand. It hit Dean in the elbow and caused his wand to fly up into the air. "Excellent," Dumbledore congratulated. "Both of you, you have done well for that being your first try. Mr. Thomas, work on your aim and you will be marvelous. Ms. Bones, work on your speed and you will be a difficult opponent." Pleased with the praise, they both beamed. "Now, I would like the rest of you to pair up and do just what they had," he instructed as all of the walls became padded. When the students left their desks, the desks vanished and their bags moved to the far end of the room. "Wow," Harry breathed, fascinated with the magic before turning to Neville. "Ready, Harry?" he asked nervously, wand in hand and in position. Harry nodded with a smile. With that, they cast the spell, or, in Neville's case, tried to. Neville stumbled back and fell as his wand landed beside Harry. Harry hurried to his friend. "Neville, are you okay?" he asked. Neville nodded, embarrassed. "Yeah, the floor's cushioned too." Getting up, Neville looked up to find the headmaster stepping beside Harry. Neville silently decided Dumbledore could be a daunting figure if he wanted to be. For the way he was currently standing beside Harry, he no longer looked like the doting head of the school. Neville was reminded that this was the wizard who had listened to Professor Snape and had taken down the stuttering professor who had fooled them all. "All right there, my boy?" Dumbledore asked, helping him up. "Yes, Professor," Neville managed with a heavy swallow. "You were holding your wand too tightly, Mr. Longbottom, he said lightly, before holding out his hand back to where Neville's wand was and calling it to himself. He then handed it to Neville, who was now wide-eyed at seeing wandless magic. Here, let me help you, he said, moving to stand behind him. Neville just blinked before looking at Harry. Mr. Potter, please return to your previous position and cast again when you are ready. Harry nodded and hurried back. The other students had stopped practicing and were now curiously watching. Dumbledore was standing right behind Neville and had his hand over Neville's right, which was holding the wand. Loosely now. Your wand is not a sword to be swung, but a brush to stroke on a canvas, the old wizard said. Neville nodded, before beginning to cast, Dumbledore's hand helping guide the motion. Expelliarmus! Neville shouted, just as Harry did the same. Two wands clattered to the floor soon after, having flown from the hands of their owners. Well done, the headmaster said, before looking to the other students and causing them to get back to practicing. Neville and Harry were smiling broadly at each other as they prepared to do it again. After the lesson ended, all of the students were thinking the same thing. Albus Dumbledore was definitely a better teacher than Quirrell. They also privately hoped it would be a long time before a replacement was found. Oh. Severus opened his door, allowing Draco to enter. You wanted to see me, sir? Draco asked, a little uncertain with why he had been told to come to his godfather's quarters after dinner. Yes, I did, Draco, he said, using his first name to let him know he was there as his godson, not his student. The boy smiled softly and looked a little more at ease as Severus motioned him to sit down at his couch. His outer quarters, which was where they were, was open to his Slytherins, though only if they felt they needed to speak with him about something. It was not a study area or a place to relax. It was a place to talk. I see you have made at least one friend outside of your house, he began lightly. If you're talking about Potter, Godfather, maybe. Severus gave Draco a rare small smile. I am glad to hear that. Draco blinked, not exactly surprised but uncertain. You are. A few of the Slytherins snickered when they learned he was friends with Potter, the boy who had been sorted into the House of Leftovers. Mr. Potter would be fortunate to have a friend like you beside him, just as you would be to count him as one of your friends. So, he will be a strong wizard? Draco asked, his trained mind going back to the things his father had told him about gaining useful allies and friends. Severus narrowed his eyes, just enough to show Draco he did not approve of where his thoughts were going. Whether he will be or not is immaterial. What I am telling you is that your friendship could be very powerful, and no, I am not referring to a friendship that would bring you power in the things your father talks of, but in something much more everlasting. Draco's eyes widened. What I am talking about is a genuine friendship, one where he trusts you implicitly, and you return that trust equally. You mean, like I would trust my life to him, and he would trust his life to me? Yes, and even the lives of others, if need be. Draco frowned. What are you saying, Sev? He asked, using the nickname he had given him as a toddler. Severus knew he had to tread carefully here. He had to remind himself Draco was still only a child, and not the adult he had left. He did not know the horrors of war and of death, did not know the cost of betrayal or failure, nor the salvation held within true mercy and forgiveness. I know it will be difficult for you to understand right now, but I need you to trust me and keep the things I tell you to yourself. I am putting my trust in you that you will do this, he said, looking Draco in the eyes. Yes, Godfather. Including from your father, Draco. For his protection and for yours, he stated very seriously. Draco swallowed, nodding. After the years of knowing Severus, Draco had learned the man's words were better than his father's, and that the things he said should be heeded. What has this to do with my friendship with Potter, though? Draco questioned after a moment. Your father will only see how Potter can be used. He will not see the true benefits of a real friendship. I trust you understand the nature of your father in that regard. Draco nodded sagely at that. He often wondered why his father was the way he was. Why he had no friends, only allies, and useful workers. Sure, he used the word friend, but it did not hold the real meaning. You can grow to become a better man than your father, Draco. You can grow to become a better man than myself. You just have to realize sooner than I have where true power lies. I think I understand, Godfather. I hope you do, Draco. My greatest wish is that you will become all you should be. I do not only wish for you to become a great wizard, but to be a great and, yes, even a kind man all people can respect. Draco tilted his head. Has something happened? Is it why you are telling me this? I have discovered some things. Is it because of Quirrell and you know who? Severus fought back a sigh. Draco really was an inquisitive child. That is only part of it. But you can't tell me more, Draco gathered, a little bummed. Not right now. But you will tell me someday, won't you? He asked, suddenly earnest. Severus smiled sadly. I hope, someday. And he really did. Okay, Draco said, not really knowing what to think about this conversation, but content in doing what his godfather had said. Sev had never steered him wrong, unlike his father. Severus was pleasantly surprised and amazed how quickly the student population got over the whole Quirrellmort escapade. He supposed the saying, out of sight, out of mind, was true. Without something to remind them what had happened, they moved on, going back to trivial things, like who had said what, and what so-and-so had decided to wear that day. He was glad children were like that. The staff, unfortunately, was not. Are we sure he won't try something else? Minerva asked. They were having an informal meeting. It was Wednesday night. We cannot be sure, Minerva, which is why we will not be changing anything we have already done and set up, Albus answered. Oh, I am grateful we decided on the Fidelius, Filius said. As am I, Severus muttered quietly. Well, the wards will be improved this summer. I have the board's assurance they will allow and provide the funds for it at our earliest convenience, the headmaster said, moving things along. About time. Even without the threat of you-know-who, it has been too long since the wards have been strengthened, Minerva sniffed. Yes, but we will not be merely strengthening them, but adding to them, Filius piped in. Has it been decided what will be added exactly? Pomona asked, speaking up. I have some ideas, besides simply strengthening the existing wards, but would like your thoughts on the matter before I share mine, Albus said, looking at them all. Before he could stop himself, Severus spoke up. Anti-disguise wards, including ones that would detect animagi and polyjuice use. Yes, I agree, Filius said, quickly understanding the merits of such a precaution as Severus internally relaxed. He had not spoken too suddenly. Very well, Albus said, jotting that down on a sheet of parchment before him. Perhaps anti-portkey, to prevent any unauthorized departures from Hogwarts. Pomona asked. Yes, but have incoming portkeys made by you or an authorized professor be allowed, Minerva added. Dumbledore nodded, writing that down as well. They sat in silence for a time, thinking about any weaknesses Hogwarts had. They were like that for a good solid minute, all of them trying to think of how else to improve the wards. Severus was thinking furiously on how to add another ward he desperately wanted in place without once again drawing attention to himself. Dementors, he whispered to himself. What was that, Severus? Albus asked. Severus forced himself not to look up suddenly in alarm. Instead, he slowly looked at Dumbledore with a thoughtful look on his face. Dementors. I was just running through all the allies the Dark Lord would have if he were to return to his former strength. If we are creating the wards for a worst-case scenario, then having wards against them would be wise. And, now that I think about it, why not a ward alerting you to any who have a dark mark? But the Dementors are under ministry control, Filius pointed out. Have the words, ministry, and control, ever gone well together? Minerva retorted. Dumbledore stroked his beard and looked at Severus intently. It is merely a suggestion, headmaster, Severus stated. A very curious one, Albus replied, still looking at Severus thoughtfully. As well as a wise one. Severus decided to try a new tactic and looked down a little, as if hesitant. He wanted to divert the headmaster's suspicions away from wherever they had been heading. From what has recently happened, I believe we should prepare for anything. It frustrates me that a man like Quirrell was able to trick us. I would feel more secure in knowing we are better equipped to protect Hogwarts from anything the Dark Lord may be able to use, no matter how improbable. Dumbledore continued to stare at Severus for a moment, before nodding his head, understanding where his spy was coming from now. I agree, Severus. Perhaps if we had been as observant and cautious the previous incident would not have occurred. Severus mentally let out a sigh of relief. Crisis averted, for now. Oh. Harry and Neville joined the other first years outside for their first flying lesson. Many of them were excited and wanted to fly already, while poor Neville was scared out of his mind. "You'll do fine, Neville," Harry assured. "The teacher is here and won't let anything happen. I'm accident-prone, Harry. Nothing will save me." "Oh, stop being so dramatic, Longbottom," Draco said, coming up beside them. "You're not going to die. Just do what you're told and you'll be fine." He was actually sounding reassuring, or trying to be. Neville and Harry shared a brief look. Was Draco actually being nice to Neville? Not that he had exactly been mean to him, he had just snubbed him a bit and otherwise ignored him. Maybe Draco hadn't meant to be like that before. Maybe he had been nervous about beginning school and wasn't as mindful to others unless they had his curiosity, like Harry. Maybe. Thanks, Malfoy, Neville managed. Draco waved the apology off and looked to Harry. "Your father was a chaser for Gryffindor, did you know that?" Harry's eyes widened. He was. "Wow. Yeah," he answered as Madame Hooch motioned for them to get beside a broom. Neville remained beside Harry, who was also beside Draco. Vince and Greg were on the other side of Draco. After hearing the directions and managing to finally get their brooms into their hands, they were ready to fly. "On my whistle, 3, 2, 1, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and most everyone hovered. After a few moments of that, she gave a nod and said they were allowed to slowly fly if they wished. "Neville, why aren't you trying?" Harry asked, since Neville had yet to even get off the ground. "Sorry, Harry, why you go ahead. I need a moment to collect myself." "Okay, Neville." With that, Harry began flying around, but he continued to watch Neville below him, who was too nervous to even mount his broom properly. Every time he tried, he would stumble and almost fall over. Harry went back down and landed beside him. "Neville, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry, Harry, but seeing you all flying, I can't help but imagine myself zooming up and then falling. I really don't like heights," he admitted, for the 4th time that day. "Well, just take it slow and try," Harry encouraged. Madame Hooch was helping some Gryffindors improve their grips a dozen yards away, but had begun making her way to assist Neville. Neville sighed, his hands trembling as they tried to keep hold of the broom. Draco suddenly flew down and landed beside him before grabbing hold of Neville's broom. "Here, Longbottom, Potter and I will show you," Draco said. "Let me use your broom. I'll show you have nothing to worry about." Hesitantly, Neville allowed Draco to switch brooms with him. Harry looked at Draco, wondering if his plan would work. He did appreciate the effort he was making though, whether or not it actually helped. "Well, Longbottom, you're going to have to get on the broom, you know," Draco said teasingly, but not too harshly. Neville did as he was told after receiving a nod from Harry. "All right, we'll lift off together, nice and easy," Harry said. On the count of 3, they all kicked off. Neville and Harry succeeded in hovering, whereas Draco suddenly zoomed up and away. "Ah!" Draco couldn't help but cry at the sudden acceleration. Hearing the distress in the young Slytherin's voice, Harry immediately shot after him. "Draco!" Harry yelled, pushing the broom to fly faster to catch up. Help!" he screamed. "It won't stop. Go, Harry," Coral urged, the wind rushing across her colorful scales, Harry's robes flapping wildly. Harry didn't know what to do, but prayed Draco would be able to hang on long enough for him to get close enough to help. He thought about pulling out his wand, but quickly decided against it. He didn't really know any spells that would help, and he didn't want to do something that might hurt Draco or make the situation worse. "Hold on, Draco!" Harry yelled, before gasping loudly as he realized Draco was heading straight at one of the towers of Hogwarts. "Turn, Draco, turn. It's not listening. Help!" Draco bellowed, trying all he could to turn the broom, but to no avail. Crash! Harry didn't stop when he saw Draco collide violently into the stones, didn't slow when he saw the broom shatter into the wall, and didn't blink as Draco's body crumpled and began to fall. He remained on course, his magic forcing the broom to fly faster than its creators had designed possible. "Hold on!" he yelled, never minding the fact Draco probably couldn't hear him as his body continued to fall. Suddenly, Harry was there and immediately wrapped his right arm around Draco's limp form. "I've got you," Harry said, the second boy's weight making the intact broom strain in the air as Harry slowed Draco's descent. Harry quickly took in Draco's condition, easily determining the boy's right arm had been broken where he had tried to slow his impact with the wall, but that was not the most grievous injury. No, it was Draco's face. Quirrell, Quirrell, tell me everything you can sense, Harry hissed, bordering on hysterical. Madam Hooch and a few disobedient first-years were currently making their way to them, but Draco and Harry had flown a long way. He's still alive, but his life force is thready. His magic is trying to help him, but, Quirrell didn't finish that sentence and moved on. His head is hurt very badly. His magic is gathering there, trying to heal, but the damage. Harry was breathing heavily now, taking in the blood pouring from the side of Draco's head and from the large gash on his right cheek. His eye on that side was already beginning to swell shut, and it looked like his cheekbones were uneven. Harry cringed as they continued to float down. He was certain Draco had fractured, if not broken facial bones. Adrenaline still pumping and magic buzzing in his ears, they landed after what felt like minutes of descent, but what was really mere seconds. Crouching down beside Draco as he gently laid him down, Harry didn't hesitate as he pulled off his Hufflepuff robe and carefully began wiping the blood from Draco's face so he could see where the worst wounds were. Get ready, Quirrell, Harry said as he braced his right hand against the tower wall and took a deep breath. I'm ready, Harry. We can't wait. He is already beginning to pull away. I can feel his magic waning now. Harry nodded as he removed his bloody hand from the wall and placed it behind Draco's neck before leaning over him. He didn't quite know what he was doing, but it felt right and Quirrell didn't suggest doing anything different, so he went with it. Closing his eyes, he did his best to recall everything he could remember from the book and what it had said to do with serious injuries. Clenching his jaw, he knew he wouldn't be able to use Draco's magic, he would have to use his own. This would not be like how he had healed Neville. This would be dangerous. But what else could he do? He knew Quirrell was right. If he did nothing, Draco would die. It was better to try and fail than to stand back and do nothing. Pulling what he believed to be his magic, he heard Quirrell hiss approvingly as she uncurled herself a little from his wrist and allowed her bottom scales to touch Draco's injured face. Encouraged, Harry continued drawing his magic. Neither of them heard Madam Hooch's cries of, "Get back, Mr. Potter, get back," as she hurried to them, finally within earshot, or of Neville's cries to Hooch, "Let him help. Let him help," as he got directly in her way. They were too focused, which was just as well. Breaks and tears, mend, cuts, close, wounds, heal, Harry bellowed, pushing as much magic as he could into his right hand and then into Draco's head and neck in what he hoped was a more controlled fashion. Quirrell glowed brightly, and her scales became hot around his wrist. So hot, in fact, a part of him wanted to pull her off, but he didn't. He could and would endure, because he knew Draco was currently unable. Harry opened his eyes, watching the gash on the Slytherin's cheek and the other wound on the side of his head close, not even leaving a scar. And then the swelling around the eye vanished and the hideous bruise disappeared soon after. But Harry knew he was not done. There were still fractures and broken bones to heal. He felt more than saw the skull fractures heal. The short jolts of bone realigning reached his fingertips resting against the back of Draco's head. It was both disturbing and relieving. It was actually working. Harry didn't stop pouring his magic, even when he felt Draco stiffen and saw him open his eyes. Lowering his left hand onto Draco's almost healed face, careful with the still shattered cheek, Harry continued to guide his magic. "Heal," he whispered. And then he saw the cheekbone under newly healed flesh shift back into its correct position with a muffled pop. Draco screamed, but his scream was short-lived as he gasped at the sensation of his own magic surging back into him. Harry took that as a sign to pull his hands away and place them on the twisted arm, oblivious to the gaping crowd now gathering a distance behind him. "Stop, Harry," Quirrell suddenly said, squeezing his raw wrist. Harry looked at her, confused, blinking away the darkness that was creeping around the corners of his eyes. "His arm though," Harry argued, motioning to the slightly twisted limb. "You've done what was needed. The nurse can heal the rest," Quirrell advised. "I will not allow you to harm yourself needlessly." Harry frowned, before suddenly swaying, wondering why his head felt so light and his arms so heavy. "Harry!" Neville cried, his face appearing right beside him as Hooch loomed at Draco's feet. There were other figures around, but Harry was too dazed to recognize who they were. Attempting to turn toward Neville, Harry ended up collapsing into Neville's uncertain but willing arms. Soon after, his eyes closed and darkness claimed him. He didn't even feel himself being lifted up by a pair of soft arms. Oh, remarkable, Albus whispered. Severus gave a brief nod as he continued to look at Harry, sleeping in the same bed he had often claimed in the future, if Severus recalled correctly. Draco's parents had just left. They had been understandably alarmed upon hearing their son had been hurt in an accident and had immediately come to the school. They were horrified to hear what injuries Draco had suffered, but had grown confused when they saw Draco was already well on his way to a full recovery. Severus took over from Pomfrey in talking to them, briefly telling them it was Harry Potter who had healed their son and saved his life. He informed them that Pomfrey would not have made it in time to repair the damage done and stop the hemorrhaging. Draco would have succumbed to his injuries if it hadn't been for the Parselmouth Hufflepuff. Narcissa had clearly been beyond grateful, and though Lucius was relieved his son had lived, Severus knew he was troubled. His son now had a life debt to Harry Potter, of all people, and so, that also meant the Malfoy family was indebted to Harry. The potions master knew Albus was a bit pleased with that, and, if he was honest with himself, so was he. However, he had other things on his mind than the consequences of Harry saving Draco's life. He continued looking at Lily's son, well aware that the headmaster was watching both him and Harry. Quirrell hissed quietly, still curled around Harry's wrist despite Pomfrey's misgivings. He will need real training, Severus stated after a long moment. They were alone in the infirmary. Well, they were the only two conscious wizards anyway. Harry and Draco were sleeping soundly, and with the light spells Severus had placed, they wouldn't be hearing anything if they happened to wake. Yes, a talent as strong as his should not be left unpolished, Dumbledore agreed with a nod. But unfortunately, there are not any other sound Parselmouths around to teach him. Then I suggest practice. The headmaster turned to face him fully. What are you exactly suggesting, Severus? Give him the opportunity to teach himself, allow him to improve himself. Here, he said, pointing to the infirmary floor. Pomfrey will be able to prevent any serious harm from occurring, though with his natural skill in magic, I believe the only one who will need to be monitored is Mr. Potter himself, as it's clear he doesn't know when it is time to stop and has to be told to by his familiar, Quirrell. A natural skill in magic, Severus? Albus asked, raising an eyebrow, his interest clearly spiked. Severus wanted to kick himself in making such a slip. And of course it had to be his mentor who had heard it and immediately caught it. He should have said, natural skill in healing magic. He forced himself not to show any outward evidence of self-annoyance. He had to think quickly here. What should he do? Deflect Dumbledore's suspicions. What would be sufficient to fill his mentor's curiosity? Suddenly, he knew the answer, he only hoped it wouldn't backfire. He allowed himself to trail off. He had to do this right. He had to appear hesitant enough to draw in Dumbledore's concern, but not too much to make him wary of whatever he was about to reveal. Yes, Severus, the old wizard prompted, as if speaking to a frightened child. Severus wanted to smirk triumphantly, instead, he turned his face away and looked at Harry's sleeping form. When I had taken Mr. Potter to get his school things, we began talking, discussing the classes he would attend and such. Severus continued to avoid eye contact, as if he was a little nervous about what Albus' reaction would be to what was about to say. Well, he had asked me if I knew what he would be bad at, because I had suggested he might do well in potions. With his question, I saw an opportunity. Admittedly, I was also curious, and, as he had specifically asked, I saw no harm in indulging it. Even now, I believe it was for the best, he said, now staring at a slumbering Quirrell, whose head was tucked in between Harry's thumb and forefinger. Severus? Dumbledore asked, his voice revealing slight worry for his former student. I know it has been made forbidden, cast out of all spell books since the time you were a child, but it has its benefits, headmaster. And I believe, in this instance, the benefits far outweigh the bad history. Dumbledore frowned, trying to follow what his potions master was saying. Severus sighed, as if he was heaving this secret from his mind into his lips. I cast the legacy spell on him, headmaster. There was a lengthy pause. Severus couldn't even hear his mentor breathing. Did you inform Harry that you cast it? Albus asked after a long moment. Yes, and I asked him to keep that bit of information to himself. I also told him I would talk to him about his abilities when he was ready. He accepted. You have taken a big risk, Severus. If anyone within the ministry were to learn what you have done. Albus shook his head. Where did you learn the incantation anyway? Severus tried to look insulted. Really, headmaster, anyone with a basic knowledge of Latin could figure it out. One just has to know it exists and cast it with a purpose. And what purpose did you cast it with? Dumbledore asked softly. It wasn't an accusation, but a mere question. To learn the limit of Mr. Potter's potential, Severus answered after a brief pause. Albus blinked. And this potential, what did you learn about it? Severus turned his eyes away from Harry and met the older man's eyes, trying to decide how best to answer that. He was getting into dangerous territory here, but perhaps it was best to alert Dumbledore of what awaited Harry, what he would become capable of. Of course, Severus wouldn't reveal having knowledge of the future, that would be insane, but maybe showing he knew more than what he had been saying before would fit into his plans. The Dark Lord was correct in being wary of the boy, he stated. How so? He is a slumbering mage. Dumbledore snapped his eyes to Harry, who was still sleeping soundly with Quirrell snuggled against him. He was so little in the infirmary bed, so unimposing that it was difficult to imagine such a boy becoming the most powerful type of wizard there is. A wizard so in tune with magic that they are not merely a wielder of it, they are of it. And that is just one aspect of his being, Severus added softly. Albus exhaled slowly. I had been reluctant to tell you, not only because of the spell, but because I believed Mr. Potter shouldn't be treated any more differently than he already is, even by you, Severus continued. You believed, as in used to? Dumbledore asked, perplexed, wondering if he had heard Severus correctly. Mr. Potter isn't an average student, and he never will be, with or without the idiotic title of the boy who lived. Unfortunately, I agree with you. I had hoped to give him a normal childhood with the Dursleys, but I failed. And before he arrived, I had hoped, for his sake, that he would be allowed to be just another student, with nothing attracting more attention to him. But it appears it was just not meant to be. Albus looked at Harry sadly before looking to Snape again. I will speak to Madame Pomfrey about him assisting her on weekends. If she agrees, I will inform Harry of the arrangement myself, and give him the option of taking advantage of it. He will accept, Severus said confidently. I am sure he will, but it is nice to be given a choice. The potions master nodded. And what of the other things, headmaster? When he begins showing signs, I will arrange more instruction for him. Will you teach him? I may. I believe it would be unwise to entrust such a task to anyone but yourself. And what of you, Severus? I believe you would be an excellent choice. I will be advancing his studies in potions when the time is right. He is already excelling, far more than I had initially expected, he said, and that was the truth. Who knew a little encouragement and clearly stated expectation would get a child to push themselves as hard as Harry was? Oh, is that so? Yes. What else did you learn from the spell? Albus asked, deciding to move on. As mages are said to have, he has a number of gifts, Severus said, his voice smooth, as if he was talking about something mundane. But his body has subconsciously put a lock on his magic. I believe it will lift once he has gained adequate magical control and strength, though, due to the Dursleys, that lift has likely been postponed. Dumbledore's eyes widened. The potions. They're more than just nutrient potions, aren't they? Yes. When do you think you can stop having him drink them? Perhaps as early as the Christmas holidays, but I am not certain yet. Albus nodded. What are his gifts? I would rather not say, headmaster. Severus watched as the old man's eyes narrowed at him. He swallowed, not out of fear or nervousness, but in an attempt to cover his true feelings with how things were going, for he was extremely pleased. He had Dumbledore where he wanted, and had him thinking along the lines he needed him to be. Severus. He was non-threatening, but his posture was one of a powerful wizard. His magic remained calm, as Snape had expected, but it had a strange feel to it. A searching one, perhaps. Severus couldn't help but be impressed. Had so much already changed that even Dumbledore was re-evaluating himself in how to respond to situations he was inexperienced in. Please, Severus, why has this affected you so? Snape blinked. Perhaps his approach was working a bit too well. Well, some more acting should do. He straightened his back. Time to utilize everything he had learned while being a spy. I cannot explain how, but I had been given an image of Mr. Potter's potential future through the spell, an image of who he could become. Albus frowned. Although what Severus was saying was not unheard of, as parents long ago spoke of having a vision of what their child could grow to be if they reached their full potential, it was quite rare. Oh, how he wished he could cast the legacy spell on Harry himself, but the real downside to the spell was that it could only be cast on an individual once. Evidently, an individual's magic was only willing to be read one time. "I saw a great man, headmaster," Severus stated, not sure if he should elaborate with a description or not. He didn't know how far he should push this partial lie. He did have a vision of who and what Harry may become, but it was of his own making. What he hoped Harry would come to be, what he desperately prayed Harry would be. Dumbledore looked back to Harry, who had shifted in his sleep, oblivious to the world and to their conversation. "Tell me, Severus," he whispered after a moment. Severus exhaled slowly, knowing he was really going in deep now, and there would be no going back. What he would say now would further shape Dumbledore's view of Harry and the way he would treat and interact with him. "I saw him as a wise warrior of peace and a mage surpassing Merlin himself." Albus stroked his beard, now in deep thought. After a long moment, he spoke, walking closer to Harry's bed, his back to Snape. "Thank you for being honest with me, Severus. I've made enough mistakes concerning young Harry. I am grateful that you are here to try to prevent me from making any more." He turned around and faced his potions master, his eyes holding great appreciation. "Perhaps, together, we will help Mr. Potter become what you saw. That is my wish, headmaster. Ever since I was shown what could be, that has been my main objective," Severus stated honestly. "Oh." Sprout smiled at her students, appearing as if there was nothing wrong, appearing as if her mind was not on the dozens of other things that really had her attention. She had just returned from the infirmary and had just finished speaking with the headmaster about her youngest Hufflepuff. Yes, Mr. Potter was currently the youngest in her house and very near the youngest in the school. She sat down at her usual spot as Albus stood in motion for dinner to begin. Word of what had happened during the first year's flying lesson had already spread like wildfire, and she had already been asked where get-well cards for Harry should be sent. She smiled. Her Hufflepuffs really did look out for one another, well, usually. She mentally shook herself, refocusing on all that Albus had told her. Harry's magic was partially locked, he was a slumbering mage, and he would likely be helping Pomfrey in the infirmary on weekends after things had settled. Albus had also told her what Harry currently didn't know and what he knew about himself, particularly about him not knowing his slumbering mage status. To Pomona, it was a bit much to take in, and although she agreed with Dumbledore's plans for the boy's education, she was a bit unsure how to execute it. Harry was a hard worker, that had definitely been made clear by him since he had arrived. Every one of his assignments was already done, according to his classmates, and not only that, but he was studying ahead. Neville was going right along with him, which reminded her of another thing Albus had mentioned. He would be speaking with Augusta Longbottom about Neville's wand. Evidently, the wand Neville had been given was not a good match for him. Dumbledore had determined that during the Dada lesson earlier that week. Pomona was glad Albus had discovered the problem and was taking care of it. No child should be forced to use an ill-suited wand, particularly a boy who already has confidence issues. Her eyes fell on Neville currently sitting between Justin Finch-Fletchley and Susan Bones. He was worried about Harry and was poking at his mashed potatoes. She saw that a few of the other Hufflepuffs were trying to cheer him up, but it wasn't really helping. She hoped Harry would be able to leave the infirmary soon, but until Pomfrey had decided he was well, he wouldn't be allowed anywhere. Magical fatigue could be a nasty thing, the only good thing was that he hadn't gone over into exhaustion. That would take at least a week to get over. "How is Mr. Potter, Pomona?" Minerva asked softly. "He'll be all right. He just tired himself out a bit," Pomona replied, suddenly being reminded of how she had lifted him up from Neville's trembling arms and carried him to the infirmary herself. "That is to be expected, after what he had done. You must be very proud of him." Pomona smiled. "Yes." She glanced over at Severus, who appeared to be deep in thought. She wondered what he was thinking about. "Has he woken yet?" Phileas asked, getting her attention. "Not yet. Poppy decided it was best to keep him asleep for now," Pomona answered. Phileas nodded in understanding. It was quite a feat for such a young and inexperienced wizard. "I am glad he was able to help young Malfoy." "He not only helped him, he saved his life," Minerva put in. His injuries had been quite severe. A moment later and I doubt there would have been anything anyone could have done. Merlin, Phileas whispered. Pomona scooped some food onto her plate, silently working out what she would do in the near future with Harry Potter. Albus was right, he needed serious guidance, but she also knew he shouldn't be crowded. She would need to find a happy medium. Swallowing, she looked back at Severus, deciding something. The Slytherin head of house seemed to have the right idea where it came to Harry. Perhaps it was time to really ally herself with him, at least in this. Dumbledore lowered his hand on the back of Fawkes, lost in his thoughts. So far, the current term had been the strangest and busiest start of a school year he had experienced. Ever. Not only had he had to resort to dueling a professor, but he also had contended with a Dark Lord attached to said professor and handled the repercussions of the events surrounding the formerly believed to be dead Dark Lord becoming public knowledge. It had been hectic, to say the least. Thankfully, Madame Bones and her 2 Aurors had stood firm and had testified to the truth. The Wizengamot, and thus the Ministry, could not dispute the memories of several upstanding personnel. He shook his head, recalling Fudge's denial even with the indisputable evidence, which also included Quirrell's body. How that man had been elected was beyond him. However, there was now talk that many people in the Wizengamot and the board had lost a bit of confidence in Fudge because of his handling of the situation. Dumbledore hoped something would come of that. Severus was also laying heavily on his mind. Something was different about him, something. But he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was exactly. He was still his potions master and spy, but he was different. He didn't even think Severus himself realized how strange he had been acting lately, and that was what was bothering Albus most. Severus had always been alert and very aware, but now, when it came to his surroundings, the younger man was downright calculating. He was worse than Mad-Eye in regards to it, at least as far as Dumbledore was concerned. When standing in a room, his back was always to a wall, and when he moved with a fluid grace that was always efficient and quick. He had never been like that, even when he had been an active spy. Billowing cape, yes, but practically majestic in his movements. No. Was it from meeting Harry? The magic of the legacy spell was old magic, and sometimes that magic would bring unforeseen consequences to the caster. Had the magic from the legacy spell affected him more than he was saying or more than his spy even knew? Dumbledore had also noticed the change in the man's teaching methods. There had been a drastic drop of crying first years compared to previous terms, which was downright strange, albeit a pleasant change. A few of the students had also brought the modified lesson plans to the attention of the other teachers. They weren't drastic alterations, but they were definitely notable. Granted, all of the changes were good for the students, so Albus had no reason to bring up the issue with Severus. He did want to talk to him about it though, and yet, he didn't want to give any sign that he had noticed. Severus was odd that way. He didn't want to have to talk about anything he was doing well. Sometimes that man was so humble it was annoying. His thoughts strayed back to Harry. When he had first seen him in the Great Hall, he had assumed he would be sorted into Slytherin. Admittedly, Albus didn't want him sorted there, but he knew Severus would be able to watch over him, so didn't feel extremely wary about it. He had, however, still hoped the Sorting Hat would place Harry into his parents' house, no matter how unlikely that obviously was. And then the boy had been sorted into Hufflepuff, after 16 long minutes under the hat. The longest anyone had taken in the past 300 years. The Sorting Hat had not really been that forthcoming when Albus had asked him about Harry's sorting later, after the feast. However, he had said some things that had caught his interest. "I do not reveal what I find in students' heads, headmaster, I have told you before," he said, a little smugly. "I understand that, Sorting Hat, but you have never asked a student to pace for you to be able to sort them before, not to mention your reactions during the sorting." Hampton even gasped out loud. He was difficult to place at first. Why? He has many traits. I had to examine them all carefully to determine which house fit best for him. I see. Was there a close second to Hufflepuff? Well, without telling you the particulars, I will tell you that he is the most cunning, rationally brave Hufflepuff I have ever sorted. Also, I don't believe I have ever sorted a soul as determined to do his best as he is. Dumbledore stared at the Sorting Hat for a moment, hoping to be told more. The hat sighed at the old man's annoying patience and silent insistence. "One last thing, Headmaster, you would do well to always be honest and open with the boy. His trust is hard to regain and is very precious. Albus blinked. I will keep that in mind. Thank you, Sorting Hat. No problem, Headmaster. Happy to share. Had the Sorting Hat known. Dumbledore looked to the top of the shelf where the hat was sleeping. Most likely, especially with that gasp he had made in the middle of the sorting. The old wizard shook his head and allowed his thoughts to wander once more. He had already appraised Pomona of the situation, as well as Poppy Pomfrey. They had taken the news quite well, though it was clear it would take time for them to absorb everything he had told them about Harry. He hadn't told Pomona and Poppy how they had learned what they knew about Harry, and they hadn't asked. Albus was sure they had their suspicions, but didn't want to know. He smiled. He now had quite a team made up devoted in helping Harry, and part of him wondered if that was Severus' plan all along in finally coming clean with him and telling him about the legacy spell and what he had seen through it. That man wasn't the head of Slytherin House for nothing, after all. And now, he would be going to the infirmary once he had received word Harry was awake to speak with him. He was really looking forward to it, although he wondered what would come of it all, and the more he thought about it, the more concerned he became. Were they doing right by Harry? Was this really the best course of action? Should they be adding to his course load, as they were, taking away part of his weekends to have him improve his parcel magic? Was it fair to have him work even harder than he already was in attempt to reach this vision of Severus? Was he, Albus Dumbledore, making another mistake? Dumbledore shook himself, reminding himself to look at the bigger picture, but then he froze. That was how he had made his previous mistake. He had looked at the bigger picture when placing Harry with the Dursleys. But this was different, wasn't it? Fawkes gave a light trill, lifting his spirits and letting him know this was the right path. Thank you, my old friend, he whispered, wishing he had listened to Fawkes 10 years before, when he had struggled over the decision of where to place Harry. But he had been too confident. Confident that Lily's sister would have a heart and grow to love Harry, thus making the blood wards even better than a Fidelius for the boy's protection. But now, they were merely wards. Sure, they were still very strong, and Voldemort would find it impossible to penetrate them, but they were not as strong as they could have been. They could have been a fortress, they could have endowed Harry with full protection against Voldemort wherever he went. But his plan had failed. The mental assault Harry had suffered was proof. Voldemort's magic, through Quirrell, had been able to touch Harry, and that would have been impossible if the blood wards had been infused with the caregiving love Petunia should have been giving Harry for the past 10 years. He should have known, but the hope of Harry receiving the ultimate protection against Riddle had blinded him. Well, one could not change the past. Not really. It was set in stone. And though he wished he could go back and do things differently, his only hope was in the present. A hope that he was helping shape the future into one he would be content, maybe even proud, to leave to the next generation. Dumbledore straightened. The little indicator on his desk had lit up, letting him know Harry was close to waking. Oh. Harry opened his eyes, feeling like he had just gotten over a very bad cold. He reached over subconsciously to get his glasses from the side table before putting them on. You are in the infirmary, Harry. You have been sleeping for a little over 2 days, Coral said, raising herself up from his arm. How is? Good afternoon, Harry. Harry quickly turned his head from Coral into who had just spoken. It was the headmaster. He was robed in bright orange and purple robes. Harry suddenly wondered if the sight of wizards deteriorated with age, dulling vibrant color and making them believe neon orange was really a soft, light brown. Pushing the mental tangent aside, Harry quickly sat up. Draco. Is he okay? Dumbledore smiled. Yes, he is quite all right, thanks to you. You saved his life. Harry sagged down with relief and took a few calming breaths. He was released this morning, although Madame Pomfrey has ordered him to take things easy for the next few days. His arm, I wasn't able to fix that, Harry said. Madame Pomfrey took care of it, not to worry, he said soothingly. Harry relaxed back on the pillows, still feeling a little out of it. Dumbledore took this moment to take a seat on the edge of the bed. I have taken the liberty of awarding Hufflepuff 100 points while you were asleep for your actions Thursday. You will also be personally receiving an award for services to the school. Harry's eyes widened. Thank you, sir, but it really isn't. I mean, you don't Harry, I don't think you understand what you have done. You saved a life, and without regard to your own discomforts. Did you know that you arrived in the infirmary with third-degree burns on your left wrist where your magic was so concentrated within Coral her scales became as hot as fire? You were so focused on healing young Malfoy that whatever pain you felt at the time was pushed aside. Harry lifted his arm as Coral slithered onto his chest so he could examine the mentioned wrist. There was scarring encircling his wrist and going up a little at the back of his palm. Looking closely, he could actually make out the shapes of Coral's scales where they had burned into his flesh. Madame Pomfrey tried to minimize the scarring, but as it was a severe magical burn, she wasn't able to heal it as well as she would have liked. Dumbledore continued, his voice subdued as Harry traced the edge of the scarring with his right thumb. It's all right. I'm just glad she was able to heal the burn itself, Harry said lightly, finding the scar quite cool. A part of him was actually proud of it, as odd as that sounded, for he had done something to get it. Granted, this was only his second scar, but it hadn't been given to him. Instead, he had, for lack of a better word, earned it. All of his other injuries had healed without leaving a mark. Maybe it was his own magic that had healed him so well. Perhaps. Harry, the headmaster said, once again getting his attention. I have spoken with Professor Snape and Sprout, as well as Madame Pomfrey, and we were wondering if you would like some assistance in improving your parcel magic. Harry's eyebrows rose. Assistance? Well, I know Professor Snape has already begun helping you, through giving you the art of parcel, but the assistance I am talking about is a bit more hands-on. Harry waited for more explanation. Madame Pomfrey has already agreed to allow you to help her on the weekends here, within the infirmary, if you wished. You mean, I would use parcel magic to heal whoever comes in here? Harry asked, obviously becoming excited. Yes, but only on the weekends, unless she felt your ability was needed specifically during the week. That would be great. Do I start today? It is Saturday, right? He asked eagerly. It is Saturday, but I doubt she would want you to heal anyone so soon after recovering from magical fatigue. Oh, Harry slouched. But I'm sure next week will be fine, Albus assured. What will be fine next week? Pomfrey asked as she stepped from her office. For Harry to begin assisting you next weekend, the headmaster answered. She looked at Harry, her eyes narrowing slightly as she took in his sleepy state and noted his improved color. He had looked dreadfully pale when they had first brought him in. We will see. If I find his magic is back where it should be, I won't see any problem in letting him help me, she said, before giving Harry a small smile. Harry couldn't help but beam. Dumbledore smiled softly, his eyes twinkling brightly as he became confident he had made the right choice. With that, Professor Sprout entered, quickly going to her youngest Hufflepuff. How are you feeling, dear? She asked, taking his hand as Dumbledore stepped back to give her room. Fine, Professor, Harry answered, trying not to blush at the concern she was showing. And Coral, how is she? She asked, looking down at the colorful snake already around Harry's scarred wrist. Coral? Harry asked, suddenly realizing the thought hadn't crossed his mind. He had been too busy thinking about Draco and then about what the headmaster had proposed. I am fine, Harry. Being a magical snake, your magic channeling through me cannot harm me. I am much like a wand in that regard, she said. Though, if I was a normal snake, I would not have fared as well. I'm glad you're all right, Harry said, utterly relieved. Harry? Sprout asked, a little worried as she couldn't understand what was being said. Oh, she's all right. She told me my magic can't hurt her while going through her. She's sort of like a wand. I was just relieved, Harry answered, turning slightly pink. Extraordinary, Dumbledore said. I assume it is because she is a magical snake. Yes, sir. She doesn't think a normal snake would. A normal snake would have likely died, Harry, she interrupted. Harry swallowed thickly. A normal snake probably would have died. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes holding great understanding, as if what Harry had just said solved a riddle in his mind. Well, Harry, Dumbledore said, preventing the silence that was about to rise. Take all the time you need to rest. If you want to reach what Professor Snape spoke of, you need to allow your body and magic to recover. What you had done was quite strenuous, after all. Harry's eyes widened, suddenly wondering what exactly his favorite professor had told the headmaster and whether or not Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout knew as well. Did they know about the legacy spell? Had the professor gotten in trouble? Did they know about the block? His face must have been like a book, for Dumbledore quickly moved toward him. No need to be alarmed. Professor Snape told me, and I felt it best to inform Madame Pomfrey, as she is your healer, and Professor Sprout, your head of house. What Professor Snape told me will stay between us. I understand this sort of thing can be rather personal, Dumbledore said lightly. Harry, like Professor Snape, we are here to help you. Harry blinked, before looking to Professor Sprout and Madame Pomfrey. They nodded as Harry's eyes settled on Sprout's gently smiling face, which was glowing with sincerity. Harry had a fluttering thought that maybe this was how it felt to be loved. Oh. Draco slowed his pace as he approached the infirmary doors. He saw Neville and a few other Hufflepuffs waiting just outside in the hall. Longbottom, he said, coming to a stop before them. Hello, Draco, Neville said quietly. Cedric Diggory, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley, and Ernie Macmillan were there as well. Draco and Neville hadn't had the opportunity to really speak since the accident, and they weren't really sure what to say to each other now. I heard he has woken up, Draco said, deciding that would do for an explanation as to why he was there. They nodded. Professor Sprout told us he had woken up about a half hour ago, Cedric said. Are they not allowing visitors? Draco asked, seeing as they were still all in the hall and the door was closed. The headmaster and our head of house are speaking with him, Susan stated. Draco's eyes widened. Oh. They stood there and stared at one another for several seconds. So, how are you? I mean, Ernie said, trying to make the moment less awkward. I'm much better. Potter, he did a good job, Draco said, a little embarrassed for being so honest. He wasn't used to dealing with or admitting weakness in any way to anyone, but he couldn't deny what Harry had done for him. He could still remember the feeling of his magic re-entering him. It had been very close. He was understandably still trying to come to terms with it. The thought of death was not a very tangible thing to him, and the realization that he had been so close to it was very hard to actually grasp and accept. That's good. It looked pretty bad, Justin said, remembering what he had seen that day. They hadn't been really close, but they had followed everyone else behind Madame Hooch, and the color red was easy to spot from most any distance. Yes, well, Draco said, subconsciously rubbing his arm that Pomfrey had healed. What did it feel like? Hannah piped up, before shying away behind Susan as they all turned their eyes to her. Draco cleared his throat. It wasn't really pleasant, but it definitely beat being dead. So it hurt? Ernie asked, intrigued. It was clear Draco didn't really like their curiosity. No, it felt wonderful. Merlin, what do you think jagged bone digging into raw nerves feels like? And then to have said bone shards align and rejoin to reform your shattered skull. It bloody hurts. Oh, Ernie said, quite chagrined. Sorry, Malfoy, I was just curious. Didn't mean to remind you. Malfoy continued to stare at him unwaveringly for a few more seconds, before he softened his expression. I probably would have asked the same, he muttered after a moment. Suddenly, the infirmary doors opened and the headmaster and Professor Sprout stepped out. Waiting to visit Mr. Potter, I presume? Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling. Yes, sir, Cedric answered. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will allow you to enter, he said, stepping aside to let them pass. Thank you, Professor, Cedric said, before looking to his head of house. Go on, I'm sure he'll be happy to see all of you, she said, before continuing down the hall with the headmaster. With that, they hurried into the infirmary. Oh. Severus peered over the head table to look at the students below. Harry had been released from the infirmary earlier that day, and, according to Hagrid, had immediately headed to the half-giant's place for tea with Neville and Draco. He looked over at his godson, who was happily chatting away with Nott and Zabini. Crabbe and Goyle were across from them, listening in on the conversation. Severus wondered which path they would choose. He hoped they would not follow their fathers. Deciding he would have to wait and see, he turned his eyes to Mr. Potter, who was once again under intense scrutiny by his peers. Everyone was craning their necks to get a look at him, and many of them were trying their best to see the wrist coral was currently curled around. Word of the new scar had already become legend, now only barely preceded by the one on the boy's forehead. The past few days had been as Severus had mostly expected them to be after Harry's heroic actions, though some things even he couldn't have foreseen. It was a livid Lucius Malfoy who had attended the last board meeting, and, according to those present, he had ripped into the financial committee without any regard to how threatening and frightening he appeared, or maybe that was his point. It had come to the head of the Malfoy family's attention that the headmaster had requested funding for new brooms for the last 6 years, and had been denied every single time. Such a simple request, one that had been reiterated every year, had been turned down because of the fear of raising tuition at Hogwarts. As a result, their penny-pinching tendencies, or canute-pinching, had nearly cost a boy his life. Lucius was furious and made it known. Suffice it to say, the board immediately moved to overhaul and reorganize spending at Hogwarts. Severus glanced at Dumbledore. Albus had been pleased with the news, especially when the board had asked him to provide them a list of things he felt needed a bit more funding. The headmaster sent them an in-depth, 3-foot-long roll of parchment 15 minutes later with Fawkes. Severus wondered if a fresh batch of potion ingredients had made it on that list. Hopefully. He shook his head, berating himself for being so selfish. It wasn't like he didn't have the funds himself to get whatever he wished, ingredients-wise, well, save for basilisk parts, unicorn blood, dragon eyes, vampire fangs, and banshee hair, but besides those things he could get whatever he wished. He looked across the head table to Madame Pomfrey. Harry would be helping her next weekend. He wondered if Madame Pomfrey had anything specifically planned for him to do. Well, whatever her plans, Severus was certain the famous Hufflepuff would improve his overall healing skills, just as he had in the future with her. Oh, Harry scratched the top of Coral's head, just as she liked as they approached the infirmary. The past week had been a little difficult for him. People were more curious about him than ever, and them whispering, it was driving him crazy. Didn't they know he was right there and could hear them? It was annoying. To top it all off, he also learned earlier that week that he had made it into the Prophet, the wizarding newspaper, several times since beginning Hogwarts. They had informed the public of his sorting, the fact he was a Parselmouth, and now his actions in saving Draco's life. He really wondered where they got off believing they had the right to report all of that without asking his permission. Oh well, there was nothing he could really do about it, and he had wanted people to get used to him being a Parselmouth. Perhaps this way had been best. Just like a band-aid. Rip it off and just get it over with. And at least they weren't saying anything malicious. So far they had been telling the truth, well, for the most part. The bit about him stealing a bit of the Dark Lord's powers when he had been a baby was a bit of a stretch, their attempt to explain where he had gotten the ability to speak Parseltongue. He could only shake his head. Harry had continued reading the books Professor Snape had given him, and had even reread certain parts in The Art of Parcel. He wanted to go in the infirmary prepared to help Madame Pomfrey. He sighed to himself, remembering what he had realized after rereading one of the last chapters in the Parcel book. Evidently, he hadn't needed to pump Draco with as much magic as he had. His method had worked, of course, and at the time it was the best option since he didn't understand any other technique, but he had made it harder on himself. That was why he had passed out afterward, and why he had burned himself. Well, it was a lesson learned, that was for sure. Next time, though, hopefully there wouldn't be a next time, he would better manipulate and control his magic he was putting into the patient, rather than simply push and pray for the best. He entered the infirmary, the door slowly closing behind him. Mr. Potter, right on time, Madame Pomfrey said, moving around an empty bed. Harry continued forward, before stopping a few feet before her. I usually only have 1 or 2 students come in on the weekends for little things, like stomach aches and minor hexes and injuries, so I have gathered a few of my old healing textbooks from the healing university I attended. Harry looked over to the bed behind her. Sure enough, 4 large textbooks were on the side table. I understand that Professor Snape has already given you extra reading material. She asked. Harry nodded. Yeah. I've finished most of them, though, so I can take on a few more if you need me to, ma'am. She shook her head. No, I won't assign you outside reading material. You'll be reading while you are here. I was just curious about what he had given you and how far you have gotten. Oh, well, I've finished reading The Art of Parcel, Caring for Serpents, and The Beginner's Guide to the Art of Brewing, Ingredients. And I'm about done with The Human Anatomy, and Controlling Your Inner Magic. There's another, but I haven't gotten really far in it yet. Harry hoped she wouldn't ask about that last bit. It was the occlumency book. I see, she said with a smile, quite pleased. Controlling your inner magic, I suggest you make that book your next priority to finish. Yes, ma'am, he agreed. All right, well, why don't we start with the basics? She asked, turning around and going to the stack of books. She retrieved the one on top before sitting on the edge of the bed and motioning Harry to sit beside her. Harry did so, wondering if she was going to read to him. He blushed at the thought. No one had read to him before. She opened the book on her lap, showing him the pages of text and moving images. Looking at the chapter title, he found the words, Inner Core and Network. Seeing she had Harry's complete attention, she began teaching, using the book as a guide, rather than a script to read from. This image shows a basic layout of how magic flows in the body, however, you need to remember that the flow will adapt to the needs of the patient. A person's magic will automatically flood to the injured area to help aid the body's physical defenses and healing, she said. Harry nodded, doing his best to soak up everything she was telling him. Oh, hey, Neville, Harry said, entering their dormitory and heading for his bed. Ernie and Justin were there as well, playing Exploding Snap on the floor. It was the afternoon. Harry had eaten lunch with Madame Pomfrey. Hey, Harry, Neville said, excitedly. I just got a letter from my gran. She's going to take me to Ollivander's this Christmas to get me a wand. Harry frowned, confused. Don't you already have a wand? Are you getting a secondary? Neville shook his head. No, the wand I have is my dad's, but she said she's decided I should go ahead and get my own. Harry nodded, trying to understand. Why hadn't she taken him to Ollivander's before he got to Hogwarts? That's good. Everyone needs a wand that has chosen them. Neville smiled. So, how was the infirmary? Neville asked. Ernie and Justin slowed their game a bit to eavesdrop. Well, only one person came in to see Madame Pomfrey. It was to reverse a simple hex. Anyway, we went over how magic flows through the body and how injuries affects it, Harry answered. Cool. So, you're going there tomorrow? Harry nodded. Yeah, same time, 9 a.m. Just then, Smith stepped in, leaving the door slightly ajar as Harry had. Oh, Potter's back from making miracles, Smith stated, crossing his arms as he entered the room. Harry raised an eyebrow, but decided to remain silent as anything he said would do nothing to appease the arrogant boy. Smith had been throwing him dirty looks all week. Have nothing to say, Smith continued airily, before lowering his tone, his face scrunching slightly into a scowl. Figures. Smith, what is your problem? Justin asked, having had enough of the slightly older boy's manners. Oh, you must ask. I thought it was clear, he said, glancing at Justin with a sneer before refocusing on Harry. I don't like teachers' pets. People who get everything without even really asking. He glanced at Coral, whose head was peeking from Harry's sleeve. Harry shifted his stance a little bit, fighting the urge to roll his eyes. Smith was still sore about what happened in potions. Smith, you need to lay off. Harry hasn't done anything to you, Ernie said, getting up from the floor and abandoning the card game. You people don't see it, do you? He's playing you, just like he's playing the rest of the school. The great and mighty Harry Potter, the boy who lived, who saved us all from you-know-who. We should worship him, bend over backwards to serve him. Fit. Pathetic. Leave Harry alone, he hasn't asked for any of that, Neville said, stepping up beside Harry. He doesn't need to, Smith practically growled. He has everyone wrapped around his finger. I bet he's never wanted for anything in his entire life. Harry narrowed his eyes, no longer merely annoyed. Now he could actually feel a touch of anger growing at his center. Smith didn't know anything. I bet at home he doesn't even need to lift a finger to do anything. I bet the Muggles are ecstatic with him being who he is, he said, watching Harry's expression closely. Smith smirked at what he saw and decided to continue along that vein. He's got a life of luxury, no doubt, goodies and special treatment up to his ears, and he's not even a pureblood. Like you, I bet. Justin interjected sarcastically. My family has traced its roots back to Helga Hufflepuff herself, which is more than I can say Potter can claim. His father came from a simple line, though respected, it wasn't particularly powerful. And as for his mother, Smith's eyes sharpened like a predator's, having noticed Harry's jaw clench. Harry's green eyes drilled into Smith's pale brown, his anger now having grown into a quiet fury as, overlooked by those in the room, a few items on the bedside tables began to vibrate, ever so slightly. "Don't," Harry stated, his voice thick with a barely restrained rage. Smith didn't listen. His mother was a bloody, good-for-nothing mudblood. Neville and Ernie gasped, as if they had just heard the most putrid word ever created. Justin blinked, a little confused. Harry, however, was just furious. He didn't know what that word meant, but it obviously wasn't a nice one. He felt a sharp pain in his heart he had never felt before and fought to keep his emotions in check. Sure, he had been victim to verbal taunts before, especially from Dudley, but even his cousin had never broached the subject of his mother. Granted, that may have been due to Aunt Petunia banning even the briefest mention of her sister, but Dudley had never involved Harry's mother in his spoken assaults. Harry's hands clenched into fists as Smith opened his mouth again. Smith was on a roll and wouldn't stop willingly. I have to give it to her, though, she did know how to marry rich. Too bad the mudblood wasn't smart enough to prevent herself from getting killed. Shut up, Harry suddenly shouted, his voice contorted slightly by the tightness in his chest, finally having had enough. He thrust his left hand forward, pointing at Smith with Coral hissing heatedly from it as every glass object in the room shattered. I don't care what you say about me, but leave my family out of it. You know nothing. A sharp, magical wind whipped around Harry, his hair and robes being tossed every which way as the small tables in the room began to shake and the curtains on the bedpost slid violently along their rods away from Harry. Smith was too stunned to move, too scared to step back, too shocked to do anything else but stare, wide-eyed as Harry stiffly lowered his arm. And then the door to their dorm opened all the way. What in Merlin's name is going on in here? Harry didn't move. He was still too furious and he could still feel his hair being tousled about magically. Professor Sprout, Neville managed as he turned to the new voice. There was Professor Sprout, standing just within the doorway with Cedric peering in right behind her. Harry swallowed, his eyes still drilling into Smith's as he forced himself to relax. It wouldn't do to make anything else happen. At the Dursleys, he had had to stomach stuffing his magic back within himself quickly after an accident. Failing to do so would have dire consequences. Smith has a problem, Justin supplied helpfully, absolutely disgusted with the arrogant prat. He called Harry's mum a mudblood and said some other rather cruel things. He what? Sprout questioned, abhorred. Neville and Ernie nodded, supporting Justin's statement while Harry simply stood there, oblivious to the tears he had been unable to contain that were now pooling just below his eyes. I heard part of it, Professor. It's why I came to get you, Cedric said. When I heard, he trailed off, not about to say the word his mother had forbidden him to ever say. Mr. Smith, what do you have to say for yourself? Professor Sprout was no longer soft and flowery. She was a head of house demanding answers. Smith gulped, knowing there was no way he could get himself out of this. Why hadn't he shut the door all the way? Sprout shook her head. Come with me, Mr. Smith, she stated sternly before looking to Cedric. Thank you for getting me, Mr. Diggory. I understand there were no prefects close by when it happened, and you did right by coming to me. 10 points to Hufflepuff. She then turned her attention on Harry, who had barely gotten himself back under control. He was still standing stiffly. Mr. Potter, I'll be back to speak with you, so please do not leave the dormitories. Yes, ma'am, he managed, briefly turning his face to her as she looked at Neville, Ernie, and Justin. The same goes for the rest of you. I will also send up one of the prefects to help repair the room, she added, her eyes taking note of the broken glass and disturbed furniture. Be careful with the glass. Yes, Professor, Justin said as the others nodded. With that, Smith and Sprout left. Oh. Professor Sprout shook her head as she thought about Smith. He would be serving detention with Mr. Filch for the next 4 days, and then with her for the last one. She liked to make sure her Hufflepuffs had learned their lesson, personally. She had made him recount what he had said to Harry and what the others had said, before bringing the others in to hear their side. It was a grueling hour and a half, but when it was done, she had the full account of the event and knew exactly who was at fault. Hence the 5-day detention. And now she was waiting for Harry to arrive. She had asked him to come to her office after dinner to discuss what had happened that afternoon a bit further. He clearly had a lot of power at his disposal, more than one would think possible at his age and with his home life. She supposed it was in part due to Severus, potions regimen he had him on, the boy's sleeping mage status aside. She closed her eyes briefly, recalling what she had seen when she had first opened that door. She had never seen such fury on a child's face before, and she had seen plenty of angry children in her life at Hogwarts. And the power pouring off of him, it had almost been unnatural, and yet, the magic had been so pure. But it was not simply the amount and type of magic that had caught her attention. It was the boy's control. The fact he had been able to rein it in as he had without allowing it to cause further damage was quite a feat, especially since the cause of his outburst was still in the room. Of course, there were things Harry could have done differently to put an end to the drama without adding to it, but he was still a child, and the things Smith had said would have been hard for even an adult to shrug off. She also knew she would need to help Harry with his anger. After speaking with Neville and the others, Harry had been calm for most of the time, and then he had just snapped. She was certain his ability to bury his emotions had been because of the Dursleys, but it wasn't healthy for the boy, and definitely did nothing to keep accidental magic from occurring when his emotions finally became too much for him to hold. She was also sure his remarkable ability to quiet his magic quickly had been due to his home life as well. The boy certainly had potential though, and now it was time for her to guide him, and in more ways than just in magic. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" Harry asked, stepping into her office while giving the door a soft knock to announce his presence. "Yes, Mr. Potter. Please, sit down." "Oh." Severus resisted the urge to slam his fist down on his desk angrily, but then surrendered to his feelings and brought down his closed hand firmly against the mahogany wood with a bang. He should have acted. He should have found a way to snatch the rat, capture him, reveal him. For all the good he had been able to accomplish since he had come back, he had not been able to foresee all the consequences. It was a backlash, one of many that had begun cropping up since he had begun changing things. Of course, the first few backlashes he had been able to counteract and make the events fall out as he wanted, like Voldemort taking a more active interest in Harry, probably because of his Parselmouth status coming out early. It had been why the boy's scar had begun acting up far sooner than it had in the original timeline. Thankfully, Harry had trusted him enough to come to him about his headaches and he had been able to respond accordingly. It had all been quite fortunate, now that he thought about it. But what had caused the rat to disappear as he had? Was it the knowledge that the Dark Lord was out there? No, that didn't make sense. Pettigrew had been given enough clues to come to that conclusion long before this. No, something had been altered, something had happened differently and caused Pettigrew to risk leaving the safety of the Weasleys 2 years sooner than he would have. Severus shook himself. He may never know what had triggered the change of the rat's actions, but it was clear it all stemmed back to him returning. With a sigh, he acknowledged that he had become too confident, certain the rat would stick around for a bit longer, as he had the first time. Where had the rat gone? When had he left? As far as Severus knew, he could have vanished before Quirrell had left, which meant he could be anywhere now. Had Pettigrew fled in fear of the Dark Lord, or had he run to him? Was he hiding or serving? Severus didn't know which would be worse. If he was hiding, there may be no hope of ever finding him and proving Black's innocence. If he was serving, who knew what damage he could bring to the wizarding world? Severus closed his eyes, knowing he shouldn't dwell on the mistake he had made. He had too much to do to wallow in self-loathing. He had to focus on getting Harry ready for the future, whatever it held. Halloween was approaching and classes were progressing as well as Harry could have hoped, better in fact. Potions remained his favorite, but defense against the dark arts, still taught under Dumbledore, was a close second. Dumbledore had given them intense instruction in a variety of defensive spells so far and Harry wondered how much he and his peers would have missed out on if Quirrell had managed to continue teaching. Offensive spells were included in the headmaster's lessons, but avoiding getting hit by curses and hexes remained to be the main focus. The headmaster also iterated that dodging spells could be just as effective as deflecting or absorbing them with a shield, physical or conjured. Transfiguration and charms were going well, though each in their own way. The spells they were learning were basic and for beginners, but it was obvious they were the foundation of more advanced ones. Harry wondered when they would get to animating objects. He also discovered he had a knack for details, such as producing particular textures on an object in transfigurations, or improving the strength and duration of a charm. He was not exactly a prodigy though. His ease in casting was likely due to his studies in controlling his inner magic and studying ahead. His inner magic. Not long after the incident with Smith, Professor Sprout had called him into her office. Evidently, his accidental magic had caught her attention and she wanted to know if he would be interested in some private lessons with her after the winter holidays. Not about to turn down another opportunity to improve himself, he quickly agreed, though he did ask if this one-on-one instruction was commonplace. Every other year or so I give personal instruction to a student who could use particular guidance in a subject, either to help them overcome a weakness or improve a strength. Last year, I instructed Cedric Diggory in Transfiguration. I saw he had potential in it but was hindering himself for some reason. And so, you helped him get over it. Yes, and now he is one of the top Transfiguration students in his year, she said proudly. Now, I'm sure he could have gotten there by himself, but why struggle alone when you can get help? Harry couldn't argue with her wisdom, so nodded. I also wanted to talk to you about why your accidental magic had cropped up that moment and in the manner it had. Harry looked down, feeling a bit ashamed of himself. He was usually very GD at keeping CL, even though he was boiling inside. He had had to learn to keep his temper many times in the Dursley household or pay for it later. I am not angry with you, Harry, I just want you to know that it is all right to get angry. Smith had said some nasty things, and, considering everything, you did quite well preventing yourself from lashing out unreasonably. I am proud of you. However, I want you to remember that you should always be in control of yourself, never your anger. Do you understand? Harry nodded, part of his mind going to a Muggle series. Star Wars. I can tell you have had a lot of practice conditioning yourself in keeping your emotions hidden, and I believe I am also right to assume the same goes for your ability to pull in your magic. He nodded again, reminding himself that since she knew about the block it made sense that she would know about the Dursleys as well. Anger can be a powerful thing, we have to be careful with it. It can lead to other things harder to handle. You mean like the path to the dark side from Star Wars, he said suddenly. Sprout blinked in confusion. Star Wars. Yeah, it's a Muggle movie series. Fear is the path to the dark side. Fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. The leader of the Jedi said that. Yoda. I'd like to see this series, she said, intrigued. It's the best series I've ever seen, Harry said, while silently adding it was also the only series he had ever seen. He had been able to see it when he had made a bargain with Dudley. He had promised to serve him and his friends CKIES and drinks during the movie so they would never need to get up while it played. He had missed a few scenes, but he had heard the entire movie, which was more than what he would have gotten if he had been in his cupboard or outside working. Well, I will definitely try to find a way to watch it then, she said with a smile, before continuing the conversation by detailing when they would begin and where the lessons would be held. Harry left her office a few minutes later, looking forward to January. His lessons with Madame Pomfrey in parcel magic had advanced somewhat. He could now confidently heal minor injuries without any problem whatsoever. He had healed 6 students since beginning in the infirmary. 2 had been Quidditch injuries, no more than scrapes and bruises, 1 had been a twisted ankle, caused by the trick stare, and the other 3 had been from simple roughhousing or flishhouse rivalry. Madame Pomfrey handled the jinxes, but she taught him how to handle each one since she saw no harm to showing him. When he wasn't healing an injury, which was most of the time, Madame Pomfrey had him read her old BKS on anatomy and healing magic. Oftentimes, she would go over the chapter with him and tell him about times she had had to use certain techniques to heal a patient. Harry would have never thought she had such an interesting life before working at Hogwarts. Who knew she had been a nurse at St. Mungo's in the years during the war against Grindelwald? She had even been one of the nurses who made sure Dumbledore was all right after winning the famous duel against the evil wizard. Harry couldn't have asked for a better healing teacher. Neville and his other dorm mates, except Smith, obviously, quickly became his devoted friends in the weeks that had passed. Other Hufflepuffs also became his friends, including Susan, Hannah, and even Cedric, though he was more like a kind older brother than a friend to him. There were other Hufflepuffs of course, but he didn't know them well enough for him to consider them anything more than pleasant acquaintances. Maggie Tolbert, the head girl, and another 7th year, who simply went by Tonks, were 2 such people. Harry was fascinated by Tonks, as she was a metamorphagus. Both 7th-year girls took time to make sure Harry and the other first years had everything they needed but nothing really beyond that, due to the age gap. As for friends outside of his house, Draco Malfoy was easily the closest. In the classes where their houses were together, they often sat in the same area. Vince and Greg usually trailed behind Draco, remaining like a pair of bodyguards. Though at first it was easy to assume they were brainless Slytherin muscle, they were more lazy than dumb. Not a GD condition, but there it was. They seemed to have improved since the 3rd week of SCHL, however, and Harry wondered if Draco had done something about their inactivity in classes. Another thing that had caught his notice was the change in the bossy girl in Gryffindor. He still wasn't sure of her name, Hermione or something, but ever since the beginning of October, she was no longer as intrusive as she had been before. He didn't know what to think of her sudden change, but she had definitely mellowed, and everyone else was too thankful to really question what had caused it. Perhaps she had finally realized her attitude was ostracizing her, or maybe one of the older students had pulled her aside and told her to tone it down some. Whatever the reason, Harry was certain it had saved the girl trouble with members of her house. No one liked to be told what to do, and no one liked to know it all. The red-headed boy in Gryffindor, Ron, remained solemn about his missing pet and grew withdrawn whenever someone asked him if he had found his rat yet. No, not yet, he would answer. Scabbers started acting strange around the first week of SCHL and then just disappeared. I miss him. Harry really felt for him and wondered if Ron would mind if he asked Coral to see if she could find where the rat might have gone, but the few times he tried to talk to him, others in the house would interrupt and ask about Coral. It was rather bothersome. Oh well, even if Ron agreed, it was doubtful the rat would ever be found. Chances were he had fled the castle and, as much as Harry hated to admit it, the rat had probably become FD to some predator. As for others in his year but outside his house, he hadn't really had the opportunity to make solid acquaintances, let alone friends. Most of his peers were still too awestruck to have a real conversation with him. Harry hoped it wouldn't always be like that. Smith remained an arrogant prat, but he had yet to start anything with Harry again after the confrontation in the dormitory. That was fine by Harry, but Smith continued giving him dirty LKS and Harry was sure it was only a matter of time until Smith would try to pull something else. No matter, he would be ready. Gone were the days where he would endure bullying, verbal or physical. Never again would he stand idle and allow himself to take blows without standing up for himself, because he was not a freak here. He was a Hufflepuff. He was not, boy, here. He was Harry Potter. And, most importantly, he was not alone here. He was among loyal friends. Oh. Severus took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had made another move, once again altering another individual's future sooner than he may have liked, but it could not be helped now. Remus Lupin would be arriving to become the Dada professor on Halloween. Severus had spoken with Dumbledore and had let slip that Lupin would be a tolerable replacement, more than Gilderoy Lockhart at any rate, who the headmaster had been considering due to lack of willing professor candidates. After everything Voldemort had done, that curse on the Dada position was one of the worst things he had done. How many generations had he caused detrimental, if not irreversible, harm to in taking away consistent defense instruction? How many people had been made sorely ill-prepared for the raids he carried out because they had never been taught how to cast a proper shield charm, let alone an Expelliarmus? Too many, Severus was sure. Severus refocused, deciding to think about something else. He had taken it upon himself to speak with Hermione. She had come to his office wanting to know about a particular consequence of an ingredient when he decided he would save her from some future heartache. He had not particularly enjoyed the task, but it had to be done. She had to be told, in blunt terms, that her bossy behavior was not helping anyone. She had taken it rather well, Severus thought, and had only needed to fight back tears instead of sobs as he had been expecting. Afterwards, she nodded in understanding and fled the room. Severus was pleased with the results, and he was sure there wouldn't be any weeping Gryffindor in the girls' lavatory this Halloween. What a relief. Oh. The SCHL was buzzing with the news that SN Dumbledore would no longer be teaching Dada. Evidently, he had found a replacement and would be revealing the new Professor SN. Harry couldn't say he was pleased with the news. What if the new professor was Voldemort aside just as bad as Quirrell? Of course, hopefully more care had been taken in finding a replacement than what had been taken in hiring Quirrell, but he was still uneasy. Entering the Great Hall with Neville and the others, they found it adorned extensively with Halloween decorations. Harry was a bit unsure how he should feel about the day. Sure, it was a fun holiday and it promised to be much more enjoyable than his previous Halloweens, but it was also the day. The day his parents had been taken from him. The day Voldemort had marked him. "All right there, Harry?" Neville asked as they sat down across from Susan and Hannah. "Yeah, just thinking." Neville nodded. "I understand." Harry didn't ask him if he really understood, but it seemed like he did, for which Harry was grateful. The feast passed quickly, and they found themselves elking up to the headmaster when he std up. "Well, now that we have adequately stuffed ourselves, I would like to introduce your new defense against the dark arts teacher," he said, motioning to the far end of the table where Madame Pomfrey and Flitwick sat. The student body followed the headmaster's motion and their eyes came to rest on a rather grubby elking man. Granted, upon closer inspection, he was clean-shaven and had tame hair, but his clothes. They had seen better days. Harry frowned a little, wondering why Hogwarts hadn't provided upfront pay to the man since he would be filling a much-needed slot at the SCHL. He understood that in the Muggle world such arrangements were common. It also helped keep the professionalism of a company. Uncle Vernon had droned on and on about the importance of a company's image and that her employees were part of that image. He had gone on that rant after finding a tiny stain at the edge of his business tie. That day had Harry scrubbing the thing for a GD solid hour to get rid of it. Harry pulled himself from the memory and refocused on the rather hesitant man who had risen to his feet when Dumbledore had motioned to him. Despite his attire, the new professor had a quiet confidence Harry quickly recognized. It emerged in the way he kept himself straight in spite of, in Harry's opinion, his apparent desire to return to sitting, away from prying eyes. It reminded Harry of the janitor at his old SCHL, when the principal at an assembly had introduced him to the student body for Remembrance Day. He was a World War II veteran. "He appears more capable than Garlic Towel Man," Coral hissed quietly. "Hopefully," Harry replied. "Professor Remus Lupin," Dumbledore introduced. The SCHL clapped respectfully, wondering if this man would be a GD teacher, or if he would be like all the others that had passed through before. Lupin sat back down with a brief smile to them all after, not saying a word. Harry couldn't help but be anxious about the next Dada lesson the following week. Oh, Severus remained standoffish when it came to Remus, not to mention most people in general. Remus didn't mind and seemed to be relieved with the arrangement, however, Severus knew it would not be able to last long where Harry was concerned. If Harry remained true to form and performed as he had in Albus, Dada lessons, Remus would take notice. And then he would go to Minerva, his old head of house, and ask for her thoughts on Harry. From there, things would really get moving. The question Severus was now asking himself was, should he attempt to stop it or get involved when it happened? Should he step in and guide the situation? Or would it be better for him to stand back in that instance and watch things play out? He didn't know. Albus had admitted to him earlier that week, before contacting Remus, that Harry was showing amazing skill in the magic he had learned so far in all of his classes. His devotion and determination was made evident in every casting attempt he made, and whether or not he succeeded on the first try, he was always eager to improve. His zealousness for such improvement was also unique. Contrary to most eager students like Hermione, he was not outspoken about his skills or growing knowledge. He rarely volunteered answers when the professor asked the class a question. Instead, he kept his head down. The only times he would answer was when he was specifically called upon, but when he did answer, he was always thorough and quick. He was much like a sponge, and the more and more Severus heard his co-workers' comments about the boy, a part of him straightened in pride for his young old friend, while another part of himself saddened. Had they been so blind last time that such a hungry student had been passed over? Granted, he had to remind himself that the professor's interactions with Harry were not the only things different this time. Harry was in a different house and had different friends, and the fact that Neville Longbottom was his best friend had certainly changed things. Instead of Ronald Welly, who had been a fairly loyal friend but a constant distraction, he now had Neville, who didn't particularly care about Quidditch or other rather pointless things. Neville was desperate to make his grand proud, and, now that he had some confidence, thanks to Harry, he in turn was helping keep Harry focused. But even so, they had been very blind before. And it wasn't as if he and the other professors hadn't been given glimpses of Harry's abilities in the old timeline. He had persevered through tasks most adults would find themselves helpless in, and then in his 3rd year. He had devoted how many hours with Remus to learn the Patronus charm. And then later that same year he successfully forced hundreds of Dementors away. That had obviously not been normal. Not for an adult and certainly not for a 13-year-old boy. How had they missed it? How had they failed to notice and point it out to the others? And then 4th year. Harry had poured himself over countless BKS, absorbing as much as he could in the short time he had. And to top it all off, he actually became a match for his competitors. Granted, there was some luck involved, but in the end he succeeded where many others had and would have failed. He had won the tournament, before facing off with Voldemort and escaping with his life and the body of his older friend, Cedric. Severus wondered if things would play out as they had last time. Would fate be so cruel and select that boy again for the tournament? Would the tournament even be held? He certainly hoped not. He pulled his thoughts away from such dark things and focused more on the present. Pomona had spoken with him earlier that month about Harry concerning the incident with Smith. He was pleasantly surprised she had come to him, rather than the headmaster, but it was just as well. It was amazing, Severus, she said, taking a seat on his couch. Oh, his anger was understandable. What Smith had said was utterly reprehensible, but Potter's control. It was staggering. I see. You should have seen it, Severus. I doubt even Albus has as much control when having to pull in his magic. Severus nodded thoughtfully, thinking back to the incident in the older man's office when he had told him about Harry's life at the Dursleys. Well, the reason why I've come by is to let you know what had happened and to inform you I will begin light instruction with him after the holidays. Light instruction? Severus asked, suddenly wondering what the stout woman had in mind exactly. To improve his control. I understand you've given him extra reading material covering this sort of thing. He nodded. Well, BKS can only take him so far, and, with control like that, personal instruction is needed. If I'm right, he's already begun using the techniques in that inner magic BK. He will need further guidance or his control will conform to how it is now, and not improve much at all. Granted, his control is marvelous already, but it has plenty of room for improvement. He is barely halfway to his magical majority, after all. Severus blinked, seeing her point that steps needed to be taken. Have you spoken to the headmaster about this? He asked. No, not yet. I figured it would be better to apologize than ask for permission in this instance, and that is if he disapproves when he learns of it. The potions master smirked. Who knew the head of Hufflepuff could be so devious? Very well. After the holidays then, Severus said. Oh, and I gave him a BK on occlumency. He is still too young to really begin mastering the art, but a few of the calming exercises in it may be helpful with whatever you have planned for him. Thank you, I will keep that in mind. Severus smiled, very grateful that Harry had been sorted in Pomona's house. Oh. Harry and the other Hufflepuffs entered the Dada Urn with the Gryffindors, all of them wondering how this new teacher would be. Going to their desks and sitting down, they quickly turned their attention to Professor Lupin, who had just come from the back office. G.D. Afton, he said. I understand the headmaster had left off at defending yourselves against simple hexes and counteracting them. He received a few nods. Very G.D. Then open your BKS to Chapter 8. We will begin an in-depth LK into shield charms. The lecture continued, and they were pleased that they could understand him and that he was actually teaching them. Later this week, we will attempt to cast the basic shield charm, but I think having a solid understanding of the theory is important to have first in this instance, he said, walking around their desks and making sure no one was slacking off or reading something they shouldn't be. Harry had already read this chapter, but the pictures within were interesting, so he was content to studying the wand motions and mentally repeating the necessary incantation. Suddenly, Coral stiffened around his wrist, her coils tightening around his white scar. Harry quickly leaned forward, lowering his face over her. What's wrong? Harry asked as Lupin came up behind him and continued to Susan, who had her hand up. The professor. It's hard to explain, I just feel, she hissed quietly. Feel what? Harry asked, not noticing how Professor Lupin turned back to him after he answered Susan's question. He's dangerous. I feel threatened almost. Harry frowned, raising his face to the professor, only to freeze when he realized the professor was staring right at him. He met his gaze and couldn't help but hold it. He let his magic flow from his center and swirl within him, as the BK had illustrated to calm oneself, trying to draw some amount of comfort as he stared back into the deep hazel eyes of the new professor. Quirrell was right. This man was dangerous. He didn't know how he knew, he just did. The professor turned around and headed back to the front of the class. For Thursday, I would like a featuring of parchment on shield charms discussing their strengths and weaknesses, Lupin said, just as class time came to an end. Oh, something is off about him, Harry said quietly. They were outside near Hagrid's hut. He seems nice though, and he's much better than Quirrell, and according to the older students, he's one of the best they've had in years. He's almost as GD as Dumbledore on teaching the subject, Susan said. I agree with you, but something. I don't know. Harry sighed, wishing he could explain. Well, he is a GD teacher. Who knows what he's gone through to know what he does about defense, Neville suggested. I mean, he does have a lot of scars. What do you actually feel, Harry? Susan asked. Like he's dangerous. Like, he could just. I know, be unleashed. You make it sound as if he's an animal, Susan said with a frown. Harry blinked. You're right, but that's what it feels like. Like he's a wild animal. Neville asked, confused. Well, sort of. Harry shifted, trying to make sense of it himself. I'm not saying he's bad, he's just, more than he appears I think. Like an animagus? Susan asked. Like Professor McGonagall? Harry asked. I suppose he could be. Yeah, and maybe he's a giant grizzly or a tiger, and that's why he feels dangerous to you and Quirrell, Neville agreed. Harry narrowed his eyes some, not quite convinced. Maybe. Oh. Remus could hardly believe how much his life had changed in the past week. He now had a nice warm place to stay, a well-paying job in his most favorite place on earth, and he got to teach his best friend's boy. He never thought he would feel so content. And Harry, wow, that boy was amazing. He was definitely Lily's son. He was excelling in all of his classes and working fervently as if he had something to prove. Remus wondered what drove him. How has your first week here as a professor been, Remus? Flitwick asked as he entered his office. It has been great so far, he said, not that surprised that the short professor had stopped by. GD. So, no problems, I trust. Like with the students? No, not yet. I have been impressed by a few of them, however. Oh, Cedric Diggory seems to have a GD handle on things, and Penelope Clearwater is very sharp. Flitwick beamed at the mention of one of his Ravenclaws. But I am most surprised by Harry Potter. Being James's son, I had admittedly expected someone a bit different, granted, he is also Lily's, he said, growing quiet at the end. Yes, he is quite remarkable, is he not? I trust Albus told you about his special circumstances when you first arrived. Remus nodded, recalling his surprise in learning about Quirrell and Harry's parcel magic. He had read The Prophet, of course, but it was different hearing it from the headmaster. He had also found it odd that the headmaster had not mentioned the Dursleys at all. He had meant to question him about them, to learn if Harry was happy there, but he had gotten sidetracked with lesson plans and such after Dumbledore had given him a rundown of recent events surrounding Harry. A Parselmouth, wow. So, what do you think of the boy so far? Flitwick asked curiously. I would like a newcomer's opinion. He is very observant and picks things up quickly. Though, if that comes from reading ahead, I am not sure. He is not very outspoken, but he answers the questions I ask him without any problems. Remus trailed off, unable to completely fight off a frown. What is it, Remus? What? Flitwick asked when Remus didn't continue. He seems guarded, around me, and I don't know why. Flitwick nodded slowly with a dark understanding. I see. Do you know why that could be? Or am I just imagining it? Unfortunately, you are probably not imagining it. After all, he has very GD reason to be leery of you, since you are the new Dada professor and the last one had not exactly been pleasant. But why is he the only one acting this way? None of the other students try to keep me in view whenever I enter the or tense ever so slightly when I get within 5 feet of them. Flitwick sighed. You know that the student Quirrell targeted had been a Hufflepuff. Yes, but what would Merlin? It had been him. He was the Hufflepuff. Flitwick nodded solemnly. I definitely understand now. I am sure he will see you mean him no harm in time. He has only been in a few of your lessons, you see. Remus nodded, now deep in thought. Well, I will see you tomorrow, Flitwick said, deciding to take his leave. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. No problem, and if you have any questions, you know where to find me. Oh, he's getting sick again, Neville whispered to Harry when they entered Dada. Harry nodded, his eyes narrowing a little in concern but also in slight suspicion. In the middle of the previous month, Professor Lupin had gotten ill and the headmaster had had to step in and sub for him for 2 whole days. Now, once again, it seemed the professor was getting sick again, and in exactly the same manner as last time. It's strange, Harry muttered. I agree. Wizards don't often get sick. We're not like muggles, Neville replied softly as the professor motioned them all to take out their BKS. Evidently, he was feeling too ill to have a practical lesson that day and wanted to work from the BK. Harry was still leery about Lupin. On the one hand, he enjoyed the man's lessons and was learning a lot from him, but, on the other, he couldn't shake the feeling that the man was hiding something. Something dangerous. He did find himself concerned for the man's health, though, but then couldn't help but wonder if Lupin's reoccurring sickness was a ruse to cover something sinister, just as Quirrell's stuttering had been a cloak for his true nature. Granted, he had only been sick twice so far, but it seemed as if the professor was used to being ill. Things just didn't add up. Of course, he was certain the headmaster had taken extra care in finding the Dada replacement, and surely Professor Snape would not allow someone he found questionable to come near him and the other students, considering what had happened before. But, he knew, no one was infallible. The Hogwarts staff had been fled before, they could be fled again. On a different matter, the winter holidays were approaching, and Harry was wondering where he would go during them. He knew Draco and Neville were going home for the break, as were most of the other students, however, he knew there was no way in, well, he knew he wasn't going back to the Dursleys for Christmas, not if he had anything to say about it. He supposed remaining at Hogwarts wouldn't be so bad. He would be able to hang out in the library without any distractions and read to his heart's content. He wondered which of the professors would be remaining behind. He hoped Professor Snape would be around. And maybe Madame Pomfrey would have more projects for him to carry out. Most recently, she had started him on diagnosing students who came in, which had led him to using another ability granted by parcel magic. It was briefly mentioned in the art of parcel, but the particulars were not discussed. Harry learned it was pretty self-explanatory. While touching a patient and asking what the problem was, he would be shown. Go on, Harry, Madame Pomfrey prompted, motioning him toward the third-year Gryffindor. Harry nodded and placed his hand on Lee Jordan's arm. What is the problem? Suddenly, viewable only to him, the older boy's right knee gave a slight glow, and, in his mind's eye, he was shown a close-up of muscle and tissue under the skin there. It appeared to be slightly swollen, and he could actually see blood that had seeped into the surrounding area. Harry looked at the boy's knee, which was covered by jeans. Did something hit your knee recently? The black boy beamed. That's brilliant. How did you know? Jordan asked. I got hit by a bludger during Quidditch practice a few days ago. The thing had gotten away from the twins for a moment. Well, you still have some swelling, and am I right to say there's a bad bruise there too? Jordan nodded, impressed, as Harry moved Quirrell closer and spoke Parseltongue. So brilliant, Jordan whispered as he felt his knee heal. Harry thought it was brilliant too, and he wondered what he would be shown if he diagnosed Professor Lupin. Oh, the weeks had passed quickly, and Severus could hardly believe they were preparing for the winter holidays. It was very strange. Last time, he had been worrying about Quirrell getting the stone and frustrated with the Quidditch results. This time, his concerns were on completely different things. Dumbledore was suspicious, though Severus was certain his trail was totally on the wrong track, which was the only blessing in the whole mess. The headmaster was clearly concerned with his well-being, for whatever reason, and had unknowingly let him know at nearly every turn. Part of Severus just wanted to yell out the truth to put an end to Albus, worried, barely subtle, glances toward him. But then, Severus admitted, Bringing out the truth would only bring him more trouble and make everything even more complicated. And so, he decided to endure. Endure. It seemed to be the only thing he was really GD at. Sure, he was a gifted strategist, a cunning spy, and the youngest potions master in over 200 years, but lately, he felt weary, old, and drawn. He had not slept well the last few nights, and it didn't seem that this night would be any different. He could see the changes he had made in Harry, and he was proud of the boy, really he was, but he was afraid. Afraid it would all be for naught. A part of him knew he was being too hard on himself, being too negative, and he knew the Harry he had left would not approve of his pessimistic thoughts, but he couldn't help it. It was in his nature. Every bit of GD he had ever done had only come to bite him before the end. Nothing he ever did lasted, and no one he ever attempted to help was really saved. Severus hit the wall of his private room with the palm of his hand hard. He enjoyed the echo it created and allowed himself to focus on the pain that tingled across his skin long after the sound of his flesh hitting the stone had gone away. He was being stupid. He knew this. Harry had not sent him back only to have him question himself like this. His friend had not drained his core and given him a second chance only for him to wallow in misery and fret over a possible future of death and hopelessness. Severus straightened and pulled his smarting hand away from the wall, berating himself for falling into such foolish despair. He was better than this. He was the head of Slytherin, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, an underground fighter of Potter's resistance. Exhaling, Severus briefly closed his eyes. Collecting himself, he moved over and sat down in his comfy chair, recalling what Harry had told him just before he had sent him back. "I trust you, Severus," Harry said, stepping back and entering the network of runes drawn on the FLR. "If anyone can do this, it's you. You have a great deal of confidence in me, Harry, more than I would have ever thought I would receive from you, or anyone. I will try not to disappoint, not that you will know if I failed." "Dumbledore trusted you as much as I do," Harry pointed out. "And you won't fail. You're too stubborn." Severus smiled softly in the darkness of his quarters, reminded that even if he didn't have faith in himself, Harry had, and, perhaps, he would again. With that, the potions master closed his eyes, and sleep found him. The night air was thick with sty fog. Pockets of fire were scattered among the piles of debris that had once been the buildings of Diagon Alley. The pillars of the bank had crumbled, and bodies of goblins and wizards were among the ruins. "We're too late," a man said, going to his knees. "No, not quite," an older voice said. "Dumbledore." Severus stepped up beside the former headmaster, his eyes falling to the kneeling man. "Get up, Lupin," he ordered. "We have to find him." That broke Remus out of his reverie and he quickly std. "To the bank, come now," Dumbledore said, moving over the rubble and stepping over cold bodies with solemn ease. They came to the dilapidated walls of Gringotts, the great DRS laying in shattered pieces everywhere. The DR way itself was now slanted, burned marks scarring all around the rim. They entered the silent place, wondering if they would find any life at all. There was so much death around them. This was one of the worst places they had seen this month. Voldemort's lieutenants were really becoming Dark Lords in their own rights now. With lit wands, they continued into the bank, going into the dark bowels of the broken place. With each step, their hope dimmed and doubt grew. They may never find him. Knocking. They heard knocking. "Severus," Dumbledore said, his voice echoing around them. "This way." The knocking grew louder, more urgent, as they hurried deeper into the bank. Severus wasn't sure where they were now, but was sure they should have encountered dragons a few levels up. What had happened here? The destruction was unparalleled, but it was clearly not all caused by Death Eaters, for they were now finding a few Death Eaters among the dead, some even high-ranking. The serpent, V, insignia on their robes signified this, and the more waves below the V, the higher the position. Continuing on, they found several more dead Death Eaters, and fewer dead goblins. Whoever did this had been quite quick and purposeful in their work. Killing curses had not been used, but something just as powerful had been. "Severus." Severus turned to Dumbledore's shocked call and found his mentor pointing his wand down at one of the most feared Death Eaters of all. "Lieutenant Bellatrix," Remus breathed. "She's dead," Dumbledore stated after a moment, having gotten over his own surprise at seeing her there. "How?" Remus asked shakily. "I do not know," Dumbledore answered, before they heard the knocking again. This way, Severus said, pointing down one of the more narrow halls. Going down it, they came to a cave-in. It was blocking the entire passageway. Harry! Remus yelled. More knocking, these more frantic than before. Severus, cast a shield charm over us as I finish this spell, Dumbledore said. Yes, Heya Albus, he said, cringing slightly as he corrected himself too late. Dumbledore did not like being called headmaster anymore. Hogwarts had fallen, and he didn't like being reminded. Ignoring Severus' slip, Dumbledore motioned them back as he raised his wand. Harry, we're getting you out. BM. He blasted the debris back toward them, so they would not harm Harry. Severus conjured the shield and protected them. Harry! Remus cried, dashing forward with Dumbledore and Snape close behind. Harry had propped himself back against the far corner. He didn't have anything in his hands, and Severus wondered where his wand had gone. Elking around with their lit wands, they were able to make out the area to be a small chamber. It had not been a vault, but appeared to be the remains of a ceremonial chamber for the goblins. Severus refocused on Harry, who had now slumped to the side, blood dripping out of his nose. Harry, what happened here? Dumbledore asked as he knelt beside him. Remus was at his feet, while Severus was behind Dumbledore. Harry shk his head, closing his eyes. His voice shk, and an odd feeling of magic rose in air. Harry, please. Dumbledore gently pressed. Please, tell us what happened here. They watched as the young man took several calming breaths before he opened his eyes and looked up at them. I tried to help the goblins, but the Death Eaters drove us back, and the dragon. And then they made it through the DRS. I thought I was going to die, and... What, Harry? What happened? Dumbledore asked, grabbing Harry's trembling hand. My wand broke, Harry stated suddenly. Bella broke your wand? Remus asked softly, not that surprised the woman would do such a thing. No, I did. I cast it crumbled in my hand. Remus blinked in confusion, Severus frowned, and Dumbledore's eyes widened. It's all right, my boy, everything will be all right, Dumbledore said, leaning forward and placing his other hand on the young man's shoulder. Harry went completely still as he raised his face, his eyes becoming remarkably and terrifyingly focused. I killed them, sir. I killed them. I killed them all. I know, Harry, Dumbledore whispered, pulling Harry to himself. I know. With that, Harry collapsed against the former headmaster as the old man turned his eyes to his old spy. Severus. 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 Severus snapped his eyes open, feeling an extremely firm hand on his shoulder as he was startled awake. He didn't pause to think, didn't take the split second to determine where or when he was, he just reacted. Bringing his elbow up, he struck the individual's arm up and away from his shoulder before straightening his arm completely as he closed his hand into a rock-hard fist, slamming it into the person's chest to push them back. He heard the unwelcomed guest gasp in surprise as the impact no doubt knocked the breath out of them. Severus didn't wait for them to counter his surprise attack as he leapt out of his chair, whirled around, and pointed his wand at them. He froze. There, in the dark chambers of his living room, was Albus Dumbledore, attempting to catch his breath with his right hand over his chest and his left lifted in surrender. Bldy hell. Don't you ever do that again. I nearly blasted your head off. Severus found himself exclaiming. Dumbledore straightened, sufficiently recovered from Severus' attack. I apologize, Severus, but after knocking several times at your doctor, and even calling your name, I received no reply. You are usually very prompt and I couldn't help but grow concerned. It is not even 10 p.m., and I have known you hardly call it a night before 11. Being headmaster, I take the liberty of entering to see if you were all right. Severus frowned, recalling what he had dreamed and seeing how he had blended reality with his reliving of the past, or future. He was lucky he hadn't called Dumbledore, Albus, a second ago, because right then he hadn't been awake enough to realize where or when he was. Are you all right, my boy? Dumbledore asked after a moment. Severus nodded. Yes, headmaster. I am just not accustomed to being startled awake in such a way. Again, I apologize. I had not intended to alarm you. Severus waved him off, before going to the couch and sitting down again after silently inviting Dumbledore to do the same. You are incredibly quick and agile, Severus. One would never think anyone would be able to move so fast immediately after waking from a dead sleep, Dumbledore added as he sat down. Quite. So, you must have a reason for coming this late, Severus said, deciding to move away from what had happened. Dumbledore frowned at Severus' blunt redirection of the conversation but decided to let it pass. It had not been the first time Severus had woken violently, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Well, I came to get your opinion on something, Dumbledore stated. Severus raised an eyebrow. And this, I gather, is so important to be brought to me now. It is not an emergency, so do not become alarmed. I had just thought it would be wise to get your thoughts on it, considering your previous interactions with the boy, before the holidays come any closer. The boy? You mean Harry Potter? I do. So, what about him? Has he done something else that needs our attention? Has Madame Pomfrey come to you with something? Severus asked, suddenly very interested. No, nothing like that. I had just gotten a flat call from Augusta Longbottom informing me that Neville had asked her if he could invite Harry to their mansion for the holidays. And you want to know if I think it's a GD idea to allow it? Yes, to put it simply. Well, what do you think? Severus asked, throwing the question back at him. He was curious to see where Albus' thoughts were currently. I am not sure. I believe Harry and Neville would both benefit from such an extended visit, but I do not know if it would be worth risking Harry's safety. We have not seen the last of Voldemort, and I would be surprised if he remained hidden for so long again. He was most displeased the last we saw him. Severus shk his head. Mr. Potter is not going to be completely safe anywhere. You cannot keep the boy in a cushioned box and expect him to grow into a wise, respected individual. Yes, Severus, I know, which is why I have come to you. If I am to allow the boy to go to the Longbottoms, I would like some assurance all will go well. I am not going to babysit or shadow them, headmaster, so if that is what you are thinking, you better think of something else. No, nothing of the sort. I would just like some ideas for guidelines I should give Augusta to set for Harry. She is already expecting something similar, I am sure, for she understands the danger the boy potentially brings with him everywhere. He is a target, after all. I am sure Augusta will be able to keep the boys in line and as safe as possible without needing any outside guidelines. As for assurances, an emergency portkey would be wise, at the very least. I have already taken it upon myself to give the boy a safety necklace, Severus said before he could censure himself. Severus resisted the urge to slam his hand to his forehead. He was tired for this. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. A safety necklace, Severus. Severus managed to appear nonchalant. I felt it was the wise course of action to take. I told Mr. Potter to keep it on his person at all times, and he has done so. I have never detected him not wearing it, and he knows of its purpose. I doubt any adult in his conscious memory has ever provided him such a gift. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled tenderly. Thank you, Severus. I knew coming to you was the right choice. I will call Augusta first thing tomorrow and let her know she will have a guest for the holidays. Glad I could help, Severus stated blandly. The headmaster smiled. Definitely, Neville. Harry answered excitedly when Neville asked if he would like to spend the holidays with him at the Longbottom mansion. Thanks so much. This is gonna be awesome. Neville blushed. I'm glad you've said yes. When I asked Gran for permission to ask, she wasn't sure you'd want to. Why wouldn't I? You're my best friend. Harry exclaimed, still ecstatic about being invited and a bit louder than he normally was. They were alone at the edge of the courtyard outside, so it was okay. Neville beamed, a small feeling of pride rising in his chest. He was someone's best friend. So, where do you live? Harry asked, a bit calmer now. In the outskirts of Wiltshire, England, with my grandmother. And you call her, Gran, right? Neville nodded. Harry's eyes suddenly widened, looking down at Quirrell. Neville, she knows about Quirrell, right? Neville nodded. Yeah, she reads the Daily Prophet, even though she doesn't care for some of their reporters. I told her Quirrell and Hedwig would likely be coming with you if you said yes. And she's alright with Quirrell. She just said to let you know Quirrell is your responsibility. Harry nodded. Okay. Neville smiled, before growing serious and troubled. Harry frowned. Neville, what is it? Well, during the holidays, at some point, we'll go to visit my parents, and Gran told me you should know. Neville sighed, finding it difficult to say anything more. Harry blinked, a bit confused. Okay, that's fine, but I don't understand. I thought, well, when I learned you grew up with your grandmother, I thought you were, well, like me. Neville smiled sadly. I am. My parents live at St. Mungo's. Harry frowned, not liking where this was going. 10 years ago, my parents were tortured by Death Eaters with the Cruciatus curse. They're not themselves anymore, Neville continued softly. And never will be. Harry swallowed. I'm sorry, Neville. Neville shrugged half-heartedly. I didn't really know them before. Must still be hard. It is, Neville admitted. Thank you for telling me, Neville. They didn't speak for a long time after that. Oh. Harry made his way up to the headmaster's office. The holidays started the following day, and he was eager to leave with Neville and had already completely packed, including the medical BKS Madame Pomfrey had allowed him to borrow. He didn't know why Professor Dumbledore had summoned him, but Neville said it was probably because he was going home with him for the holidays. According to Neville, his grandmother had felt it necessary to clear his visit with the headmaster even before they formally invited him. Following the directions Professor Sprout had given him, he found himself standing in front of a stone gargoyle. Drops? Harry asked, feeling a little flish talking to the gargoyle. However, to his surprise, it slid aside and a staircase rotated into view. Going up, he knocked on the doctor. Come in, Harry. Harry obeyed, recognizing Dumbledore's voice. Entering the office, he was quickly taken with the place. There were so many gizmos and sparkling things to look at, but it didn't feel like an old museum like one would think. No, it felt very welcoming. Hello, Harry. Harry looked to the front of the office, finding a large WDEN desk in front of the colorfully robed Albus Dumbledore. There was a sleeping red bird on a perch beside the desk. Hello, sir, he said, tentatively moving forward. Drop, Harry, he offered, pointing to the bowl at the edge of his desk. Harry smiled. Thanks, sir, he said, coming to a stop at the desk. Feel free to sit, Harry. If you haven't already gathered, you're not in trouble. Harry gave a relieved smile. He had been pretty sure he wasn't in trouble, but it was still nice to be told for certain. Well, I've been told you'll be spending the holidays with Augusta and Neville Longbottom. Yes, sir. I trust you are fully packed. Yes, sir. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling before he grew a little more serious. Standing up, he moved to one of the shelves behind his desk. Lifting his hand to one of the finely crafted boxes, Harry noticed that the headmaster's hand was carefully wrapped with a white cloth. I can taste faint traces of dried blood in the air, Quirrell hissed quietly. I believe the headmaster has somehow injured himself. Harry nodded mutely, wondering what had happened and why the headmaster hadn't already healed himself. Surely the headmaster could cast a simple healing charm. Dumbledore turned back around, holding a small, simple medallion that could be attached to a necklace or bracelet. There was a phoenix at the center of the white metal and etchings of a strange language around the rim. I would like you to wear this from now on, Harry. It is an emergency portkey. It will activate if your life force drops suddenly for whatever reason or if you say Fox Base. It will bring you here and alert Madame Pomfrey and I to your arrival. Harry blinked. This is just a precaution, Harry. I understand that Professor Snape spoke to you about the need for such things. Harry nodded slowly, taking the medallion and seeing a little HK at the top that could easily be secured to the necklace Snape had given him. Swiftly, he latched it to the silver chain around his neck before burying it back under his robes. Dumbledore smiled, placing his hands on the desk. Once again, Harry's eyes were drawn to the white bandage on the old wizard's hand. The headmaster noticed where his gaze was and smiled softly. The other reason I called you here was for me to personally see how far you have come in parcel magic. He moved his injured hand and began unfastening the bandage. What happened, sir? I was a little careless while traveling through the forest a few days ago. Normally, I would have cured the cut straight away, but then I became curious. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like you to treat this. I have been told by Madame Pomfrey that you have treated a number of your peers, and, as they are my students, I would like to experience your GD work firsthand. Harry got up from his seat and moved closer to the desk to get a better LK. Dumbledore turned his chair and motioned for Harry to come around the desk. Elking at the headmaster's hand, which was now completely uncovered, Harry found a long gash along the bottom portion of the old palm. It was red, and swollen around the raw edges, and Harry instantly knew it was infected. Harry was also able to conclude that whatever had caused the cut had been blunt and jagged. Well, sir, it's infected, but it shouldn't be any problem. Do you want it to be numb for when I heal it? Harry asked, falling into the professional mode Madame Pomfrey had mentioned him taking whenever he treated someone. You can do that? Dumbledore asked, a little surprised. Harry nodded. It's not that hard. My magic just temporarily covers the nerves, blocking the pain signals. I see. Well, don't worry about doing that. I'll be fine without it, he said lightly. Harry nodded, not that surprised the headmaster turned down the offer. Most of the guys he healed turned the numbing option away. When he had healed Fred Weasley the previous week, George, his twin, had said accepting such a thing would be girly. Harry glanced up at Dumbledore's face before taking the injured hand in his right and moving his left with coral around his wrist over it. It'll probably twinge a bit when my magic takes care of the infection, but it shouldn't hurt much more than that, he stated simply. Dumbledore nodded, watching intently. Harry wondered if this was more of a test than a curious request. No matter, he supposed it was the headmaster's right to make sure he was making sufficient progress in parcel magic. Who knew how much the board was really concerned with it all, and he didn't want anyone to think he wasn't working as hard as he could in magic. Wound, cleanse, cut, heal, he hissed. He felt the muscles in Dumbledore's hand stiffen slightly when he stretched out his magic and TK hold of the headmaster's, quickly overwhelming the infection and healing the wound. He watched the flesh mend back together, leaving no scar or evidence of the gash ever having been there. Dumbledore closed and reopened his hand, testing the healing job. He smiled. Very impressive, Harry. Well done. It was no trouble, sir. Dumbledore LKED to Quirrell. And thank you, Madam Quirrell. Quirrell straightened in obvious pride, basking in the attention. Harry smirked, amused. She says, "You're welcome," Harry translated. Dumbledore gave her a brief, appreciative nod before King back to Harry. Well, my boy, enjoy the winter break, and happy holidays. Oh. The train ride to the station passed by quickly, and before Harry knew it, they were getting off the train and hurrying toward a ghastly King old woman standing near the area where the students got off to rejoin their families for the holidays. That's my Gran, with the vulture hat. Come on, she doesn't like waiting, Neville said breathlessly, pulling his bag behind him while trying to keep Trevor in his beak pocket. Harry managed to keep up beside him, dragging his suitcase behind him with Hedwig's cage balancing on top. GD evening, Gran, Neville said, standing at attention just 3 feet in front of her. Neville, she said, lifting her nose slightly. Neville quickly cleared his throat, putting his things down as he turned toward Harry. Gran, let me introduce you to Harry Potter, my friend and fellow Hufflepuff. Harry, this is my grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, matriarch of my family. Harry held out his right hand, keeping Quirrell behind his back and out of sight. She TK his hand as she sized him up. Harry kept himself tall and straight. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Longbottom. Thank you for having me this holiday. She nodded stiffly, but it seemed that she approved of what she found. We will be dropping your things off at the mansion first, and then we will be going to Diagon Alley, she said, holding out a handkerchief. Take hold, both of you, and make sure you have a GD hold on your belongings. We will not be returning here if you leave anything behind. Harry and Neville quickly did as they were told, though Harry gave Neville a questioning LK. Just as he TK hold of the cloth, Harry managed to make out Neville mouthing, "Portkey," in answer to his silent question. Suddenly, with all of his belongings with him, he felt himself yanked aside, before landing precariously on gravel. First time, I see, Mrs. Longbottom said as Neville helped Harry up. Yes, ma'am, he managed, rubbing the side of his arm that had rammed against the side of his suitcase. Hedwig was disheveled and unpleased with being in the cage that was now on its side. Harry quickly corrected this before standing up and King around them. They were on a gravel road that led to a massive mansion in the middle of a prairie. It was a gorgeous place, and Harry could see side buildings branching off of the grand, GRMED property. You did much better than Neville had his first time, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Longbottom stated, before King to their things. Just leave everything. The house elves will take care of it. Now, both of you, take my arm. We are going to apparate to the alley. Still somewhat dazed from the portkey, Harry managed to do as he was told with Neville, though he had no idea what apparate meant. Hold on, Neville whispered, just as everything swirled like a horrible kaleidoscope of whirling chaos that simply made him want to vomit as he was smashed on all sides. They landed, though Harry didn't know when they had launched. All right there, Harry? Neville asked, patting his back. Harry swallowed as he found himself hunched over, fighting back the bile that wanted to come forth. Slowly, he nodded. Why yeah, though I think I nearly lost that chocolate frog. Never would have thought a Hufflepuff would have a stomach of steel, Mr. Potter, Mrs. Longbottom said, her tone neither light nor heavy as she looked down at him. Yeah, well, most wouldn't think a Hufflepuff could be a Parselmouth either, but here I am, he said, still hunched over and trying to calm his stomach. Careful, Harry. Mind your tone. I don't think she appreciated such a retort, Quirrell said from within his sleeve. It wasn't a retort, it was a fact, Harry hissed under his breath. It came out as a slight wheeze, so Mrs. Longbottom thought nothing of it. Neville, however, recognized the sound and knew he had spoken to Quirrell in his sleeve. Finally, Harry straightened, no longer afraid of spewing things everywhere. He quickly gathered that they were at the edge of Diagon Alley, out of the paths of shoppers and near the alley's entrance where the leaky cauldron was. Well, now that you have sufficiently recovered, we have something to pick up, Mrs. Longbottom said, leading the way down the alley and to Mr. Ollivander's. Neville's eyes widened in happiness and Harry could feel his friend's magic ebbing with joy. Ah, Mr. Potter. I admit, I was not expecting to see you again so Mr. Ollivander said, stepping seemingly from nowhere just as they entered. Hello, Mr. Ollivander, Harry said as the old creepy man turned his attention to the Longbottoms. Madam Longbottom, so nice to see you again. Pine, Dragon Heartstring, 13 inches. I trust your wand has been behaving itself. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, but could we get on to business? My grandson needs a new wand. His father's is not a GD match for him, unfortunately, she said, her voice growing cold as if it was Neville's fault that the wand didn't work well with him. Neville looked down, ashamed. Harry's jaw clenched. Easy, Harry, Quirrell said. Yes, well, the wand chses the wizard, you know. Not much you can do about that, Ollivander said, slightly uneasily. Yes, quite, Mrs. Longbottom stated with a barely hidden huff. Ollivander then shuffled forward, measuring Neville just as he had Harry months ago. I had to try a lot of different wands, Neville. It took me a long time, but Professor Snape said it just takes a bit longer for some wizards. Neville nodded grimly as Ollivander began having him try wand after wand, all the while Mrs. Longbottom stood impatiently by the doctor. Harry went over to the wand holster rack and picked up a black leather one similar to his. Hey, Neville, are you going to keep your dad's wand? Harry asked suddenly. Neville paused, glancing at his grandmother. It will be going back into storage. Perhaps a future Longbottom will actually make use out of my son's wand, she said curtly. Neville looked down and placed his hand solemnly on his pocket. Harry knew this was where he kept his father's wand. Well, why not let Neville keep it as a secondary for now? Harry asked, growing bold. At least then it will be getting used occasionally and not gathering dust. Perhaps such an arrangement would not be unwise, she stated. Harry took a second wand holster from the rack. Mr. Potter, what are you doing? Mrs. Longbottom asked, noticing the two items in his hand. Professor Snape says wand holsters are important to him and that every sensible witch and wizard uses them, Harry said, moving to the counter and pulling out a galleon to pay for them. They were 9 sickles apiece and 1 galleon for 2. Ollivander nodded appreciatively at Harry, seeing him put the payment on the front counter, as he left for the back to gather more wands for Neville to try. Here, Neville, you put this one on the inner forearm of your wand arm. Like this, he said, pulling up his own sleeve to show him his holster that held his main wand. And this one, he began, kneeling down and swiftly lifting the pant of Neville's left leg to secure the second holster, ignoring the fact Mrs. Longbottom was watching him. You put on your calf. Wizards underestimate opponents they believe they have disarmed. Harry, you didn't have to get me these, Neville began, embarrassed as Harry stood up after securing the holster on his leg. I mean, I'm glad you did, but. Harry waved him off. Consider them early Christmas presents, Neville. You're my friend, it's no problem. Mrs. Longbottom blinked as Neville nodded numbly. All right, Ollivander stated, coming out with a few more boxes of wands. Let's try these. Neville tried a few more, each failing to be a GD match at all, until finally, he came to a dark wand. Golden sparks burst forth from the tip, the strongest reaction Neville had gotten from any wand ever, and they all instantly knew he had found the wand for him. Wow, Neville breathed. Holly, 11 inches, unicorn tail hair, Ollivander announced, elking fondly at the wand before glancing at Harry. Quite fitting. My wand is Holly, 11 inches T, Neville, Harry said. There's a bit more than that simple similarity, Mr. Potter, Ollivander put in. You see, this wand and your wand have been made from the very same tree and cut to the same length. I dare say the two of you will be quite close for the rest of your lives. So, our wands are brothers? Harry asked, a bit uneasily, considering his wand was already a brother of Voldemort's. Oh, I would go further and say twins. Unlike other brother wands that have cores that have come from the same animal, the holly gathered and used for your wands were not only from the same tree, but from the same branch. That is quite rare, for usually only a single wand can be made from a branch, not two. It will be interesting to see where you both are in 20 years. Harry and Neville looked at each other, not knowing what to think. With that, Mrs. Longbottom paid for Neville's wand, not saying much before she apparated them all back to the mansion. Show him around the mansion, Neville, and then make sure there is nothing he needs for his Call one of the elves if there is something, Mrs. Longbottom said, already walking out of the Yes, Gran, Neville said obediently before elking to Harry. This way. Harry happily followed. The mansion had a rather stiff feeling, and Harry wondered if all mansions had to feel so cold. It wasn't cold temperature-wise, but emotionally cold. The whole place just had this creepy feel to it, and the fact that there were moving portraits had nothing to do with it. It was the atmosphere. Everything was perfect and clean, to the point Harry had to wonder if anyone actually lived there at all. It was a bit unnerving. Neville showed him the living room and dining room, followed by the kitchen and library, and then finally the bed RMS and bath RMS. Neville only showed him the first two FLRS, telling Harry that the top FLR was just more bed RMS and studies. And this is my Neville said, pride entering his voice for the first time Harry had ever known him. It was a small, simple but neat and comfortable. There were dressers against the wall with a closet in the corner and a window a few feet to the right. There were two unmoving portraits by the doctor, slightly hidden by one of the tall dressers, so one had to step directly in line with it to see them. Neville's things from SCHL were on the bed. It's brilliant, Harry said, taking note of the plant BKS stacked on the short dresser and a few items scattered about on top of them. Neville smiled, happy his got his friend's approval. You'll be sleeping next, Doctor, I'll show you now. The bath RM is across the hall, he continued, beginning to exit the Harry began to follow Neville, but paused at the unmoving portraits, quickly seeing their resemblance to Neville. Oh, Neville said, stepping back. Those are my parents. They had gotten their portraits made a few weeks before it happened. Harry nodded slowly, suddenly wondering what his parents looked like. He had never even seen a picture. I don't have a picture of my parents, Harry admitted quietly. The Dursleys didn't have any, or at least they didn't show them to me. HRPH, they probably burned any they did have. Neville straightened, and Harry wondered if Neville was becoming angry for him. After a moment, Neville spoke. Well, I don't think I have any of your dad, but I think I have some of your mum. Our mums were friends, or at least that's what Gran had told me once. Harry's eyes widened. You have some pictures. I'd love to see them. I'll ask Gran where my mum's old SCHL pictures are. There must be a few of your mum in there, Neville promised. Harry couldn't thank Neville enough when he was able to get the pictures from the attic later that day. Sure enough, their mothers had been friends, and, if the amount of pictures with them together were anything to go by, they were best friends. Neville, I'm just curious, do you have your mum's wand? Harry asked as they met up in Harry's room after unpacking their things. Neville shk his head sadly. No, one of the Death Eaters snapped it that day. Oh. My father's wand had gotten destroyed. Professor Snape told me it couldn't be recovered from Godric's Hollow. Do you have your mother's wand? Neville asked, suddenly curious. Harry smiled. Yeah, it's my secondary wand, but don't tell anyone. I have it on my calf. Don't worry, I won't tell. Remember, I have a secondary Neville said with a smile. I think it's pretty cool we have twin wands. Harry nodded. Yeah, and I think your grandmother was as surprised as we were. Neville laughed. Yeah, I saw her face. No, when I first wrote to her about inviting you for Christmas, I don't think she believed we were friends. She underestimates you, you know that, right? Neville shrugged. For a while she was afraid I was a squib. Great Uncle Algy kept on trying to get me to do accidental magic. I had nearly drowned once. Harry frowned. Madame Pomfrey told me magical children show signs of magic in different ways, and not always obviously. How often did you get sick? Well, not a whole lot. Maybe once a year, if that. Harry nodded thoughtfully. And when you got hurt, how long would it take you to get better? Neville squinted his eyes, thinking back. You know, not very long at all. I had broken my wrist once, and it was fine in a few days. Harry smiled. Your magic is what Madame Pomfrey calls introvert. She was telling me these things when I was reading, controlling your inner magic. You can read it if you want. I've finished with it. Okay, thanks. For some people, their magic expresses itself sporadically in times of stress. For others, like you, it turns inwards. Harry paused before giving a small chuckle. You know, it might be why you're so GD with plants. Things that you work on with your hands can be affected by the magic swirling just under your skin. That's so neat, Neville said, before tilting his head at Harry. What sort of magic do you have? Harry blinked. I don't know. I haven't really gotten sick before. Sniffles and stuff, but nothing serious, which is really fortunate. I don't see Aunt Petunia ever fixing chicken endle soup for me. And when I get hurt I heal pretty quick. So with that I'm like you, but I've had some pretty strong incidents of accidental magic. Oh, Neville asked, intrigued. Harry shrugged. I've appeared on a RF after being chased by my cousin and his friends. I've made my hair regrow and turned my teacher's hair blue. That sort of thing. There was also that time with Smith in our dorm, Neville reminded him. Oh yeah, and that. Maybe you're both, Neville suggested. I suppose it's possible. With black and white, there's also gray. Well, dinner is going to be ready SN. We should go get washed up, Neville said, standing up. Oh. Severus placed the cork in the first flask for Harry before casting the preservation spell on it. Placing it carefully in the box to be mailed later that same hour, Severus smiled softly as he turned to begin pouring the next potion into the second flask. This was the last of the aggressive potion regimen he had set for Harry. Finally, after 5 months of potions, Severus was confident Harry had recovered fully from his treatment at the Dursleys and would suffer no lasting physical or magical ill effects. Severus had already seen an improvement, and if the other professors looked closely at the boy they would see it too. Harry had filled out a bit. Where his arms had been frail king, he now had lean, young, boyish muscle. He was still thin, but it was a natural thin. The thin his father had been at his age, toned and lean. Severus felt an odd bit of pride rise in his chest. He had done this. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the doctor. Come in, he called, already knowing who was there. Hello, Severus, Remus said, carefully entering his lab. Lupin, he returned, before turning to get Remus, Wolfsbane potion. Severus knew Remus was having a hard time reading him, and that was the way he liked it. He had played nice since Remus' arrival, but hadn't been warm and inviting either. He knew being tea-friendly would be suspicious, even though a part of him wouldn't mind becoming friends with the werewolf again, as he had been with him years in the future. Thank you, Severus, Remus said, taking the potion Severus was now holding for him to take. Severus nodded before refocusing on the box he would be sending to Harry. He placed the second flask in after waving his wand over it. Remus cleared his throat, obviously wanting to say something. Yes, Lupin, Severus asked, his voice neither cold nor kind. It just was. It's not really my business, but I'm curious. Every time I've come down here, I've seen you brewing these potions as you are now, though I've never seen you pouring them into flasks before. Are you taking orders from people outside the castle? he asked. Evidently, Severus' neutral attitude toward him for the last few months invited him to be slightly nosy. That is an interesting idea, but no, this is not an order I've taken for some sort of covert business I'm running in lieu of being a professor, Snape answered, before pausing, wondering what he should reveal, if anything. Oh, I see, Remus said, a little disappointed at not being told more. If you must know, it is for a student, and no, I am not charging them. Remus blinked. A student, and they're for them to take every week. Isn't that a bit? I mean, those potions seem pretty serious. They're to repair and prevent serious problems, Severus stated simply, moving back to the last flask. Does the headmaster know about this? Remus asked suddenly, though it was obvious he regretted his quick words the moment they were out. Severus stared at him, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I informed him I would be providing this regimen for the student and why. He trusted my judgment and has left me to care for the student as I see fit. In fact, this is the last batch the student will need to take, at least as far as I can tell for the moment. Well, that's GD, Remus said, slightly uneasily, afraid he had offended the potions master and botched any hope of becoming a friendly acquaintance instead of a tolerated peer. I am slightly surprised you haven't questioned me about this snur, Severus stated after a moment, closing the box after placing the last flask in, along with a sealed letter. Remus looked taken aback at the statement. Well, I have been wondering for some time, but as it wasn't my place to ask. But you have asked today. Yes. I suppose my curiosity had gotten the better of me. It was not an unreasonable question, Severus stated, a little hesitantly. Remus smiled softly. I'm glad I didn't offend. I am not so easily offended as I once was, Lupin. Remus stared at him for a moment, getting a strange look in his eyes Severus couldn't identify. Yeah, I've noticed, he said slowly, before shaking his head. You really have turned out to be the better man. I doubt James or... He sighed, not able to mention Sirius. Well, I doubt we would have been as gracious as you have been to me if situations had been reversed. Severus turned his back to Remus, securing the package to his eagle owl. Perhaps, he whispered. Thanks again for the potion, Severus, Remus said, before taking his leave. Oh. Harry chugged the 3 potions he had become accustomed to drinking every week. Having finished the last potion, he turned his attention to the professor's letter. Mr. Potter, I am sure you will be pleased to learn you will no longer be receiving any more of the 3 potions you have undoubtedly just chugged. I am confident you have recovered and are no longer in danger of suffering lasting effects from your previous home life. However, this does not mean I want to learn you have been relaxing in the care of yourself and so have hampered yourself in reaching your full potential. I will be most displeased if such things occur. Professor Severus Snape, Potions Master. Harry refolded the letter and placed it back in the box with a smile. I will take care of myself and I will reach my potential, Professor, I promise, he said quietly, alone in his room. Suddenly, there was a knock on the doctor. Come in, he said, putting the box away in his trunk. Morning, Harry, Neville said. Oh, you got mail. Yeah, it came this morning through my window, Harry said, moving on to the dark green envelope he had skipped over to open the package from Professor Snape first. Gran wanted me to let you know we'll be going to St. Mungo's tomorrow to visit my parents, Neville said, much more at ease in telling that to Harry than he would have been with anyone else. Okay, Harry said, not really knowing what else to say. Harry began opening the letter, seeing his name boldly scripted on the front. Neville shuffled his feet nervously. Harry. Yeah, Neville, he asked, looking up. I was wondering if you could do something for me. Yeah, sure, what is it? Neville grew still and broke Harry's gaze. My parents. You can sense what is wrong with someone. I'd like you to diagnose your parents. Neville nodded. I don't expect you to be able to make them better. Dozens of healers have tried to treat them, but... He sighed, defeated. I'll see what is wrong, and, if I think I might be able to, I will try to help them. I promise. Neville smiled, fighting back tears. Thank you, Harry. I know it's silly, but... Despite everything I know, I think the healers have it wrong, and part of me hopes there is something that can be done. What makes you think the healers have it wrong? My mum, she responds to me. She gives me little things. She never even acknowledges anyone else. That has to mean something. Harry nodded in understanding. Okay, Neville. Tomorrow, I will see what I can learn. Maybe the healers have missed something, and I can tell them. Neville smiled, unable to say anything. Harry looked back down to the letter and opened it. To Mr. Harry James Potter. You are cordially invited to join the Malfoy family for their annual Christmas party. December 23rd. Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. 4 to 11 p.m. Dinner and drinks will be provided. Formal attire. Harry blinked, before another sheet of paper fell from the envelope. Hey Harry. Hope your holiday is going well so far, and hope to see you at the party. Normally they can be pretty dull, but with you there it's sure to be much better, so just RSVP before next week if you can come. Your friend, Draco. Well, this is interesting, Harry said. Harry and Neville hurried to keep up with Mrs. Longbottom. The previous day had been a little weird, but after writing to Professor Snape about his invitation to the Malfoy Christmas party, he was no longer as concerned about it. Mr. Potter, you were right to bring this to me, but I don't believe you need to be as worried with it as you are. I have also been invited and will be attending. If you wish, I can arrange to pick you up from the Longbottoms at NN so you will not need to organize your own transportation. At that time, I could take you to Diagon Alley for you to purchase formal robes, as I am sure you do not yet own any. As for your questions, I believe the answers need a bit of explanation before I simply give them to you. You have saved the life of the Malfoy family heir. You have not simply saved the life of a friend or a fellow student, but the life of one of the most prodigious families in Europe. You need to remember this fact, and understand the magical and political implications of this. Draco Malfoy now has a life debt owed to you, just as any life you directly save would. However, being the family heir, his family also owes this debt to you. There is nothing you can do about this fact. You cannot wave it away or forgive it. It is a magically binding life debt that can only be repaid by the act of Draco saving your life. Now, there is a bit more to the relationship between the debtor and the beneficiary, but for right now, this is what you really need to know and understand. Being the beneficiary of the life debt, the Malfoy family will be inclined to honor you in the most public ways, as it is expected of them and would be greatly frowned upon if they neglected to do so. As such, you will be expected to graciously receive the honors bestowed to you. Failure to do so will send a very strong message to the Malfoys and other families. It will tell them you do not believe the life you saved is worth such gratitude, and it is a severe insult and has far-reaching consequences. It could financially and politically harm the Malfoy family's position in the wizarding world, crippling their influence and undoing the work of their forefathers. To put it simply, in rejecting their gratitude, you could crush the future of the Malfoy line. Lucius Malfoy will do everything in his power to prevent this, as he should. I understand much of this sounds a bit extreme, and I agree with you, but the wizarding world is trenched with tradition and oftentimes it surpasses all reason and logic. Understand, you yourself are an heir to a prestigious family, and your word holds weight because of that. So, with the above explanation, I can now answer your questions. Yes, I believe you should accept the invitation and attend the party. No, you cannot bring Neville with you. He did not receive an invitation and I highly doubt Mrs. Longbottom would allow him to go even if he had received one. Yes, Mrs. Longbottom will allow you to go. She understands the situation and knows, like every influential family head in the Wizengamot and the wizarding world, of the life debt the Malfoys owe to you. It would be dishonorable of her to deny you. Yes, a small party gift would be appropriate. Yes, bring Coral with you. As I said before, you are to have her with you everywhere you go, along with that necklace and your wands. This especially includes locations away from Hogwarts. I believe I have now answered all of your questions. If you have any more, do not hesitate to send them to me. Notify me once you have decided whether or not you will be attending the party so I can make the appropriate travel arrangements. Professor Severus Snape, Potions Master. Harry did as Professor Snape had suggested, accepting the Malfoys' invitation and informing the Professor and Mrs. Longbottom he would be attending the party. Mrs. Longbottom had simply nodded her head, as if what he was saying was old news. Neville had already expressed his concerns, but quickly calmed when he learned Professor Snape would be at the party with him. And so they were now on their way to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, walking along a street in London. Finally, coming to an abandoned red brick department store called Purge and Dow's, Limited, Mrs. Longbottom stopped and led them to the front window where a dummy was. It was dressed in rather outlandish and outdated clothes, but it moved a bit when Mrs. Longbottom stepped in front of it. "We're here to visit family," she stated. The dummy gave a slight nod, and with that, she stepped through the window. Harry quickly shk himself before following behind Neville the next instant. Harry found himself in a rather disorganized reception area that seemed to double as a waiting area and visitors' entrance. It was obvious the place was a hospital, but it was the most bizarre one Harry had ever seen, in person and from the telly. People were sitting in chairs against the walls, no doubt waiting for treatment, and many of them were obviously in need of some aid. Particularly the man with an arm sticking out of his head. Other people in uniform lime green robes were moving busily throughout the room, leading people from the area or directing them to continue waiting where they were. It was the most organized chaotic operation Harry had ever seen. Suddenly, a plump, blonde woman in white was there, greeting Mrs. Longbottom. She looked a bit haggard, as if she had been working there since before midnight, but seemed to be forcing herself to be alert and pleasant towards Mrs. Longbottom. Harry didn't blame her. He was certain he would manage a polite greeting even with a broken back if it meant preventing Mrs. Longbottom from turning nasty. So far, she had been cordial to him, but Harry was sure Mrs. Longbottom was a woman not to be crossed or insulted in any way. Not if you wanted to live. Of course, Mrs. Longbottom, the welcome woman said. Visit as long as you wish. Harry and Neville silently followed, passing the sick, injured, or confused people in the waiting room. Going toward the elevator, Harry spotted a FLR guide on a wall. Ground FLR, artifact accidents. Cauldron explosion, wand backfiring, BRM crashes, etc. First FLR, creature-induced injuries. Bites, stings, burns, embedded spiders, etc. Second FLR, magical bugs. Contagious maladies, e.g., dragon pox, vanishing sickness, scrofungulus. Third FLR, potion and plant poisoning. Rashes, regurgitation, uncontrollable giggling, etc. Fourth FLR, spell damage. Unliftable jinxes, hexes, and incorrectly applied charms, etc. Fifth FLR, visitors' Tierman Hospital shop. We're going to the Janus Thicky ward on the 4th FLR, Neville said as the elevator began moving. Harry nodded. When did Neville tell you about his parents, Mr. Potter? Mrs. Longbottom asked. About a week ago, Harry answered honestly, not really seeing a reason not to be. Suddenly, she rounded on Neville. Really, Neville, are you so ashamed of your parents that you would wait so long to tell your friend about them? I'm disappointed in you. Neville put his head down and stared at the FLR. The elevator had just reached the second FLR. I'm sure that's not the reason, Mrs. Longbottom, Harry put in, trying to divert her penetrating gaze away from Pr Neville. I don't really like telling people about what happened to my parents. At my Muggle SCHL, I didn't really tell anyone that they were gone. I didn't want them to feel sorry for me. It had nothing to do with how I felt about what happened to them. Just the same, knowing your parents suffered a similar fate should have made him realize he shouldn't hide what had happened to them, least of all to you. It was a GD thing I told him to tell you if he hadn't already in my last letter to him, even though I had thought he had. She shk her head and LKED to the elevator doctor that was just beginning to open, acting as if Neville wasn't there. Harry LKED at Neville who had yet to lift up his head. Harry gently bumped his arm with his hand, allowing Coral to briefly touch Neville, reminding him of Harry's promise. Neville straightened at that, lifting his head and elking straight ahead while mouthing, thanks. Going down the hall on the 4th FLR was weird. There were portraits of old healers and DRS with little windows. Harry didn't even try to LK inside any of them. He had heard about insane asylums and didn't want anything to confirm what he imagined. GD morning, Mrs. Longbottom, so GD to see you, dear. Alice has been getting a little anxious lately. Perhaps your and Neville's visit will help, a grandmotherly healer said, coming down the hall to meet them. Oh, and who is this child? She asked, elking at Harry. This is Harry Potter, a friend of my grandson's, Mrs. Longbottom said simply. The healer's eyes widened. Mr. Potter. She quickly moved forward and took his hand. I am healer Miriam Strout. I oversee this ward. It is wonderful to meet you. Thanks, Harry said uncertainly. It's nice to meet you T. I have heard you have already begun practicing healing. If you have any questions about what it's like to be a healer, just come to me. I'll be happy to share. Thanks, I might do that. She smiled, before glancing at Mrs. Longbottom. Well, I will get out of your way. You have some visiting to do. With that, she unlocked the doctor for them and stepped aside. The urn was spotless, but not entirely drab with sanitation. There were some old drawings pinned on the wall. Harry was able to make out scribbly little N's and L's under colorful stick figures and the like. He quickly gathered they were old pictures Neville had drawn for his parents when he was really young. There were 2 beds, one with a man laying in it. He was staring up at the ceiling, totally out of it. Hello, Mum, Neville said. Harry turned, finding a woman standing near the far wall, rocking slightly. Harry watched Neville approach her as Mrs. Longbottom remained silent by the doctor. It's the winter holidays, and Gran has brought me and my friend, Harry Potter, to visit, he said softly. Do you want to meet him? She remained where she was but she stilled slightly. Neville waved Harry over. Mum, this is Harry, my best friend. Harry came to a stop beside Neville, almost directly in front of her. Hello, Mrs. Longbottom. She didn't look up, didn't say anything, and didn't respond in any noticeable way. Neville looked behind him to his gran and to the healers nearby. None of them were really paying any attention. He glanced at Harry. Harry gave a slight nod. Harry's going to shake your hand, Mum. I've been wanting him to meet you since I've told him about you and Dad, Neville said, taking hold of his mum's left hand and moving it toward Harry. Harry took it, allowing Coral to shift forward ever so slightly. What's wrong? Harry whispered, before being bull-rushed with a dozen images at once, but they were all strangely clear, every single one passing before him in his mind's eye as her entire body gave a slight glow to him. Squinting his eyes, Harry focused on zeroing in on the main issue, willing his magic to show him the way to best help her. He was also vaguely aware of Neville standing very close to him, keeping him steady as images filled his mind. He was shown close-up snapshots of nerve endings in her fingers, branches of nerves going up her arms and linking up in her shoulder and back before he was shown her spinal cord. All along the nerves were patches of scar tissue, and in certain areas of her body the nerves themselves were completely shredded. Continuing his search, he was finally shown her brain. With very little knowledge of the organ, Harry could only commit to memory everything he was being shown to the best of his ability. He didn't know what much of it meant, and didn't know what he could do with any of it, yet, but he continued to see, made himself focus on the darkened clusters of fiber-like strands throughout her brain near blood vessels that were surrounded by tiny bulging globs he was able to conclude were more collections of scar tissue. How on earth was he supposed to heal this? Blinking, he stepped back and swallowed. What he was able to conclude with what he had been shown was that Neville's mother had suffered a large amount of nerve damage and severe brain trauma. Harry, Neville whispered. Harry shook his head a little. It's going to take me some time to work out everything I have been shown, Neville, he answered quietly. There's a lot of nerve and brain trauma. Mr. Potter, Healer Strout asked, coming toward them. I trust you are not attempting any sort of partial magic treatments. Harry managed, hoping Coral was out of sight. No, Healer Strout, Neville said quickly. He's not. I've told him my parents' condition is untreatable. He was just introducing himself. Oh, well, very well then. I had to make sure, you understand. I can't risk any sort of accidents that might occur with such an attempt, she said as Mrs. Longbottom looked toward them, wondering what the fuss was all about. We understand, ma'am. I was just introducing myself, Harry said, secretly relieved by Neville's quick answer. She nodded and stepped back once again so their visit could continue unhampered. Harry didn't try to diagnose Neville's dad, and Neville didn't try to get him to. For the next 30 minutes, Harry sat quietly next to Neville as he simply spoke to his parents. He told them about SCHL so far, including when Harry had saved Draco's life. They didn't look at him and didn't appear to be listening, but that didn't seem to bother Neville at all. Neville, Mr. Potter. I believe it is time to go, Mrs. Longbottom said, interrupting Neville mid-sentence. Neville stood up and nodded, used to being cut off. Harry followed suit and began to follow Mrs. Longbottom out, but turned back when he noticed Neville wasn't with him. His mother had stood up and was holding something out for him to take. Neville quickly took the item from her hand and stuffed it in his pocket before his gran could see. Come along, Neville, Mrs. Longbottom called at the doctor. Yes, Gran, Neville said obediently. Harry didn't say anything. Stepping out from the elevator, they began heading back toward the entrance to leave when a man ran right into them. Mrs. Longbottom, he exclaimed, shifting out of the way just in time, only to run into Harry instead. Harry stumbled back, but managed to catch himself on the wall. Oh, I am so sorry, young man, he cried, hurrying forward to dust Harry off, even though he wasn't dirty. I'm all right, Harry said, hoping Quirrell wouldn't take the man's actions as hostile. Healer Smethwick, Mrs. Longbottom stated, unbothered by his entrance. The man attempted to calm himself and look presentable under her gaze as he turned toward her. Yes, it is uncustomary to see you running about in such a careless manner, and for you to run into my grandson's friend. I do hope you can explain yourself, she said. The man looked absolutely ashamed. I do apologize, madam, he said. I had just been told something and wanted. He paused as his eyes fell on Harry. Harry Potter. Harry barely stopped himself from sighing heavily. Yes, he is, Mrs. Longbottom stated. The man suddenly looked 10 times more apologetic. Oh, I am so sorry. I cannot believe I ran into you, of all people. It's all right, sir, really. No one was hurt, Harry said, embarrassed and nervous about all the attention he was suddenly getting from people looking in from the waiting room and from down the halls. Oh, you must let me make it up to you, the man continued. I'll give you a tour. Yes, I've heard you've been practically apprenticed under my old friend, Poppy Pomfrey, using your parcel ability to heal. Yes, you must let me give you a tour, at the very least. I may even be able to allow you some practice. It's the least I could do for you. After all, Poppy and I went to the university together, you understand, and it would be remiss of me to not provide this opportunity to you, her student, he said quickly before looking to Mrs. Longbottom, a little nervous. Harry blinked while Neville tried not to gape. It is up to Mr. Potter, Mrs. Longbottom stated. I'd like that very much, sir, Harry said. As long as it is all right, Mrs. Longbottom. It is, Mr. Potter. It's nice to see a young man able to make something of himself, she said. Neville's shoulders slouched. Harry forced himself from narrowing his eyes at her, wishing there was a way to get back at her for Neville. Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said, before focusing on Neville. Come on, Neville, maybe we'll see some plants being used in a treatment. We sometimes do use herbs and plants, the healer said excitedly, before facing Mrs. Longbottom. They'll be safe with me, Mrs. Longbottom. If you don't wish to join us, you have my word. She gave a short nod. Please, follow me. We'll start on this FLR, he said happily. Not bothering to glance at Mrs. Longbottom, Harry grabbed Neville's arm and urged him forward. Meet me in the tier on the 5th FLR, she stated as they set off. Yes, Gran, Neville called as she stepped onto the elevator. Formidable woman, your Gran, Healer Smethwick commented. Neville nodded as they stopped at a Hull junction with slower traffic. Well, this is the ground FLR, obviously, and here we treat artifact accidents. Things from BRM accidents to wands backfiring and everything in between. We treat over 3 dozen a day at least, though most are not very serious. They began going down the halls, looking in on a few patients being healed or examined. Everything seemed to be well in hand, so Harry wasn't surprised when Smethwick didn't ask if he wanted to heal anyone. Taking the stairs, they went to the first FLR, creature-induced injuries. This is my FLR. I am head of this area, the Die Llewellyn ward. Some serious cases come here, and oftentimes it is a matter of life and death, he said grimly. Harry and Neville stayed close, hearing a few beeps from some of the RMS. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from down the hall. Healer Smethwick! Healer Smethwick! A nurse cried, hurrying from one of the RMS far down the hall. Code Lilac. With a curse, Healer Smethwick suddenly stopped and whirled around to face Harry and Neville after glancing at the sign on the doctor they were right next to. I need to handle this, he stated, before pushing the doctor open and sticking his head in. Mr. and Mrs. Hubble, I know this is an odd and sudden request, but could I have you watch these two boys for me for a moment? I'll provide free treatment for your son today. Oh, of course, Healer, came the reply. Smethwick turned back to Harry and Neville. Stay in this room until I return. I shouldn't be too long. Yes, sir, Harry answered, hearing the urgency in the older man's voice. With that, Harry and Neville were gently but hurriedly pushed into the room. The doctor shut behind them. Hello, a man by the bed said as he stood up. There was a young boy lying in the bed with a bouquet on his lap. There was a massive bandage around his arm. On the other side of the bed was a woman in a rocking chair, cradling an infant. Hello, Harry said, taking a few steps in. I am Mr. Jake Hubble. This is my wife, Mary, our son, Andy, and daughter, Anne, the man said, walking to them and holding out his hand. Harry TK it. I'm Harry Potter, and this is my best friend, Neville Longbottom. Sorry about intruding like this, he said awkwardly. Mr. Potter, Mrs. Hubble questioned as Mr. Hubble shk Neville's hand. The child healer. Well, yeah, I suppose you could say that, Harry managed uncomfortably. Mr. Hubble cleared his throat. Forgive us. I've been out of the wizarding world for some time, and she's a muggle, so we're a bit behind the times here. The only reason we're here now is because of what's happened to Andy. What happened to him? Harry asked as Andy blinked up at him and stared, wide-eyed. Mr. Hubble sighed tiredly. He was bitten by some rabid beast. Actually, the only reason we're here instead of in a muggle hospital is because he performed accidental magic. He banished the creature away, along with the garbage he had been taking out at the time. Harry raised his eyebrows. I hadn't seen it, but I definitely heard his scream and the loud BM he had caused with the banishment he performed. Was the bite bad? Harry asked, following Mr. Hubble closer to the bed. Neville was close behind him. Coming to the featuring of the bed, Mrs. Hubble still rocking little Anne, Coral's coils tightened around his wrist. Harry. She didn't need to say anything more. The moment she had squeezed his wrist, he sent out his magic to sense the area around him for what had unsettled her. Harry's eyes focused on the boy. He felt a lot like Professor Lupin, but softer, weaker. Harry swallowed, glancing down at the boy's wound. If he could get close enough to diagnose him, maybe he would get a clue about why the boy felt dangerous. And maybe then he would have a clue with Lupin. Mr. and Mrs. Hubble. Harry began, glancing to the mother. Would you mind if I, tried to heal his wound? I could also make sure the creature's bite didn't leave anything behind. Oh, would you? She asked, so relieved. I know it has been causing him terrible pain. It comes in waves. The boy shifted up, suddenly King hopeful as he put his BK aside. He appeared to be around 8 years old. A healer told me about you, he said softly. He told me you saved a boy's life at the Magic SCHL. Is that true? Harry nodded. Yeah, it's true. Wow, so you can really fix my arm. Yeah, I should be able to, Harry said, moving around to the bed's side as Mr. Hubble motioned him over. So, what do you need us to do? Mr. Hubble asked, quite open to allowing Harry to heal his son. He had read that Harry Potter was a miracle worker and was able to wield the powerful healing abilities of parcel magic. Nothing, but if you're skittish around snakes, let me know now, Harry said, trying not to show he was a bit surprised by their willingness to let him use parcel magic on their son. Snakes are awesome, Andy cried, before cringing because he had shifted his arm. Well, as long as the snake won't bite. Mrs. Hubble managed uneasily behind Harry. Oh, she won't. She's very gentle, Harry assured as he lifted his sleeve a little to reveal Coral's head. Wicked, Andy breathed, staring at Coral as she slithered further down Harry's arm and to his scarred hand. Andy and his family noticed the scar but didn't say anything about it. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Hubble said, curious and intrigued. Harry nodded. Okay, first, I'm going to do a quick scan and diagnose any other problems there may be. Madame Pomfrey says it's always GD to be sure, Harry said, now right up against the bed. Okay, Andy said as his father sat down on the other side of the bed and comfortingly took his GD hand. Harry slowly moved his left hand with Coral around it to place it on Andy's shoulder. It almost looked as if Coral was giving the boy a little key on his neck. Andy giggled. That tickles. Harry smiled, before concentrating on his task. What's wrong? Instantly, he was shown the boy's arm, terribly torn and mangled. The flesh had been ripped and pulled to such a degree that it was a miracle the boy even had a hope of keeping anything below the elbow. Harry bit back a wave of nausea as it quickly shifted, focusing on something else. There was a dark residue of magic saturating the wound, and the darkness was already coursing through the boy's veins. Focusing, Harry allowed his magic to analyze it, to get a feel for what it was. It was aggressive and wild, but not particularly evil, just ruthless. Dangerously ruthless. A pulse suddenly beat in Harry's ears, as if the darkness was a living thing. Harry's vision flashed with an explosion of gray, the sound in his ears morphing into a loud long howl, much deeper and stronger than any wolf's. Werewolf! Coral hissed. And Harry, suddenly, understood. That was why this boy and Lupin felt so dangerous. They were werewolves. What should we do? What can we do? Harry asked Coral, ignoring the hovel's muffled gasps at hearing him speak Parseltongue. It hasn't overtaken the child yet. We may be able to defeat it. Defeat it? How? Well, it's a curse, so we could do what the BK says to do to handle curses. Dissolve it, Harry answered. Yes, though we don't know where the leftover magic will go or what it will do. Of course, it will no longer be a curse, but the magic will still be there, Coral warned. Magic cannot be created nor destroyed. Well, we can't just leave the boy like this, Harry stated. I agree. Mr. Potter. Mr. Hubble asked uncertainly. Is something wrong? Harry swallowed, looking up into the man's blue eyes. Do you know what bit him? Mr. Hubble became very still. The healers don't know yet, we're still waiting for the results. They should have them S&O. Harry closed his eyes, recalling the small bits about werewolves he had read. They were feared in society, hated and despised. It was not a pleasant life. A werewolf could not marry, could not own property, and was rarely able to even obtain a job. And now this boy had that to look forward to, that is, if Harry didn't stop it. I know what bit him, but I believe I can handle it and cure him. If you let me try, Harry stated. What's wrong with my boy? What bit him? Mrs. Hubble cried, while trying to keep her voice level so she wouldn't scare her baby daughter. It was a werewolf, wasn't it? Andy whispered. Harry turned his face to him and met his eyes. Yes. Well, whatever composure the mother had went out the window, and the baby SN followed her mother's wails. Silencio. Mr. Hubble bellowed, silencing his wife and his daughter with a sorrowful but earnest look as he reached across the bed and gripped Harry's right arm firmly. Do it, Mr. Potter. Do whatever you think you can do to help my son. Do it now. Harry's heart was in his throat as he stared into the desperate eyes of the fearful father. Had his father looked that distraught when Voldemort came into their home? Had he been this forceful in his words to his mum? Had he gripped her arm this hard when he told her to get to his room? Harry swallowed thickly as he looked to Neville, who was now as white as a sheet. Tell me if anyone is coming, Neville, and don't let them pass, he stated boldly, not sure what would happen during his attempt and still clueless as to what the magic from the curse would do if or when it was dissolved. Mrs. Hubble, take your daughter over there and stay back. Mr. Hubble, no one will interrupt you, Mr. Potter, he stated, already by the doctor with Neville. I will stand here. Harry nodded, before turning his back to them all. I think I should heal the wound first, Harry told Coral. Yes. All right, Andy, I'm going to need to remove your bandage so I can heal your arm before I can take care of the other problem. I'm going to go ahead and numb you now, Harry said, deciding it was best to say what he was doing before he did it. Okay, Andy said with a gulp. You can close your eyes if you wish, Harry suggested, though the boy's eyes remained fixated on Coral and Harry's hands. Nerves, sleep, he whispered, brushing his left hand over the boy's entire bandaged arm. The boy gasped in surprise, before he relaxed, clearly more comfortable than he was before. Slowly, Harry began undoing the cloth, unwrapping it bit by bit. This isn't a pretty wound, Harry stated, now not only speaking to Andy directly, but all in the You can close your eyes or look away anytime. He removed the rest of the cloth. It was coated in ointments and BLD and smelled of a bitter waxy material. Putting it aside, the wound was completely exposed. It looked just as Harry had been shown. It looked like a wild animal had taken hold and just shk its head as hard as it could back and forth, worsening the injury. He got me pretty GD, huh? Andy whispered. He did, Harry said, carefully holding the boy's arm level with his right hand as he brought his left with Coral above the wound. All right, ready? He asked, looking at the boy. Ready, Andy said. Rips and tears, mend, wound, heal, Harry stated, weaving his magic around Andy's and using both to fuel the healing. They watched the muscle reattach to itself and the tissues surrounding it shift back as the swelling disappeared throughout the wound. The gnarled skin smthed out and stretched over the newly healed flesh, until it finally met the healing skin on the other side. And there, faintly, left over from the horrendous wound, was a long, barely visible scar. It stretched from the boy's wrist to his elbow, curving unevenly across the top of his forearm. Harry frowned. It's a curse scar, Harry, this is the best we can do, Coral stated as Harry cancelled the numbing. It's a curse scar. I forgot you can't remove them, Harry said with a soft smile, briefly touching his forehead where his own curse scar was. It's all right, this is an awesome scar, Andy said, slightly pleased. No one at SCHL will be able to top it. Harry smiled, before growing serious, part of him wondering where Healer Smethwick was. He could be back at any moment, and who knew if they would allow him to do this. He had to get this done, ASAP. Harry got on the bed, kneeling beside Andy. I think it'll be best if you put your right hand on his chest and your left with me on his forehead, your palm right above his nose. The third eye, right, Harry agreed. Okay Andy, go ahead and lay completely on your back for me. Andy did so without question as he glanced at his father who gave him an encouraging nod. His mother was currently rocking his little sister, her lips bone-white with worry as she pressed them together, tears in her eyes. Doing as Coral had suggested, Harry positioned himself beside Andy, leaning over him and placing one hand over his heart and the other on his forehead. I want you to relax. I want your magic as still and as calm as possible because I am going to manipulate it with mine to destroy the curse. Can you be calm for me? Harry asked. Andy nodded stiffly under his left hand as he closed his eyes. Don't let anyone near this bed, Harry stated, not wanting any interruptions or distractions. Ready, Coral, ready. Harry inhaled, gathering his magic at his center as he had practiced a dozen times before in the infirmary under the watch of Pomfrey. He let it churn, slowly letting it seep down towards his hands and he stretched out to take hold of Andy's magic once again. Curse, be no more, he stated firmly as he released a pulse of his magic and wove it around Andy's to combat the curse. Harry's eyes were open, staring at the boy's face, as he made contact with the curse, feeling it beat within the boy's BLD. With no hesitation, his magic zeroed in on every strand of the curse, surrounding it with thick power and purpose. Harry felt Andy stiffen, but he held him, suddenly feeling the curse crumble in their magic. Exhaling, Harry slowly began to pull his magic back after a long moment, no longer sensing any bit of the curse left. Stop, Coral stated, and Harry quickly realized why. The magic that had made up the curse was there, boiling at the boy's center, threatening to spill over and FLD the boy's core. Harry quickly did the only thing he could think of and engulfed the mass with his magic. Calm, calm, Harry whispered over and over, until finally. It surged. Harry, Neville cried. His vision flashed white, and he knew he was no longer on the bed. Though, where he was exactly, he had no idea. The next thing Harry knew was the fact he was flat on his back on the cold hospital FLR. Harry, are you alright? Neville asked, kneeling over him with Mrs. Hubble hovering just behind him looking terribly worried. Coral, Harry gasped. I believe you are fine, Harry, though the leftover magic from the curse has been absorbed by you and the boy. Are you okay? Yes, thank you. I'm alright, Harry said finally, sitting up, just as the doctor to the was slammed open. What is the idea of you locking the drive? Healer Smethwick asked heatedly, his eyes blazing. That was my doing, Healer Smethwick, Mr. Hubble stated, stepping between him and the rest in the Healer Smethwick, who was now joined by 3 other healers, quickly LKED around the trying to learn anything they could. Why? Smethwick asked, entering the as Mr. Hubble stepped back to join his wife and daughter to the left. He healed me, LK. Andy exclaimed, standing on his bed and waving his healed arm about proudly, never minding the thin hospital gown he was wearing. The healers gaped, before rushing forward. How is this possible? One asked, grabbing hold of the boy's arm and pointing at the faint, long ragged scar. But it had conflicted with our healing spells, another stated. This is a miracle. How do you feel? Smethwick asked Andy. Fine, but I'm hungry. Mom, can I have cake? He replied. Harry and Neville moved as far as they could from the confused doctors, coming to a stop beside Mr. Hubble. Harry felt the man place a hand on his shoulder as Andy managed to break through all the chatter and point firmly at Harry. I told you. Harry did it. With that, everyone went silent and turned to face the one Andy was pointing to. Harry swallowed. Is this true, Mr. Potter? Healer Smethwick asked slowly. Why yes, sir, he answered. Everyone was completely still, staring at him. Quirrell TK that moment to emerge from his sleeve. A nurse behind Smethwick gasped, while another put a calming hand on the woman's shoulder. It's his familiar. It's what helps him perform parcel magic, the older healer calmly said. I read it in the Daily Prophet. And what did you do exactly? Smethwick asked Harry. I healed his arm and got rid of the curse before it could completely take hold of him, Harry stated. Curse. Harry straightened, not liking the LKS some of the healers were giving him now. The creature that bit him, Harry began, only to slowly glance up at Mr. Hubble, whose hand was still on his shoulder. Mr. Potter offered to attempt to heal my son's wound. Before doing so, he stated he would be scanning for any other issues. He told us he found a curse, and that it was from the bite, but that he was confident he could remove it if we let him. We let him, Mr. Hubble roughly summarized. Smethwick was now staring, noticeably unnerved now, at Harry. With that stare, Harry knew Smethwick knew. He knew Andy had been bitten by a werewolf. Do you believe you got rid of said curse? Smethwick questioned breathlessly, saying not to identify the curse. I know I did. The curse has been completely dissolved and, Harry felt Quirrell tighten her hold of him, causing him to carefully think about what he was saying. He SMTHLY cleared his throat. And I am confident Andy is perfectly fine now. He had decided to keep the fact he and Andy had absorbed the leftover magic to himself. Giving that bit of information wouldn't help anyone. Mrs. Hubble gave a grateful cry before turning to Harry and giving him a hug, her daughter squirming all the while. Thank you, Mr. Potter, thank you so much. She cried, squishing him against her. After a moment, she was pulled away by Mr. Hubble, to which Harry was thankful. Quirrell was amused. Suddenly, Healer Smethwick was right in front of Harry. Mr. Potter, I don't know how you managed to heal Andy's arm with that curse, but believe me when I say you have done this family a mighty service. It would have taken several weeks for that to have healed completely, and it would have only been thanks to the full MN, which isn't exactly a blessing to those bearing this curse. He's not a werewolf, Harry said firmly. Not anymore. Smethwick and the other healers LKED skeptically at him. If you don't believe me, test him again, but I'm telling you, he's not a werewolf, Harry reiterated. That's not possible, Smethwick stated. It is. I did it. Retest him, Mr. Hubble said. Test my son again. Smethwick turned to Andy's dad. Very well. Oh. Severus entered the Great Hall, part of him actually looking forward to the holidays. It had been a long time since he had really been able to enjoy a Christmas, one without war and the constant fear of death around every corner. But not all was well. Severus was reminded of this when he had gone to the headmaster's office a few days before the holiday break started. Albus told him there was something in the forest attacking the unicorns. So far, one had even been killed and drained of BLD. In not so many words, Dumbledore admitted he believed it was Voldemort. Within that admission, Severus also learned that Dumbledore had confronted something in the forest around the same time when the unicorn had been found by Hagrid. The battle had been brief, and the being had fled quickly, but not before blasting the clearing Dumbledore had been into smithereens. I am sure whatever I confronted is what's endangering the unicorns, Severus And let me tell you, if it is what we fear, he has gained strength quickly, and that is worrisome, Dumbledore told him, carefully wrapping his injured hand with a white cloth. Severus was still amazed the old man had made it out of there with only one injury. Not long after he had been told what had happened, he went and investigated the area. He found the clearing totally charred and blackened, the trees completely disintegrated within the 40-featuring diameter area. Standing at the edge, Severus had stilled. He knew who had done this, and it wasn't Voldemort, or, at least, not only him. Peter Pettigrew's preferred spell was a variant of Bombarda. A spell whose remnants looked exactly like what he found in the Forbidden Forest. Peter was in the forest, working with the Dark Lord. "All right there, Professor Snape?" Hagrid asked him as he approached the head table. "Yes, Hagrid, GD morning," Severus said formally, taking a seat between him and Professor Flitwick. Hagrid beamed. There were a few students in the Great Hall, having remained for the holidays, the Weasleys included. Severus looked down at the near-empty Gryffindor table to find the Weasley boys there. Ron had seemed to settle into SCHL life nicely, though he was still bummed out about having lost his rat. The twins were their usual selves, up to harmless mischief. And Percy remained, well, Percy. With a muffled sigh, Severus pushed their future deaths from his mind and focused on his breakfast as the morning post was delivered by owls. He took his newspaper and left it folded by his plate. He would read it later. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I oughta throttle you." Pomfrey suddenly roared from the end of the table. Everyone in the Great Hall turned and stared. There, fuming with steam practically pouring from her ears, was Madame Pomfrey, seething as she stared at the front page of the Daily Prophet, muttering under her breath as she read. With a sinking feeling in his gut, Severus quickly grabbed his paper and opened it. "Oh, merciful Merlin," Flitwick breathed beside him as he looked over at Severus' paper to read the title of the first article. Severus' grip tightened, taking in the bold words plastered across the entire span of the paper's front page. "Harry Potter heals boy of lycanthropy at St. Mungo's, healers confirm." And beneath these words was the picture of the cured boy, Andy, standing tall in his hospital gown and holding his scarred arm out for the camera with his family standing behind him. Severus could only stare. How was this possible? In the future he had never done this. Granted, he had never tried. "Oh my," Dumbledore stated rather tonelessly, lifting up his own copy as his eyebrows rose. The rest of the week before December 23rd went by quickly for Harry and Neville. Sheltered within the Longbottom mansion, Harry and Neville were free to relax and enjoy their time away from the rest of the world, well, for the most part. Mrs. Longbottom had not really been pleased with the events that had resulted in them feeling the need to flee from the hospital earlier that week. Although she couldn't help but be impressed with what had occurred, she did not like the attention it had brought. Leaving the hospital had been an affair. Not long after the healers had come into the ERM to find Andy healed, the word of the event had spread through the hospital. By the time it had gotten to the 5th FLR, where she had been, people were saying Harry Potter was going ERM by ERM, healing people of every injury, sickness, and disease imaginable. This rumor, of course, was incorrect, though, by the time she had gotten down to the 1st FLR where Harry and Neville were, Harry was indeed going around nearby RMS to heal, simple, wounds under the curious eyes of the healers. It was amazing. Not even Augusta Longbottom could say otherwise. It was only when patients from other FLRS began attempting to get to Harry that Mrs. Longbottom decided it was time for them to leave, no arguments. And so, they left by Healer Smethwick's fireplace in his office. Mrs. Longbottom didn't broach the subject of what had happened at the hospital to Harry or Neville when they returned to the mansion. As far as she was concerned, it seemed, the entire event was in the past and should be left there. She didn't want to deal with it, so left it alone. Both Harry and Neville were grateful for her silence on the matter, though the paper the following morning had been a bit of a shock to them. The public was crazy about Harry Potter now, more than ever before. Every day, there was an article on him, speculating on what the werewolf community would do in light of this, if Mr. Potter would offer to heal other werewolves, and if he would be curing anything else. It was all very surreal. People, according to the Daily Prophet, were sending hundreds of letters to St. Mungo's, seeking Harry Potter for healing. And this was only a few days after healing Andy. Part of Harry was just waiting for people to start showing up at the mansion or hundreds of letters to be delivered anyway, but that, thankfully, didn't happen. So Professor Snape is going to pick you up at NN today and take you to Diagon Alley. Neville asked Harry as they entered the library. They had been reading everything they could find on nerves and brains, trying to learn more about them and what could be done to repair them. So far, they hadn't found much, but it had only been a few days. Yeah, I need to get some formal robes, Harry answered. Neville nodded. It's too bad you couldn't fit into mine to borrow. Diagon Alley around Christmas time can be crowded. Harry sighed. Yeah, I don't really care much for crowds. But Professor Snape will be with me, he said confidently. Neville grinned. No one will bother you while he's with you. Nope. Harry smiled. Oh, Albus, I must speak with him, Fudge said, speaking to Dumbledore from the fireplace. He had fire called the headmaster roughly a half-hour ago, desperate for guidance. I believe Mrs. Longbottom has made it clear that Mr. Potter is not to be disturbed while under her care, Dumbledore stated. Fudge sighed. Yes, but you don't understand. Representatives from other countries are coming to St. Mungo's to verify the reports. It will only be a matter of time before they begin seeking an audience with the boy himself. Cornelius, we don't know if Andy Hubbell's case was unique or not. There are a lot of things to consider here. Yes, Mr. Potter healed young Hubble, but that doesn't mean he can heal anyone infected with lycanthropy. Perhaps Mr. Potter can only heal those recently bitten. Well, then that is why I must speak with Mr. Potter so we can arrange a time to determine the limits of his abilities. I have already received a few letters from other political leaders of other countries, asking me what we've determined exactly. I cannot leave their inquiries unanswered, Albus. Dumbledore stroked his beard. You are going to the Malfoys' Christmas party, are you not? Fudge's eyes widened. Oh, I had forgotten the boy would be attending. There you go then. I am sure no one would be offended if you spoke to him for a few minutes there, and I am sure Mr. Potter would be willing to hear you out. Thank you, Albus. I must go prepare for it. I need to show Mr. Potter how much he is needed. Dumbledore's face suddenly grew serious. Cornelius. Fudge grew still, his flaming face in the fireplace staring at the headmaster, taken aback at his shifted tone. Mr. Potter is only 11 years old. If I suspect even a hint of manipulation, I will not be pleased. Yes, Mr. Potter deserves to know what his healing young Hubble has brought about, but I will not have you turn him into some sort of prize to be danced in front of the other nations. Clear. Yes, Headmaster, I understand, Fudge said with a heavy swallow. GD, Dumbledore said, his voice light once again. Glad we've had this little chat. Fudge nodded before bidding him GD day and cutting off the fire call. Dumbledore sighed, before getting up from his knees and moving away from the fireplace. I'll be with Mr. Potter when the minister speaks with him, Severus stated, taking a step out from the corner. Yes, which is the only reason I reminded Cornelius of his opportunity at the party. The potions master nodded. I hope Harry will be able to cope with his increased fame. He's no longer just the boy who lived now, Dumbledore said softly. I believe Mr. Potter will take it in stride, but I must admit I am not looking forward to taking him to Diagon Alley, Severus said. However, I agree with the point you made earlier. We cannot hide Mr. Potter from the world. Doing so would just make it worse, adding mystery on top of everything else. Yes, we may not like it, but there is not much we can do about it, Dumbledore said. Oh. Severus apparated near the edge of the snow-covered property in his formal robes. Since he and the rest in the hall had all received a nice shock in reading the paper a few mornings before, things had become a bit familiar. It was much like the days after Halloween in 1981, when the Wizarding World had learned Harry Potter had somehow caused the Dark Lord to vanish without a trace. Just like then, people everywhere were talking about the boy, whispering in corners, talking about him over meals, and including him in bedtime stories. Once again, Harry Potter had captured the public's imagination. Severus only hoped he could get the boy through Diagon Alley without everyone rushing toward him for an autograph or something. Severus shk his head as he came to the front door of the Longbottom mansion and knocked. GD Afternoon, Professor Snape. Mr. Potter is ready to go with you, Mrs. Longbottom stated, opening the doctor. Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom, Severus said with a short nod of his head. He will be back here before midnight. If he is not, notify the headmaster immediately. Of course, she answered. Come, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape said, watching Neville wave GDBYE to Harry from the entryway as Harry hurried to his side. Diagon Alley first. Stay close by my side at all times. Yes, sir. With Harry by his side, he turned and began walking back down the path, away from the mansion and to the rim of the wards. He heard Mrs. Longbottom close the doctor. We will go to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Severus said, the CLness in the air making their breath visible. Yes, sir. Severus glanced down at Harry. Your work at St. Mungo's was noteworthy, although Madame Pomfrey was not exactly pleased with learning about it in the paper. Harry looked up at him a little worried. How angry was she? Oh, I believe her exact words were, Mr. Potter, I ought to throttle you. Pretty angry then, Harry muttered. Mr. Potter, I am not going to say what you had done was wrong, because it wasn't, but it was dangerous. What if you hadn't been able to remove the curse? What if it had spread to you? What if something had gone wrong and that boy had suffered for it? Professor Snape asked seriously. Harry sighed. I couldn't not try. Could you? If you could use parcel magic, would you have been able to just do nothing if you knew you might be able to help? Severus' expression softened. No. But I want you to remember, not everything will always turn out as well as this has. Things can go wrong. Harry nodded, biting his bottom lip. I understand, sir. I'm not trying to discourage you, Mr. Potter, I just want you to be cautious when you attempt things you've never done before. But I also want you to know I am pleased with your development. I admit you have surpassed my expectations. When I first gave you the art of parcel, I never imagined you would be healing a boy with lycanthropy a few months later. Harry blushed. It really isn't a big deal. I just did what I could to help Andy. You cured his lycanthropy, Mr. Potter. It is a big deal. I know you may find this very hard to believe, but it has been thought, for centuries, that it was impossible to cure lycanthropy. In fact, in many BKS, it is stated as a fact, Severus informed him. I don't think people should rule things like that out, especially when the impossibility could help someone. That is a nice view to have, but many would say it is unrealistic, Severus said as they made their way through the snow, leaving FT prints across the Longbottom property. Maybe, but if no one went against people's doubts, we'd never get anywhere, would we? I don't believe anything is impossible, anything worthwhile anyway. Severus smiled softly, recalling similar words that had been spoken by the future Harry. You are quite correct, Mr. Potter. Which reminds me, your healing of young Hubble has created a bit of a stir. Do not be surprised if you are approached by a man named Cornelius. Fudge. The Minister of Magic? Harry asked, curious. Yes. You don't care much for him, do you, sir? Harry asked carefully. He isn't a bad man, but he can be rather flish and cowardly. He also seems quite determined in talking to you. If it hadn't been for Mrs. Longbottom, he would have already. Harry's eyebrows rose at that. Be careful in what you agree to when you speak to him. He is not above using people to get what he wants. He is much like Lucius in regard to that. Like Mr. Malfoy? Harry asked. Yes, much like Lucius, but he is nowhere near as cunning, thankfully. However, that hasn't stopped him from getting to where he is, so be cautious. Okay, I will, Harry said as they came to a stop. Are we going to apparate? Yes, we are going to apparate to Diagon Alley. Once we have finished there, we will be leaving from the Leaky Cauldron and take the night bus to Malfoy Manor. The night bus. I want you to experience all modes of wizarding transportation. I believe it is a necessary knowledge that should be learned as soon as possible, he said as he stepped closer to Harry and offered his arm for apparition. Harry TK hold and they vanished with a nearly silent crack. They appeared at around the same place Mrs. Longbottom had taken him and Neville. Severus quickly put a hand on Harry's shoulder, keeping him close as he began leading him to Madame Malkin's. The place was crowded, and Harry supposed correctly it was because everyone was doing last-minute shopping. And so, because everyone was sidetracked with getting gifts for their families, they didn't pay any attention to Harry, who was currently being shuffled through them with his head down beside the dark-robed professor. Entering the robe shop, which wasn't extremely crowded, Severus led him toward the back area of the place. "May I help you, Professor?" Madame Malkin asked, having seen their entrance and quick course to the more secluded area of her shop. "Yes," Severus said, stepping behind Harry and putting both of his hands on the boy's shoulders. "This young man needs formal robes and shoes. I trust they can be sized and fit for wearing within a few hours." "Of course," she said, moving forward and pulling out her measuring tape, glancing at Harry's forehead but remaining professional. "So, colors." Nearly an hour and a half later, Harry had a new set of formal robes. Under pitch-black dress robes was a dark, forest green vest with golden-yellow embroidery going along the borders. The golden-yellow embroidery was also added along the rims of his robes, and it looked very sharp. With his emerald green eyes, Harry agreed that he looked very nice, formidable even. "Harry, could I make a request?" Quirrell asked as Madame Malkin made some final adjustments to Harry's robes. "Sure. I get cold rather quickly in this weather when I move away from you. Is there a way I could, perhaps?" Harry smiled before glancing around. There was no one within earshot or paying them any mind. Madame Malkin, could I make a strange request?" "Certainly, young sir," she said. Having noticed Professor Snape didn't want people drawn to their location, she didn't use Mr. Potter's name. Could you make a narrow cloth tube to match these robes?" "It's for..." Harry lifted his sleeve a bit to reveal Quirrell's head. Malkin gave a small smile, already having seen her earlier and quite taken with the friendly serpent. "Of course. It should only take me 10 minutes to get it woven." "Silk or cotton?" Shocked-faced "Silk," Quirrell answered. "Silk, please." Malkin nodded and quickly got to work on it once she finished the last hem. 15 minutes later, both Harry and Quirrell were ready for the party. Harry also got a nice pair of black leather gloves to give to Mr. Malfoy with an embroidered M at the cuff as a nice but simple party gift. Professor Snape had suggested it, as he knew it was Lucius' favorite sort of gift to receive. The embroidered M was Harry's idea. "Thank you, madam," Severus said with a slight bow of his head as Harry paid her. Harry had his formal robes on, and his old ones were in his pocket, shrunken, while Quirrell had her little sweater on. It was charmed to adjust to her size over time, and when there was a large temperature drop around her, the sweater would warm up, compensating for the temperature difference. The silk was layered in a special way to allow freedom of movement. It didn't completely cover her, but enough to keep her from becoming chilled when away from Harry. It was winter after all. "Oh, it was my pleasure," Madame Malkin said, beaming. "And if you need any more of those special garments, just let me know. I'll be happy to make more for the little dear." Harry smiled with a nod. "Thanks, she really loves it already." Walking out of the shop, Severus assessed the area. A few people were now craning their necks at Harry, trying to get a GDLK at him, as if trying to determine if he was in fact who they likely hoped he was. Severus was actually a bit surprised it had taken people this long to notice the boy. Granted, they had been out of sight for most of that time, Harry having been in the fitting room for half of it. Harry remained close by his side, clearly having noticed how people had begun to LK at him now. It was clear they knew who he was, but they did not approach him. Instead, they stared, before turning to one another and whispering excitedly. Severus scanned the crowd around them as they continued their way to the leaky cauldron. Something was off. He could feel tiny prickles at the back of his neck. A feeling he always got when something was amiss, and then he knew. Someone was following them. Leaning toward Harry ever so slightly, not slowing or adjusting their pace, he whispered. "We're being followed. Use that portkey if I tell you to activate it or if spells are exchanged." Harry nodded. Finally, they made it to the leaky cauldron through the brick wall, but Severus knew they were still being followed. Entering the pub area, they wove around the tables and headed toward the front to exit. The place was not even half full, but there were still plenty of people about. Harry kept his head down, trying not to attract any more attention, when it suddenly happened. "Mr. Potter." A man behind them rushed forward, his hand reaching toward Harry. Harry felt himself yanked aside by Severus, the professor lightning fast. The pursuing man was blasted back, and Harry never even saw Severus use his wand as he was ushered further behind the dark frame of the potion's master. The man landed in a heap beside the bar and everyone froze in the leaky cauldron, staring at Severus Snape standing boldly between the heap and Harry Potter. The heap shifted, revealing a man in worn cloths, littered with scars. He looked 10 times worse than Remus Lupin. Mr. Potter, the man cried, now on his hands and knees. Please, please help me. Evidently, he didn't see or care that there was a very protective wizard with a wand pointed at his head right over him. No one moved as the man continued to beg. Please, please help me like you did that boy at St. Mungo's. Please, I can't take this anymore. Harry peeked around Severus' intimidating frame and really looked at the pathetic man, sending out a bit of his magic to evaluate the situation. Harry's eyes widened, and coral once again tightened around his wrist. You're a werewolf, Harry stated quietly. The man nodded as a great deal of the people in the pub gasped. I don't know if I can cure you, sir. The curse hadn't been in Andy for very long, not even 3 days, Harry said finally, his voice echoing in the shocked pub. Please, could you just try? The man pleaded. I will do anything. Harry looked up at Snape, whose wand was still pointing at the man. Severus wasn't sure if this was a GD idea or not, but he knew Harry would do what he thought was right, and that meant he would try to heal this man, right then and there if at all possible. With or without the dozen people watching them. Severus gave an internal sigh as Harry stepped up beside him and put his small hand on his arm. Harry had done that 100 times in the future. When the battle was over. When the enemy was defeated. When there was no enemy to kill. When there was someone to help. Go on, Mr. Potter. I will not stop you. But no, I will intervene if I believe his intention is anything other than being healed by you, Severus stated. The man looked up with wide, hope-filled eyes as Harry went forward and came to a stop right in front of him. Sit up and lean against the wall, Harry stated, deciding the man did not need to lay down like Andy had. The man did as he was told without question as Harry kneeled beside him and lifted his left sleeve to reveal coral. Severus kept his wand trained on the man, but he knew there was no danger. This man really did just want to be healed. There was no ill intent. Harry stared at the man for a long moment, looking into his scarred face. Professor, could you cast something on him to keep him still? I was able to keep Andy still, but... Harry said. Petrificus totalis, Severus stated simply. Thanks, Harry whispered, trying to decide how exactly to approach this. No one in the pub uttered a word as Harry put his right hand on the man's chest and his left on his forehead. He has been cursed for a long time, Harry, Coral stated. I know. This may not work. You can feel how deeply this curse has grounded itself in him. I am not sure we should attempt this. Harry bit his lip before deciding something. We must still try. Very well. Sir, this may not work, but I will try, Harry stated, gathering his magic at his center. Unable to move, the man simply continued to stare at him with desperate, pleading eyes as everyone else in the pub simply watched. Harry let his magic go into his hands, as he had done when healing Andy, before taking hold of the man's magic to help. Exhaling and releasing a pulse of his magic, he whispered, "Curse, be no more." Immediately, Harry realized this was not like treating Andy. The curse was deeper, thicker, and stronger. Much stronger. Clenching his jaw, Harry pushed his magic harder, not willing to even think this could fail. He felt his magic weave into the man's blood and gather at his heart where the base of the curse resided. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating as hard as he could to surround every bit of the curse in the man with magic. He felt the man's muscles stiffen, despite the professor's spell, as he strained to combat the curse. He heard echoing howls in his ears, distantly at first, but it began to grow louder and louder, until his ears were ringing from it. This curse would not be defeated as easily as the curse in Andy. Fear welled up in Harry as the professor's words surfaced in his mind. Things can go wrong. No, no, this will not fail. This will work, Harry hissed furiously as a different magic rose from within his chest and rushed down his arms and into the man. The magic he had obtained from Andy in dissolving the curse. Harry's eyes snapped open, surprised as he felt the white magic surge forth, reinforcing his assault on the curse, until, finally, the curse was overpowered and dissolved. Instantly, much of the magic left. Over from the newly destroyed curse quickly joined with the white magic and returned to Harry's center. All right, Mr. Potter, Professor Snape asked, his eyes searching Harry's own. Harry blinked up at him, realizing he was still by the scarred man and had not been propelled back as he had been with Andy. I'm all right, sir. It was just a little harder than healing Andy, he said, pulling back his hands and slowly standing up as he turned his eyes down to the man who was still sitting against the wall, unmoving. Finite, Severus muttered, canceling his previous spell. The man burst into grateful tears and went to Harry on his knees. Thank you, Mr. Potter, thank you. I will forever be in your debt, he said, taking Harry's right hand and clasping it with both of his. Harry noticed the man's eyes were different. His pupils seemed to blend in with the colored portion of his eyes. It was quite a characteristic. Is he really cured? Tom, the pub owner, asked. Yes, he is cured, Harry said confidently, not feeling a trace of the curse in the man. Though, I'm afraid your eyes are a result of you being cured after being a werewolf for so long, he added, looking back at the man. Oh, I don't care. Even if the cure had blinded me, I would still be just as grateful to you as I am now. The man exclaimed, bowing his head and touching his brow to the back of Harry's hand. You are no longer a carrier or sufferer of the curse. You are no longer a werewolf, Harry said. The man gave another grateful sob. I won't forget this, Mr. Potter. I am forever at your disposal. My name is Walter McCaffrey. Just say the word and I will be where and when you need me. I swear. Thank you so much. You're welcome, sir, Harry said, not knowing what else to say. Mr. Potter, Severus stated, stepping beside him. Harry got the message. They needed to get going. Harry nodded, before looking around them, finding everyone in the pub staring at him, amazed and astonished. Severus didn't wait for them to gather their nerve to approach and quickly steered Harry to the doctor. Harry didn't object. Merry Christmas, Mr. Potter. Tom shouted as Harry and Snape made a quick exit. Oh. They continued walking down the streets of London for a few minutes in silence. Severus knew Harry was getting nervous. No doubt, he was wondering if his professor was upset with him or something. Truthfully, Severus was a bit unnerved with what he had just witnessed. In the future, he had seen Harry heal many people with parcel magic, but he had never seen anything like what he had just witnessed. Harry's green eyes had turned white, glowing brightly with power. How difficult was it? He asked, breaking the silence as they went past a few Muggle shops. Harry jumped at his sudden question before hesitantly looking up at him. Hard, sir. For a moment there, I didn't know if I would be able to do it, but then the magic from last time. Severus raised an eyebrow. The magic from last time? He questioned. Harry swallowed and Severus heard a quiet hiss from his sleeve. Obviously, Coral was giving him some advice. Hopefully, GD advice. Harry sighed. When I had healed Andy, some of the magic left over from the destroyed curse went into me. And the rest of it went into Andy. Severus frowned. Did you inform anyone of this? Harry looked down, knowing he was about to receive a reprimand as they stopped at the side of an empty street. No. The potion's master bit back a growl. Mr. Potter, did it ever occur to you that this might be some information the healers might want to know when examining Andy, or that this might be detrimental to your own magical health and development? Harry continued looking down at the snowy sidewalk. Severus felt frustration boil within him. Damn it, Harry, look at me. Startled, Harry raised his face, his eyes wide. Severus wanted to smack himself. He had not meant to slip and call Harry by his first name, but there were more important things to be upset about at the moment. Do you understand how dangerous that was? I cannot believe you were so foolish. How long have you known about the magic you got from the curse? I felt it go into me after I healed him. I knew it wasn't bad. It felt GD and clean. Pure. That is beside the point. Why did you not tell anyone? I knew it wouldn't really help anyone. The healers were already going nuts with what I had done. I didn't want them to think the curse was still there in Andy or that it had spread to me or something. I just wanted things to calm down, Harry rattled off quickly, fighting down the lump in his throat. He hadn't wanted to disappoint the professor, but evidently he had. Please, Professor, I'm sorry. I didn't think it was a big deal. Severus briefly closed his eyes and calmed himself, knowing upsetting the boy would get them nowhere. He reopened them and looked at him, reminding himself that Harry was still a first year, no matter how advanced his magical abilities were. Your eyes glowed white when you healed Mr. McCaffrey, Potter. Am I right to assume the magic you gained from the curse is white? Harry blinked before nodding. Did you get more of this white magic from healing Mr. McCaffrey? Yes, though some of it remained with him, like it had with Andy. Severus nodded, trying to build an understanding of what this magic was doing exactly. It helped me, sir. When I was beginning to struggle with the curse, it rushed in and took care of the curse really fast, Harry said, hoping the professor wasn't as mad at him as he had initially feared. It was like the curse's kryptonite. Severus paused, processing Harry's words. We are going to need to watch this, Mr. Potter. This is very new territory here. I have never heard of this sort of thing before. Harry nodded mutely, looking up at him with apologetic and slightly tearful eyes. Obviously, the thought that he had disappointed his professor was hitting him quite hard. Severus knew he needed to SMTH things over, while at the same time ensure Harry understood why he had not been pleased with him keeping the knowledge of the white magic to himself. Granted, he was sure Harry had gathered why during his short rant. Mr. Potter, do you understand why I was upset with you? He asked slowly, keeping his voice level. Harry swallowed and nodded stiffly. Why? Severus asked, wanting to hear it. I had kept something secret that could be important for others to know. Severus nodded, slightly pleased he had not needed to aggressively entice the answer from him and that Harry was able to keep himself together in answering. He didn't want a crying first year. I understand at the time it seemed best to keep that information to yourself, but you could have called the hospital later so they could have checked Andy over more carefully after they were confident the curse was gone. I'm also sure Andy would like to know this white magic had entered him, and his parents certainly have the right to know. I'll call them tomorrow, Harry said softly. Severus nodded. However, I think, all things considered, you did right by not telling them about some of it going into yourself. But, you still should have informed someone about it. And by someone, I mean an adult. Harry raised an eyebrow before he could stop himself. Severus sighed. I could curse the Dursleys, he whispered venomously before refocusing. You could have called me or Madame Pomfrey. Harry LKED down. LK at me, Mr. Potter, he stated gently. Harry did so. Learn from this. That is all I ask. Remember there are adults who want and need to be told about things concerning you, whether or not you feel it is important. Harry gave a tiny nod, but it was enough for the professor. Severus put a strong but gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Well, I am sure the Daily Prophet has already been notified of your deed. Let us get to Malfoy Manor before any reporters manage to catch up with us. Oh, it was amazing. He just touched the man, whispered something, and then there was a flash of white light. His eyes glowed white when he had done it. Oh, I can't believe I was there. You could feel the magic rise in the air when he did it. All throughout Diagon Alley and in the Leaky Cauldron people were talking excitedly. It only took a few minutes for reporters to begin showing up, inciting the people to recount the event all over again. Tom's business BMED that day. Everyone wanted to see where the healing had taken place and Neil where Harry Potter had. Oh. Harry and Severus got off of the night bus and stepped onto the road near the heart of Wiltshire. The ride had been what Severus had expected, which was unfortunate. Severus had to keep Harry level most of the trip, but he accomplished what he wanted. The boy now knew about all the traditional wizarding ways to travel and how to use them. It was a small detail, but it could prove important to Harry in case of an emergency. So this is where the Malfoys live? Harry asked, walking closely beside the professor. Yes, Mr. Potter. It has been in their family for many centuries, Severus said, glad Harry had bounced back so quickly after their discussion. Going up the long path that led to the front door, Severus put his hand on Harry's back. Remember, your words hold weight. I remember, sir, Harry said. Always stay within my sight, Severus stated. I will, sir, Harry promised as they came to the front drive. With that, Severus knocked on the ornate drive. It opened a moment later, a well-dressed woman holding it open for them. She was in a very fine, layered, green dress. She had bright red lipstick and liberal eyeshadow with blonde hair and brown highlights. Harry instantly compared her to a character in one of his aunt's favorite soap operas. She looked very rich. Good afternoon, Severus, she said, bowing her head in formal greeting to the professor before turning her eyes down to Harry. Harry gave her a small smile, deciding it would be polite, before he moved to hold out his right hand to introduce himself. However, he didn't get that far. Mr. Potter, she breathed, taking a step forward and putting her soft hand on his cheek. Harry stood there, frozen. She removed her hand after a moment, looking slightly embarrassed, which was a curious sight. Forgive me, Mr. Potter. I have been quite eager for your arrival and couldn't help myself just then. I am Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother, she said, her eyes brimming brightly as she continued to look at him. Harry's eyebrows lifted in understanding. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Malfoy, he said. She smiled and stepped aside. Please, come in. Harry and Severus entered, following her through the entryway, up the stone stairs on the right and into the formal dining room. The dining room had a very long narrow table directly next to a large fireplace. On the other side of the table, away from the fireplace, was an open area for dancing or other socializing. There were already snacks all along the table and roughly 24 people mingling in the decorated room. There was a Christmas tree in the corner with many hovering ornaments floating around it. Harry and Severus entered and came to a stop. Harry spotted Draco, speaking to his father and another man he didn't know. He had a top hat and was wearing the most horrendous green suit Harry had ever seen. He also spotted Gregory Goyle, Vincent Crabbe, Theodore Nott, Pansy Parkinson, and Daphne Greengrass snacking on cookies and crackers beside their parents near the table. Lucius, our honored guest has arrived, Narcissa announced, cutting through the conversations going on in the room. Ah, Lucius said, turning purposely toward his wife's voice. Excellent. Harry remained where and as he was. Standing straight beside Severus, Coral tightened her coils around his wrist comfortingly as Mr. Malfoy approached them. Draco followed beside his father, smiling broadly at Harry as everyone turned to watch. Mr. Potter, Lucius Malfoy, we meet at last, he said, coming before Harry and taking hold of his hand to shake. Harry returned the grip in SHK, giving him a nod in greeting before Lucius released his hand and welcomed Professor Snape. Harry took this moment to retrieve his gift for the host, and when Mr. Malfoy turned his focus back to him, he held the gift out for Lucius to take. I was told a gift for the host was appropriate for events such as this, Harry said. I hope you like it. Lucius took it and found a pair of black leather gloves with cuffs bearing a bold cursive M. He gave a small smile, honestly quite taken with the practical gift. Thank you, Mr. Potter, and though I will happily receive this gift, I trust you know it is I who should be bestowing gifts to you for what you have done for my family, he said, his voice SMTH. Dangerously SMTH, Harry thought. Harry glanced at Draco, finding his friend suddenly looking rather serious. He reminded himself of the professor's letter and advice. Yes, Mr. Malfoy, Harry answered, deciding to keep it simple. Lucius smiled, though Harry got the feeling it was rather forced. Please, Mr. Potter, take whatever you wish from the table to eat. Narcissa spared nothing in preparing everything for today, he urged, leading them to the long snack-covered table. Now, let me introduce you to my other guests. Harry politely took a small stack of crackers to tide him over before dinner as he turned his attention to the closest group of guests. I am sure you have met young Mr. Vincent Crabbe at Hogwarts, Lucius began. Receiving a nod from Harry, he continued. These are his parents, Markov and Deborah Crabbe. Everyone else in the room was still and quiet, watching the exchange occurring before them. Harry was then taken around and introduced to the other guests, including the Goyles, Parkinsons, Knotts, Flints, Greengrasses, and a few board of governors with their wives. Harry tried to ignore their awestruck stares as Mr. Malfoy introduced the guest family heads and they in turn introduced their families. Greg Goyle was as dull as always. Theodore Nott was impressed with Harry, but remained as stoic as his father. Marcus Flint was stiff but SHK Harry's hand with vigor. Pansy Parkinson gave a floppy, bashful wave. Daphne Greengrass and her younger sister, Astoria, gave small curtsies, though Daphne was less frazzled with meeting Harry. The governors and their wives were curious about him, but courteous. After, Harry was directed away to the man he had first seen speaking with Mr. Malfoy when he had entered the room. Mr. Potter, this is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, Mr. Malfoy introduced. Minister, Harry Potter. Fudge eagerly took Harry's hand. So glad to finally meet you, Harry. May I call you Harry? Sure, Harry said with a shrug as Fudge glanced at Professor Snape beside Harry. Professor Snape, Fudge greeted. Minister, Snape returned with a nod. Fudge refocused on Harry, instantly ignoring the professor's presence. Harry, may I have a word? He asked, motioning them away from the rest of the guests. Sure. What about, sir? Harry asked, following the minister to a quieter area of the Erm. Professor Snape followed, but not closely. He was close enough to hear and, if need be, intervene. I've recently met with the Hovels, Fudge began. They are really grateful to you. Harry thought fast, wondering if humility here was best or not. I was happy to heal their son, he answered simply. Fudge smiled. I'm sure you were, he said, patting Harry's shoulder and pausing. You wanted to talk about something, Minister? Harry asked when Fudge had yet to continue. Yes, there was, Harry. After what you've done for little Andy, I was wondering if you'd be willing to try to help others. You see, there are people coming to me asking for you, and, well, I can't simply leave their requests unanswered. I'm the minister, after all. What do you want me to do exactly? Harry asked, recalling the professor's warning about the minister. Well, I'd like to schedule a time for us to determine the limit of your ability to heal lycanthropy. For example, can you heal adult werewolves? Can you heal those who had been bitten a long time ago, or can you only cure the recently bitten? I cured an adult about an hour ago, Harry answered easily. He'd been a werewolf for a long time and has the scars to prove it. Fudge startled. An adult? A few hours ago. Where? At the Leaky Cauldron. Did anyone see you? Fudge asked, stunned. Oh, yeah, sure. Everyone who had been in the Leaky Cauldron at the time. And he's truly cured? Fudge asked. Yeah, Harry answered, watching Fudge's eyes grow very large. Please excuse me, Mr. Potter. I must return to the ministry. All right, sir. It was nice to meet you. Fudge bid a quick farewell to Lucius before bolting out the fireplace. You told him about Mr. McCaffrey, I see, Professor Snape said, amused as he came to Harry's side. Yes, sir, but why did he need to leave so suddenly? Harry asked. He needs to verify what you said, and once he does that, I imagine he will need to prepare for the press. Oh, don't concern yourself over it, Snape said, leading them back to the party. It's done. Nothing anyone can do about it now. Harry sighed. This is going to be bigger than healing Andy, huh? Without a doubt, but it will eventually settle and, hopefully, you will be able to help more people, the professor whispered. Harry gave a soft smile. Hey, Potter, Draco said, coming to his side. Hi, Draco, Harry said, relieved there was at least one person besides Professor Snape who acted normal around him. Dinner is about ready to be served. Father wants you to sit next to him on his right, he said. I'll be on his left. All right. Daphne Greengrass will be next to you. Is that acceptable? Harry nodded, wondering why he was being asked about seating arrangements. 5 minutes later, the table cleared itself and Mr. Malfoy beckoned everyone to sit for dinner as he pulled the chair out at the head of the table for Harry to sit. Oh, his name is Walter McCaffrey, Minister, the healer told him outside of the Erm at St. Mungo's. And we have him on record as being a werewolf. Have you done the test yet? Is he still a werewolf? Fudge asked. We've done the test and have just gotten the results back. And no, he's not a werewolf, not anymore. I want to speak with him. Of course, Minister. Oh. Everyone TK their places, standing behind their chairs. The table had been cleared of snacks, and now it was only covered with a formal, deep green tablecloth. Mr. Malfoy was at the head of the table with Harry at his right and Draco at his left. Pansy Parkinson was beside Draco and Professor Snape was beside her. Next to Harry was Daphne Greengrass, and beside her was Mr. Greengrass. Narcissa was at the other end of the table with Mrs. Greengrass to her right and Mrs. Not to her left. Lucius Malfoy called his glass from the table into his hand and then tapped it lightly with his wand, causing it to ring magnificently. Before we sit and dine, I would like to thank you all for coming this evening. I trust you all have been enjoying yourselves thus far, Lucius said with a cunning smile, before turning his attention to Harry beside him. I would also like to once again formally thank Mr. Potter for what he has done for my family. Thank you for coming, Mr. Potter. It is an honor to have you here. Harry inclined his head respectfully. I am happy to be here, Mr. Malfoy. Lucius raised his glass in salute to him before motioning them all to sit. Once they were all settled, the FD and drinks appeared and Mr. Malfoy took the first bite, allowing dinner to begin. "What got you interested in healing, Mr. Potter?" Mr. Greengrass asked as everyone began digging in. "In SCHL, I always liked the idea of becoming a doctor, a muggle healer, so when Professor Snape gave me a BK about parcel magic and told me it's the most powerful healing and protective magic there is, it just stemmed from there," Harry answered. "What are your future plans?" Lucius asked. "Continuing Hogwarts, of course, and improving my parcel magic." "How are you liking Hogwarts so far?" a board of governor asked. Harry couldn't remember his whole name, but his last was Perkins. "I like it a lot. It's become, well, more than a second home to me," Harry said honestly. "You've grown up at your relatives' home, with your mother's sister, correct?" Lucius asked, before taking a bite of his FD. "Yes, sir. The Dursleys, Muggles?" he asked, though he wasn't quite asking, and his voice held a slight sneer. "Yes, sir. They don't like magic much, to be honest. They tried to prevent me from attending Hogwarts, but Hagrid got me anyway," Harry said with a smile. "They don't like magic?" Draco asked, stunned. "You would think, being Muggles, they would be amazed with magic and impressed." Harry shk his head, unable to see Professor Snape cringing internally, wishing the conversation would change directions. "You would think. Flish Muggles," Lucius practically snarled before graciously changing the subject of the conversation. "So how is Hufflepuff treating you, Mr. Potter?" "I admit that was not the house I had been expecting for the boy who lived. You're not the only one, but I think the Sorting Hat got it right." "Professor Sprout is great," Harry answered, before finishing his salad. Light conversations cropped up as the meal continued, finished dishes and plates vanishing before new ones appeared, loaded with the next portion of the dinner. Harry answered the occasional question, but he was a bit surprised no one asked him about Andy or his healing of werewolves. Perhaps it wasn't proper etiquette to discuss such things. Finally, they reached dessert. Mr. Potter, Mr. Knott said, beginning his slice of pie. "I am curious, how long have you been practicing parcel magic?" "Well, I healed Neville on the train to Hogwarts and he was the first I ever healed." Lucius raised an eyebrow. "So you had only started using parcel magic a few weeks before the accident?" It was obvious that the accident he was referring to was the one that had nearly cost Draco his life. "Yes, sir," Harry said. "Unbelievable," Marcus Flint whispered. "And you use a snake to do this?" "Yes, Coral helps me." "Go on, Potter, show them Coral," Draco insisted suddenly. "I know Mum has been wanting to see Coral ever since she left the infirmary that day." Lucius and the others straightened in their seats and a few shifted forward a bit as Harry pulled up his sleeve, revealing Coral wrapped around his scarred wrist and hand. "She's marvelous," Perkins said, sparing a glance at Harry's scar but deciding not to comment on it. Coral lifted herself proudly. "She is a magical coral snake, I see," Lucius said approvingly. "A magnificent creature. She's brilliant." Harry placed a finger gently on her head. "If you want to pet her, you may," Harry offered them. "Ew, no, Pansy began, only to be cut off by Daphne. "I will," Daphne said, reaching her hand toward Coral. Coral happily offered her head and was gently stroked. "I like this one, and her last name. Greengrass." "Perfect," Coral hissed. Harry smiled. "Did she say something, Potter?" Draco asked, a bit more in tune to when Parseltongue was being spoken than most other people because he was a friend of Harry's. "Yeah, she likes the name, Greengrass. She recognizes that it is a GD, strong name," Harry answered. Daphne and her sister blushed. Mr. Greengrass straightened, pleased, while Mrs. Greengrass gave a soft, approving smile. After that, Mrs. Malfoy stood up and raised her glass, quickly getting their attention. "I would like to take this time to give a toast," she began, before raising her glass to Harry. "Mr. Potter, may magic and fortune always smile upon you, and may your life be long and fulfilling." "To Harry Potter." "To Harry Potter," everyone but Harry repeated, lifting their own glasses and taking a sip with Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa smiled, lowering her glass but remaining on her feet. "Mr. Potter, my husband and I would like to now give you a gift as thanks for saving our son's life," she said, giving Lucius a meaningful glance. Lucius rose to his feet. Dobby, he called. Harry gave a slight jump at the sudden noise and appearance of the odd creature now beside him and Mr. Malfoy. Harry blinked, trying to figure out what he was looking at exactly. The creature was in a raggedy old pillow sheet, and he had huge ears and a large pointy nose. Dobby is here, Master. What can Dobby do for Master? Dobby asked with a deep, low bow. Mr. Potter, please, stand here, Lucius said, pointing a featuring from the corner of the table beside Dobby. Harry did as he was told, getting a very subtle nod from Professor Snape. I, Lucius Malfoy, in gratitude, do hereby give complete ownership of Dobby, the house elf, to Mr. Harry James Potter. Mr. Potter, do you accept this transference of house elf ownership and gift of appreciation? Harry blinked, glancing down at the house elf gazing up at him with unbelievably huge eyes before looking back up at Mr. Malfoy. I do. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. This is a generous gift. Suddenly, Quirrell gasped. Harry, did you feel that? There was a shift of magic. Lucius gave Harry a short nod before motioning Harry to return to his seat. Dobby remained fixed where he stood, still staring at Harry with wide eyes. Harry looked over at him from his seat. Harry held out his hand for Dobby to take. Master? Dobby asked uncertainly as he took Harry's right hand. Nice to meet you, Dobby, Harry said kindly. You may order him to do whatever you wish. You are his master, he is bound to you now, Lucius provided flatly. You may have him wait for you outside if you wish. Harry got the distinct feeling Mr. Malfoy no longer wanted Dobby in his house. Go ahead and wait for me at the Longbottom Mansion, Dobby, if it's no trouble, Harry said. Of course, Master, it is no trouble. Dobby will wait for Master there, Dobby said quickly, before leaving with a pop. You'll like having Dobby, Potter, Draco said. He's pretty entertaining at times. Harry smiled, though he was internally reeling. Had he just been given a beep? Oh. Severus breathed a sigh of relief when the dinner party finally came to an end. Thank you for the pleasant time, Narcissa, he said. Oh, it was our pleasure, Severus, she said. He and Harry were standing at the entryway with the Malfoys. Most of the other guests had taken their leave a few minutes before through the fireplace. Mr. Potter, thank you for coming, Mrs. Malfoy said sincerely. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I did, Mrs. Malfoy, thank you, Harry said. And Quirrell did too. She liked the attention. Narcissa smiled, glancing at Harry's covered wrist, though she spotted Quirrell's tongue flicker out from under the robe's sleeve. Mr. Potter, Lucius said, stepping forward and holding out his hand. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Malfoy, Harry said, taking Lucius' offered hand. It was my pleasure, Mr. Potter. What did you think of your first formal dinner party? Severus asked as they walked toward the Longbottom Mansion. It was about 11:30 p.m., and the night was cold. Snow was beginning to fall. It was interesting, Harry said, thinking back to Dobby. Severus smirked. Yes, it was that. Sir, is Dobby a beep? Harry hesitantly asked, slowing in his steps. The professor held back a sigh. He knew he would need to approach this carefully. Dobby and Harry had many similarities. Dobby is a house elf, and yes, he was a beep to the Malfoys. Severus stopped and faced Harry. You must understand, Mr. Potter, in the wizarding world, house elves are servants of old magical families. They are bound to them, and much of their magic comes from being tied to the head of house. Many house elves thrive when given work, and fall into despair when they are prevented from serving. They really do love work, they find purpose in it. Remember, purpose is important to any sentient being. Without it, they become lost and fall into depression or turn to things they ought not to. Many dark wizards are merely individuals trying to find a reason for their existence and cannot fathom that a life of kind service would be more fulfilling than a life of conquest. Harry swallowed. Is that Voldemort's problem? Severus' jaw clenched as Harry used the present tense. Is the boy understudy? I don't know. He had been a Hogwarts student a long time ago. His name had been Tom Marvolo Riddle. He had been head boy and received full marks in nearly every subject. Even the headmaster admits Voldemort may have been the most brilliant student Hogwarts has ever seen. Harry's eyebrows rose. Unfortunately, it seems that some of the most gifted individuals have the hardest time discovering a worthwhile purpose. Perhaps it is because they have never truly struggled, as so many things come easy to them, thus they rarely experience the feeling of accomplishment, making their search of purpose all the more difficult. But I am getting sidetracked, back to the issue at hand. Do you have any questions about house elves in particular? Well, how smart are they? I know they can talk, but, I mean, are they like intelligent dogs or something? Severus smirked. The only reason why he didn't chuckle was because it was a reasonable question, especially for someone raised in the Muggle world. No, they are just as smart as most any person, and they have feelings as well. Which reminds me, clothing. If a master gives their house elf clothing, it frees the house elf from service. Now, understand that most house elves believe this to be the worst thing a master could do to them. To most of their kind, it is the most horrendous thing a house elf can experience in their life. So, serving their master is an honor to them. Harry asked. Yes. Harry glanced at the Longbottom mansion. But I don't want a beep. Who says he must be your beep? I have a house elf, and she is more of a helpful companion to me than anything else. And I believe the Longbottoms have a few elves. Yes, Dobby has become bound to you, but that benefits him as much as you. Do you understand? I think so, Professor. GD, he said, before reaching in his pocket and pulling out a little shrunken package. Unshrinking it, he handed it to Harry. It's from the Hovels. It was sent yesterday and, because Mrs. Longbottom doesn't want to be rushed by owls, was forwarded to Hogwarts with the rest of your mail. The rest of my mail. You have been sent a little over a dozen letters. Don't worry, none of them are urgent and will wait for you when you return to SCHL. Most of them are no doubt fans merely wishing to receive an autograph. You don't even really need to reply, might be best if you just leave them be. But isn't that rude? Severus gave a tilted nod. Perhaps, but ever since you were an infant you received letters. Thankfully, a few trusted individuals take care of them, placing the letters in a special storage folder and removing any valuables and placing them into your family vault. People have sent me things. Harry asked, his eyes growing wide. Money mostly. Thankfully, wizards are practical in that regard. The few items you received are in your family vault, magical items intended for adult wizards. Like what? Well, if I recall correctly, someone sent you magical armor. It's too big for you right now, but when you're about ready to graduate, it will certainly fit you then. Wow, Harry said as they made it to the front drive. Oh, Dumbledore sighed, relieved the day was finally over, but not looking forward to the rest of the week. Cornelius had called for an emergency meeting SN after discovering Harry had, in fact, cured an adult werewolf. The Wizengamot meeting went over 2 hours, and the time had been spent discussing Mr. Potter. Debates ensued on whether or not Mr. Potter should be asked to heal others and how to organize things if he were to do so. However, all talks were cut short and the meeting dismissed when word arrived that several leaders of nearby countries were inquiring to speak to the leaders of the ministry about news they received surrounding one Walter McCaffrey. This eventually led to Dumbledore calling an International Confederation of Wizards meeting to order an hour later. Being the supreme mugwump, it had fallen to him to bring order to the chaos that quickly resulted from Fudge announcing what Mr. Potter had succeeded in doing. Many were astonished, and then quickly began SHTING questions, asking things like if Mr. Potter would be willing to sell his services, while others were disbelieving, asking if this miracle had been verified by anyone outside of the ministry. It had all been rather stressful, but finally, after a long and arduous process, those present came to a decision, a course of action everyone agreed upon, at least to some extent. Likely after Christmas, but still during the break, the minister, on behalf of the wizarding world, not merely just the ministry, would ask Mr. Potter to attend an international meeting. Even though Street Mungos and a healer outside of the ministry had verified the success of the cure, many still had doubts and wanted Mr. Potter to heal a werewolf from their country as PRF. After much debate, it was decided that 14 nations would each bring a werewolf from their country to act as a cure verification. Dumbledore thought it was a fair compromise, at least compared to some of their other suggestions. However, he still didn't like the idea of exposing Harry to more publicity and having him use a magical art that was very much unknown. But it was out of his hands. Sure, he was head of the ICW, one who kept order and made sure every opinion was heard and discussed, but he didn't have a vote, unless a tie occurred. Fawkes gave a quiet, encouraging trill. "Thank you, my old friend, but I really do wish I could make things different. Harry should be a carefree boy. I did not want him to be thrust into all of this, under the scrutiny of nations." Albus shk his head. "But I suppose, he really is unique and amazing. Nothing anyone could do would change that. I only wish he could be himself without causing most everyone around him to stare at him in wonder or denial." Fawkes gave another soft trill, almost in agreement. The headmaster LKED at the clock. Severus should be returning SN. Hopefully the party at the Malfoys had gone SMTHER than his day. Finally, almost dozing behind his desk, the fireplace flared and his potions master stepped out. "Headmaster. Ah, Severus, the party was uneventful, I hope?" he asked, motioning the younger man to sit. They had much to discuss. "It went better than I had anticipated, although Mr. Potter may find it difficult to completely accept the Malfoys' gift, although it has already become official." Dumbledore's eyebrow went up in question. "It was an elaborate gift, I take it?" Severus smirked. "Not sure, elaborate would be the best description. No, Mr. Potter is now the owner of Dobby, the house elf." The headmaster's eyes widened. "That is unexpected. Quite." Oh. Harry entered his bed. Professor Snape had already left, although he had informed Mrs. Longbottom of Dobby after assuring her there had been no issues at the dinner party. She TK him by his word before sending Harry to bed. Neville was already asleep, which was no surprise as Mrs. Longbottom had stated she had made him keep the usual bedtime, not allowing him to stay up for Harry's return. It was just as well. It was late and Harry just wanted to go to sleep. He would open the Hovel package in the morning. He closed the doctor, hesitantly turning to face the urn. It appeared empty. "Dobby," Harry whispered. Harry jumped, much to the amusement of Coral as Dobby appeared right beside him. "Master calls Dobby." Yeah. I just wanted to say GD night and make sure there wasn't anything you needed." "Do you need a bed? Where will you be sleeping?" Harry received no answer, but Dobby's eyes widened exponentially as if he had just heard PRF of something completely impossible, like unicorns being seen prancing on Mars. "Dobby." The house elf's eyes began filling with tears, and Harry quickly knew he would not like what was coming. Dobby burst into tears. "Dobby, shush, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you or anything," Harry said quickly, not sure if patting the little guy on the shoulder would make the situation better or worse. Dobby managed to calm himself, sniffling and wiping his nose on the grubby pillow sheet he was wearing. Harry managed to hide his disgust at Dobby's clothing. The thing the elf was wearing was worse than Dudley's hand-me-downs. Harry decided he would need to do something about that in the near future. Offend Dobby. Master asked if Dobby needed anything. "Dobby has heard of your greatness, sir, and your GD-ness, but never did Dobby think Master would be so generous." Dobby never knew. Harry was as bright as a tomato. "Generous. All I asked was if you needed anything. Any decent wizard would have done that. And whatever you've heard about my greatness has been exaggerated. Master is even humble and modest," Dobby said reverently, his eyes shining with even more admiration. "Master doesn't speak of his triumph over he who must not be named nor of his curing of werewolves." Harry shifted his feet uncomfortably. "Well, it is getting late, Dobby," he said after a moment. "Of course, Master," Dobby said, hurrying to the bed and happily fluffing Harry's pillow for him. Harry blinked. Thanks, Dobby." Dobby's eyes widened once more, and for a moment Harry was afraid he would start bawling again. "No problem, Master," Dobby finally said, stifling back tears once more. "Is there anything else Dobby can do for Master? Retrieve a glass of water?" "No, thank you, Dobby." Dobby nodded, his ears flapping about. "Sleep well, Master." "He is a strange one," Coral stated. "Yeah, well, he's been living with the Malfoys, and even though Draco and Mrs. Malfoy aren't bad, Mr. Malfoy is." "Point taken. Let's get some sleep," Harry said, finally tucking into bed. "Oh." Remus put the morning paper down slowly. Was this actually happening? Harry, his best friend's son, could cure lycanthropy. He had even been able to cure Walter McCaffrey, who had been a werewolf for over 90% of his life. Remus knew Walter personally. He was a reclusive man, similar to himself, and was absolutely horrified he may one day bite someone, just as his father had him. Walter had been bitten when he had been a toddler, just old enough to walk and talk. One night, his father had broken free from his confinement, and had bitten him before his mother could step in and stop him. Unfortunately, the story is even sadder than that, for Walter had also lost his mother that night. In protecting him, she was killed by her husband, the man she loved and had sworn to stick by no matter what, even after he had been infected with lycanthropy. Walter's father had been heartbroken and committed suicide even before the ministry could begin an investigation. Walter's life went downhill from there, jumping from institution to another, before he reached his majority. Remus shk his head. Even he had had a better child HD than Walter. At least he had been allowed to attend Hogwarts, thanks to Albus Dumbledore. Walter, on the other hand, had been a known werewolf years before he was 11, and he hadn't had anyone to speak for him to Dumbledore, as he didn't have the nerve or confidence to seek the popular headmaster on his own. Remus was truly happy for Walter. If anyone deserved being healed, it had been that man. I doubt Mr. Potter would deny healing you if you asked, Lupin. Remus jumped, forgetting he was in the Great Hall and not alone. He turned toward Severus, who had spoken. I suspect he already knows anyway, the potion's master continued simply. Remus blinked and swallowed thickly, his thoughts going back to the many times Harry had stiffened in his presence. Had he known then? Had he sensed the wolf and discovered the truth? What must he think of me? Remus wondered. Teaching at a SCHL with such a condition. His feelings must have shown on his face, for Severus looked straight at him, a strange sincere understanding rising in his eyes, vastly altering his normally barren expression. Do you think he has his mother's eyes for nothing? He sees as she did, he said very quietly, before standing and leaving the Great Hall without another word. Remus stared after him, speechless, not seeing the headmaster's contemplative expression beside him. Oh. Christmas Day came, and it was the best holiday Harry had ever experienced, despite Mrs. Longbottom's stern presence, however, in a way her being there made it that much more real. She didn't LM over them exactly, but she was there. And, in a way, Harry wondered if she was trying to tone down her normal persona. He didn't know what to think about that. Dobby remained his dutiful servant, eager to please and terrified of making even the tiniest mistake. He had opened the package from the Hovels the day before. It was a thank you letter from Mr. and Mrs. Hovel with a drawn picture by Andy, as well as a little wolf stuffed animal. Harry happily placed the wolf by his bed, the first stuffed animal he could ever remember receiving from anyone. He had sent a short letter in reply, thanking them for the package and telling them of the white magic he had neglected to tell them about earlier. He hoped they wouldn't be too upset over that. Well, it was too late now. Harry didn't get many gifts, not that he had expected a mountain, but they were all perfect. He received one from Hagrid, one from Professor Sprout, another from Professor Snape, and the last from Neville. Hagrid gave him a flute, Professor Sprout had given him a chocolate frog, Professor Snape with a note telling him to keep the knowledge of the gift to himself gave him a set of very nice TLS for potion making and a few rare ingredients, and Neville gave him a little plant. It reminded Harry of a tiny tomato plant Aunt Petunia had had him plant in her garden several years back, before they promptly died when Dudley ran over them with his bike. Neville had also received a chocolate frog from Professor Sprout. He supposed she gave one to all her Hufflepuffs. Harry gave Neville some candy that he knew he liked, though Neville was surprised Harry would give him another gift, stating he had already given him the wand holster. Harry waved him off. With gifts exchanged, the day continued happily, though Harry had made up his mind about something. After dinner, and when it was for bed, Harry closed his doctor and called Dobby. Dobby had been present for the unwrapping of gifts, but had vanished after that, and the only reason he was present when he had been was because Harry had asked him to. Master has called Dobby. Dobby asked. Harry looked at him for a moment, trying to decide how to begin the conversation. Dobby, you work for me now, and I've been thinking. Harry paused, Dobby's large white eyes staring up at him. The only GD thing my uncle has ever taught me was the fact that the workers represent those they work for when they are seen by others. How people see them reflect back to their bosses and the overall company. For you it is the same to me. You reflect on me and the Potter family. Is his master displeased with Dobby? Dobby asked, horrified. No, no, not at all. In fact, you have made me proud to have you as my house elf, which is why I want to change something. Harry stepped forward and pinched the cloth at Dobby's shoulder, lifting it slightly while holding back a rather Snape-ish sneer. Can you honestly tell me you like wearing this? Dobby's eyes widened once again. Well, Dobby, do you like wearing this? Harry questioned. No, master. Dobby doesn't like it much at all, he finally said, shaking his head and making his ears wag. Then, why don't we get you something different to wear? Something proper for a GD worker of the Potter family. Harry wasn't about to use beep, servant, or anything else. He was also avoiding the word clothing. Master means, like a uniform. Dobby asked, his eyes tearing up. Well, unless you would rather not, Harry said, wondering if he should have written to Professor Snape before doing this. Was this another tab of sorts? No, no, master, Dobby would love a uniform. He exclaimed earnestly. Harry smiled. All right, then I think I know exactly who to write to have it made for you. He turned around and began writing a letter to Madame Malkin. Well, black, red, and gold seem like strong colors, Harry said, jotting down that request while glancing at Coral, who was dozing. Does my family have a crest? Harry muttered to himself. Oh, yes, Master's family has a crest, Dobby quickly answered. Then I'll ask for her to put it on the sleeve and over your heart. She should know what my crest is. Right. Yes, Master, it is well known. I suppose she'll need to know your dimensions. Dobby can go to her to have it done, sir. I can pop into her shop. Dobby had done it for former family in delivering robe orders. All right. That sounds GD, you can take this letter to her later this week and hopefully she can start on it then, Harry said, finishing his letter before placing it in an envelope with 5 galleons. Harry figured that would be enough. If not, he had stated in the letter to let him know if he owed her any more. Master is so GD to Dobby, Dobby said after a moment, slightly choked up. I have decided I am only as GD as I serve, Harry replied. Oh. There were 57 registered werewolves in England, though it was assumed there was at least 70 total. Severus supposed Harry, if he was allowed, could cure all of them easily in a month's time. Though, whether or not Madame Pomfrey would let him was another matter entirely. Severus had no doubt Harry was capable, but also knew he was only 11, and his magic still had a great deal of developing to go through. It would not be wise to endanger it, but it would just be as irresponsible to prevent what could be healthy growth and expansion. So, it was no surprise when the headmaster asked him to attend a meeting in his office concerning exactly that. Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout had also been asked to come. Is everything all right, headmaster? Madame Pomfrey asked, Professor Sprout looking equally concerned. It suddenly became apparent to Severus that they had no idea what the ministry was going to be asking of Harry. Oh, yes, quite all right. I just wished to discuss a few matters concerning a student. Is this about Mr. Potter? Sprout asked. And his curing lycanthropy? Pomfrey added. Yes. Sometime today, our minister is going to contact Harry and ask him to attend an ICW meeting that will convene later this week. Pomfrey and Sprout's eyes widened. Whatever for? Pomfrey asked. For a cure verification. 14 countries have been selected to bring an individual infected with lycanthropy to serve as PRF. Understandably, there are some doubts about Harry's method and treatment success. 14. Pomfrey asked. Why wouldn't they just be happy with one? Sprout questioned. They don't trust one another enough to do so. If there was only one trial, people would question if the person had even been infected to begin with, Dumbledore answered. Oh, poppycock, Pomfrey stated. Originally, it was over 25. Thankfully, a few nations were willing to trust the others to actually bring real cases of lycanthropy so they wouldn't need to bring their own. Oh, yes, thankfully, Pomfrey exclaimed sarcastically. Poppy, perhaps this will be for the best. Think of what this could mean for others, like Remus, Sprout said gently. We don't even know how Harry does it. It could be draining his life for all we know, Pomfrey continued. It is not, Albus stated, deciding to step in and prevent Pomfrey from getting too agitated. Oh, and just how do you know? I don't believe you have gone to the Longbottoms to check on him, Pomfrey said. The ministry should not be presenting Mr. Potter like some sort of national treasure to be used on the world stage. Severus told me what he had learned from Harry when he had taken him to the Malfoys' Christmas party, Dumbledore answered simply. What did you learn, Severus? Pomfrey asked curiously. He gains a pure white magic from the dissolved curse. I am not sure of the nature of it, but he stated it helped him cure Mr. McCaffrey, Severus answered. Helped him? Pomfrey asked. I believe it acts as an antidote or a vaccine of sorts against the curse. Oftentimes, such things come from the very ailment they are curing. Pomfrey paused, thinking it over. Then perhaps there may be a way to obtain this, white magic, and use it to cure other werewolves. Perhaps, Severus agreed. Well, I suppose there is nothing for us to do concerning the meeting, Pomfrey said, calming down. What did you want to discuss with us exactly? I assume it was more than the meeting. I understand Harry is going to continue working in the infirmary on the weekends and that you, Pomona, are going to begin giving him private lessons on control. Albus asked. Yes, Pomfrey answered, while Sprout nodded proudly. I want to be kept appraised of his progress. He has already surpassed my expectations for his first year and I am certain he will continue to advance leaps and bounds as far as he is able. I want to make sure he remains able, physically, emotionally, and magically. All right, Albus, but what do you intend to do later? I know this is a bit early to be thinking about, but in a few years, at the very least, he will need to expand from what Pomona and I can teach him, Pomfrey stated. I will be advancing his potion lessons at some point. Perhaps a term before he takes his owls, depending on his aptitude for it as time goes on, Severus put in. I am already confident enough to say he would be able to brew a second-year potion from the text with very little guidance from me if I allowed him. I mean concerning his mage abilities. At some point, especially after how far he has already come, his abilities are going to begin surfacing. I don't know much about slumbering mages, but surely there are signs that appear before they awaken. Pomfrey asked. Yes, there are, Dumbledore said. And honestly he has already begun showing them, but they are subtle. If I didn't know he was a slumbering mage, I would have missed them. The headmaster? Severus asked. This was news to him. Harry was already showing signs. Sure, he was showing great aptitude in magic, but so did a few other students his age, such as Granger and Longbottom. I am not sure if it is due to the potion regimen Severus had put him on or even his familiar, Quirrell, but he has a hold on magic that can actually be felt. Before winter break began, I called him into my office and had him heal a small injury I had suffered in the Forbidden Forest. I wanted to personally see how his parcel magic was coming along, he explained before Pomfrey could pounce on the fact he had not come to her. His control is extraordinary, and the way he used my magic to heal my hand, he controlled my magic as if it was his own. I understand that parcel magic does tend to use the patient's magic in the treatment, but for there to be such precision, it's a mark of a blossoming mage. You're right, Albus. He does wield the magic of others remarkably well, even those who are distressed, which is even more impressive, now that I think about it, Pomfrey agreed. He was also able to pull in his accidental magic, Sprout reminded them. That's another sign. Even I, with over a century of experience and practice of controlling my magic, have a difficult time reining in my magic when I am especially angered, Dumbledore admitted, preventing himself from glancing at Severus who had seen the last outburst. Has he shown any other signs? Sprout asked. Not to my knowledge, he answered. But he is sure to show others as time goes on. One sign involves magical creatures responding to him in a peculiar way. They will often be more accepting of him, while others will be much more aggressive. Severus' thoughts strayed to Buckbeak, Thestrals, and Dementors. It certainly made sense. Another indication is the ability to cast very powerful spells despite not having a fully or even nearly developed core. Once again, the potions master was reminded of Harry's third year, when he had cast the Patronus charm. And Harry had succeeded in doing that despite his weakened condition due to the Dursleys. What would he be capable of now? The other is the resistance against certain types of magic. His magic will naturally combat against spells wishing him harm or attempting to overpower him. Severus's eyes widened at that, while Pomfrey and Sprout blinked. His ability to fight off the Imperious Curse in the future. How had they missed that? No normal or even gifted fourth-year student should have been able to fight off the Imperious. And yet they had just passed it off as yet another of Potter's oddities without much thought. Could that have been how, with the killing curse? Sprout asked. I am not sure, Dumbledore admitted thoughtfully. But it is possible. We will watch for the signs, but Headmaster, when should we tell Mr. Potter about this? Pomfrey asked. This is really why I needed to discuss this with you all, as I am uncertain. Part of me believes it may be best not to tell him, to allow him to develop without knowing, at least until he begins asking questions. However, another part of me wants him to be informed, to know at least some of what is in store for him magically, but then I begin wondering how best to approach him with it, Albus said. I believe we should tell him this summer, before next year, Severus stated. Yes, I agree with Severus. Mr. Potter should be told, and waiting for the summer is reasonable. He already has enough on his plate as it is right now. Waiting for the summer would be for the best, I think, Spout said. Pomfrey nodded as well. Mr. Potter already knows he isn't like others his age. I think telling him why that is would be better for him in the long run. Very well, Dumbledore said. We will tell him this summer. Oh, Mr. Potter, something the matter? Mrs. Longbottom asked. Harry stopped, realizing he was poking at his FD. Sorry, Mrs. Longbottom. I've just gotten a letter today, from the minister. He added the last bit as she began to raise an eyebrow at him. Evidently, she didn't like that he had received any mail since she had specifically requested his mail be redirected to Hogwarts, save messages from Professor Snape or the headmaster. I see. What did it concern, if you don't mind me asking? She asked frankly. The minister wants me to go to some ICW meeting because of the whole, well, you know. Neville LKED apologetically at Harry. Harry had told him before dinner while they had been researching nerves. And have you replied? She asked after a moment when he hadn't continued. Well, it's not like I can really say no. I replied and said I would come, but I'm not sure how I'll be going. I did send a letter to Professor Snape about it though. She nodded, as if that settled the issue. Inform me as SN as you learn details. Yes, ma'am, Harry replied, not know what else to say. He went back to eating, forcing his mind to think about other things. He and Neville's research was at a standstill, to be honest. The fact was, wizards didn't really know much about the brain and the nervous system. Sure, they had spells that could influence the mind and all of that, but they didn't seem to really understand the human brain actually worked. Harry had ordered Healer text BKSSN after promising Neville they would do research, but it had turned out disappointing. It honestly reminded Harry of the Dark Ages, in how little the wizarding world understood. It seemed Muggles knew more about the human body and the impact the brain had on it than wizards. Muggles also had methods of really looking inside the brain, using MRIs and CAT scans. He had heard about them when his uncle had been channel surfing. Yes, wizards could do scans, the spells telling them some of what was going on, but they were not given an image allowing them to really understand the problem. This issue also prevented wizards from using other methods of treatment, like surgery. And that was another thing. It was clear the wizarding world wasn't too keen on operating on someone. They viewed it as barbaric, rather than necessary and worth the risk as it often was in the Muggle world. They didn't understand that sometimes one had to go in and physically remove something, not merely magic it away. After all, how could one magic away something safely if they didn't fully know what surrounded it? Harry wondered what they would be shown if they gave Neville's parents CT scans. Well, once summer arrived, he knew what he would be doing, visiting the Muggle library and reading up on the human brain, and, perhaps, looking up possible doctors who could give him a clue into how he could possibly help the Longbottoms. Oh, Harry woke to the sound of an owl pecking at his window. Harry, another bird has something for you, Quirrell said sleepily. Yesterday, he had received a reply from Professor Snape, stating the headmaster would be contacting him concerning traveling arrangements. Harry got up, opened the window, and TK'd the letter before the bird promptly flew away. Opening it, he found large LPY handwriting. Dear Harry, I will be coming to the Longbottom Mansion at 8 a.m. tomorrow to take you to the ministry for the ICW meeting. Please have your things packed by that time, as you will not be returning to the Longbottoms this holiday but will instead return to Hogwarts with me once the meeting ends. I trust you have been enjoying the holidays thus far. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Albus Pwb. Dumbledore. So we'll be going to the SCHL a few days before break ends, Quirrell asks. LK's like it. With that, he began packing, only to pause as he remembered Dobby liked being asked to help. Dobby. Harry called. Yes, master. Dobby asked, now sporting a handsome uniform. He was wearing black robes with red embroidery and golden edgings. On his right sleeve was the crest of the Potter house in matching colors and a slightly larger one was over his heart. Harry wasn't sure, but it seemed as if the uniform had made Dobby more confident and less unbalanced. Perhaps it was because he was getting used to Harry, or maybe it had something to do with what Professor Snape had said about purpose. Either way, the change was pleasant. Could you help me pack? I'll be leaving tomorrow morning with the headmaster, and I want to be ready. Of course, master, Dobby said happily, snapping his fingers and causing his things to zm into the open suitcase. Harry smiled. Thanks, Dobby. Dobby is happy to help great Master Harry Potter, sir, Dobby said proudly, his black, golden-brimmed hat balancing somehow between his ears. Oh, I think he's here, Harry, Neville said, placing Hedwig's cage on his suitcase by the doctor as Harry turned to Mrs. Longbottom after giving him a nod in agreement. Thanks for letting me stay here, Mrs. Longbottom. I've had a great time, it's been fantastic, Harry said honestly. Well, Mr. Potter, I am glad you have enjoyed your stay. Perhaps something can be arranged this summer. It would certainly prevent Neville from spending all his time in the greenhouses, she said. Harry smiled, while Neville looked quite hopeful at the prospect of his best friend returning during the summer. I'd like that very much, Harry said. With that, Dumbledore reached the front door and knocked. GD morning, Augusta, Dumbledore greeted as Mrs. Longbottom opened the doctor. GD. Morning, Albus. Mr. Potter is ready to go, she said. Very GD, Dumbledore said, entering the mansion and glancing at Harry's things by the doctor. This everything, Harry? Yes, sir, he said. Dumbledore pulled out his wand and shrunk everything down and summoned it into his hand before placing it into his pocket. Hedwig had gone ahead to Hogwarts along with Dobby. Bye, Neville, see you at Hogwarts, Harry said, moving beside the headmaster. See you, Harry, Neville said. I'll keep reading. Harry nodded, knowing he was referring to their research, as he followed Dumbledore out the doctor. We will be taking a portkey, Harry. You've used one before, I believe. The old wizard asked as they began making their way to the edge of the wards. Yes, sir, with the Longbottoms. Dumbledore nodded, pulling something from his beak pocket. This is a powerful portkey, specifically made to take the user or users anywhere in the world. Today, it will take us to Vaduz, Liechtenstein, the agreed to meeting place for the ICW this year. It changes every year, sir. Harry asked curiously, looking at the cloth in Dumbledore's hand. A sock. Oh, yes, Harry. It aids in international separation. Granted, there are those who would argue with me about that. Where was it last year? In Paraguay, which is in South America. I do hope to visit there again SN. It must be CL to go to a different place every year. Me, I haven't ever really gone anywhere, besides Hogwarts of course. The Dursleys didn't take me with them on trips and had me stay with Mrs. Fig across the street. She has a lot of cats, and they're scary smart. I swear they can understand English better than Dudley, granted, that's not really saying much, but still. Dumbledore hid a frown, wondering about what other things they denied Harry. But I suppose I was better off staying with Mrs. Fig, Harry said. The headmaster wasn't quite sure if Harry was even talking to him anymore. At least I didn't need to worry about Dudley blaming me for anything, and Mrs. Fig let me help her make CKIES once. They didn't really taste that GD, but I think it was because she held back on the sugar. How often did you stay with Mrs. Fig? Dumbledore asked. Oh, not a whole lot, just when the Dursleys wanted to go out to the city and do stuff. You know, last summer, because Mrs. Fig had broken her leg, they had to take me to the zoo. I spoke to a boa constrictor there and some stuff happened, and I already told Professor Snape this. I somehow made the glass disappear and the snake escaped. It told me its family was from South America. I wonder if it found a way back there. Had you ever spoken to a snake before? No. I saw a few in the backyard when I was doing some weeding, but I hadn't known I could speak to them at the time, he answered as they came to a stop and Dumbledore held out the sock for him to take hold of. This is going to be a little rougher than a normal portkey landing, so come closer to me, the headmaster advised. Harry did so. All right. 1 2 3. Harry felt his center yank to the right and he couldn't help but smash against Dumbledore's side as they landed. Easy there, Harry. Take a few slow deep breaths, now, he said, preventing Harry from stumbling over and collapsing. Harry nodded wizily. Portkeys beeped, he decided. Do they ever get better? Harry managed in between breaths. Jeedness, I hope so, Coral wheezed. That was bldy awful. Slightly, though really one just gains a stronger stomach and better balance. GD to know, Harry said with a heavy swallow, praying he wouldn't empty his stomach right there. Finally, after a few more breaths, Harry straightened, recovered. Thanks, Harry said. Embarrassed, realizing he had relied upon Dumbledore's right arm all that time he was trying not to throw up. You've handled the travel quite well. Most people fare much worse after their first long-distance portkey. How did you do? Harry asked before he could think to stop himself. Me? Well, my stomach wasn't very happy with me at all. Didn't feel stable enough to eat for the rest of the day, he answered simply before turning his focus to the area around them. Harry followed his lead, taking in the they had landed in. Well, Harry, welcome to the present headquarters of the ICW in Vaduz, Liechtenstein, Dumbledore welcomed. Evidently, they had landed in a specifically made for portkey arrivals. It reminded Harry of Mrs. Longbottom's entryway. It had a rather crisp feeling, very pristine and museum-like. Stay close to me at all times. It will not take long for people to recognize you on our way to the meeting chamber. What should I expect, sir? Harry asked, suddenly wanting to kick himself. He should have been asking questions like that on their way from the Longbottoms, not talking about Mrs. Fig and her crazy cats. The ICW is a bit more direct than the Ministry in the way they do things. It helps in some ways, enabling them to get things done faster at times, but sometimes being direct comes across too aggressive and upsets people on certain issues. Do not be alarmed when people raise their voices today, because they likely will. If someone directs a question at you, be diplomatic, but remember, they invited you here and you didn't have to come. Don't answer questions you don't feel you should or ones you don't feel comfortable answering. If there is trouble, I will handle it. Harry raised his eyebrows at that, hearing the headmaster lower his tone at the end. He was obviously quite serious in handling whatever trouble that might arise. So, am I just going to be introduced and then I'll heal those they've brought? Harry asked, part of him wondering when they were supposed to head to the meeting but deciding Dumbledore knew when they should be there. Yes, though some nations will likely insist on asking you some questions concerning your method. Okay, Harry said, not seeing any problem with that. He had nothing to hide. All right, ready? Dumbledore asked after a moment. Yes, sir. Albus guided Harry through the crowds in the ICW building. It was much like the Ministry in that regard, so many people, rushing to one meeting or another. People quickly got out of his way, recognizing him as the supreme mugwump, but their attention shifted. That's Harry Potter. Many began whispering excitedly, others pointing and staring. Harry tried to ignore it the best he could, but Dumbledore knew it was difficult. Finally, they made it to a less crowded hall, but eyes and mutters followed them. Ah, Albus. Here at last, I see, a voice BMED from behind them. Dumbledore stopped and turned, recognizing the voice as Auge Brown's. He was a large black gentleman and a representative of Ethiopia, as well as respected healer. Harry turned with him, blinking up at the rather massive human being practically barreling toward the headmaster. Albus didn't seem alarmed and offered his hand as the man approached. Yes, Auge, Dumbledore said as the man clasped his hand and pulled him into a half-hug. So how has the Ministry been treating you, old man? He asked, his deep rich voice BMing around them. As kind as always, Dumbledore answered before looking down to Harry. Harry, this is Auge Brown. He's one of the representatives from Ethiopia and is one of the healers who have been selected to monitor you and those you healed today. Auge, this is Harry Potter. So, you're the little man that has caused the recent pandemonium here. Very pleased to meet you, Agé said with a smile, before elking back to Dumbledore. Well, they are waiting for you and the lad. They've been itching for the meeting to begin. I can imagine. With that, they made it to the meeting chamber and approached the side doctor at the front area where those presiding over the meeting sat. There were 2 guards on either side, standing at attention. They gave the Supreme Mugwump short nods. The place was huge and filled with chairs, many of which already had a witch or wizard upon them. You will remain at the front with me, Harry, Dumbledore said, stopping at the threshold before those within the chamber could see them. If at any time you need to stop, because you are getting tired or for any reason, just tell me so. Don't do anything you don't want to or feel you shouldn't, alright, Harry? Harry nodded. I understand, sir, though I doubt Quirrell here would let me do anything stupid anyway. You got that right, Quirrell stated, giving his wrist a squeeze. Dumbledore smiled, before giving a nod to Agé, who then announced them to the members. Everyone STD, turning to the front. Harry blinked, taking the huge place in. There were over 100 nations represented there in the There were 6 long rows of a dozen tables with aisles between them and the walls. The aligned tables all faced the front wall where the main table was. Harry tried not to nervously shuffle his feet, feeling most of those in the staring at him. There were 2 others at the main table, but he and Dumbledore TK the middle. Agé Brown went to the far side of the platform where 2 other people were standing. Harry assumed they were healers as well. The area on the platform in front of the main table had been cleared, save for a chair that could be adjusted to recline back or made into a makeshift bed. There was a small side table beside the 3 healers with some instruments on it, but Harry couldn't identify them. He supposed it was for monitoring the healing process, or at least that's what he hoped. I would like to call this meeting to order, and begin by introducing Mr. Harry Potter, who has graciously agreed to come and relieve any doubts concerning the lycanthropy cure. Dumbledore began once he had taken his place at the front center. He subtly motioned Harry to take the seat beside the chair placed next to his. There were some doubtful mutterings at this, but no one spoke up enough to make themselves heard. As I am his escort, he is also under my protection. The FLR recognizes Mr. Harry Potter, someone said. Harry didn't know who had spoken. Thank you. I would also like to thank Healer and Representative Agé Brown, Healer Timothy Chekhov, and Healer Matthew Garson for monitoring the proceedings today. They were then recognized by the FLR as well. Now, let us acknowledge the nations that have previously agreed to partake in the cure verification and begin the purpose of this meeting, Dumbledore continued. With that, the 14 nations, who had agreed to bring an individual with lycanthropy, rose and introduced themselves and the willing participant from their country. However, Harry noticed that some willing participants didn't appear willing. In fact, some of them LKED downright petrified, as if they had no idea why they were even there. However, others were clearly anxious, staring at him with uneasy hope. What had these people been told, or, rather, what had they not been told? Once the participants had been introduced, Dumbledore STD and led Harry in front of the main table into the cleared area. Those on the FLR watched. Agé SHK his hand again for show before Harry turned to the man beside him. Hello, Mr. Potter, I am Healer Chekhov. The rather small, elderly, Russian man said, holding out his hand. I have been told you can do miracles. Harry wasn't sure if he was teasing him or just making conversation. With the accent it was hard to tell. I've been told I can, Harry said, taking his hand. But I just try my best to help. As do we all, the next healer said, stepping up. I am Healer Garson. Is there anything we should know before you begin? Well, when the curse is destroyed, most of the magic left over from it comes into me. I call it white magic, Harry answered as he SHK the man's hand. Where does the rest go? He asked. It stays in the patient. I use the white magic now to help me destroy the curse. I believe it acts as a kind of antidote against it. I see, Garson said, intrigued. That makes sense. Whenever a curse is destroyed, it does leave residual magic. It's how we can trace certain spells and such, Chekhov added. Well, is there anything else, Mr. Potter? Agé asked. No, but don't touch me while I heal. It's distracting and I don't know what would happen to you. Sound advice, Chekhov said. Are you ready, Mr. Potter? Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded, pulling up his sleeve to reveal Quirrell. We are. Revealing Quirrell instantly caused many on the FLR to shift and whispers to flare up, until Dumbledore lifted his hand for silence. The healers just blinked and stared at her curiously, obviously they had expected her. This is Mr. Potter's familiar, Quirrell. She helps in his method of healing, for those of you who didn't know. Now then, would the 14 to be cured please come up here? Dumbledore asked, King to the countries that had brought volunteers. Half of them eagerly came up, while a few others had to be urged forward, none too gently, by some rather fierce King individuals. Harry didn't like that, but kept his mouth shut. He also noticed that some were bound and had guards on either side of them, while others had no restraints, magical or otherwise, and LKED a bit like Professor Lupin, wary and rough. The 14 individuals formed a line in front of the platform, the first being a woman in her mid-30s. She LKED rather drawn and her left hand trembled slightly in the bonds around her wrists as she lifted her face to meet Harry's. She had a guard beside her with a wand trained on her. He LKED rather cruel and ruthless, and his eyes held no pity or understanding for the woman, just malice. Harry's jaw clenched at the guard's treatment of her. For whatever reason, it made his BLD boil. Even though Harry didn't know anything about the woman, only that she was from Lithuania, it didn't seem right to treat someone like that who was already victimized by their condition. I believe they are waiting for you, Harry, Quirrell hissed after a moment. Harry touched Quirrell on her head with his finger in acknowledgement, before taking a step toward the woman. Not too close, young man, the guard stated, straightening in preparation. In preparation for what, Harry didn't know. I can't heal her unless I touch her, Harry stated, not breaking eye contact with the woman. Come and sit here, if you want to be cured, he said, holding out his hand for her. Dumbledore came beside Harry, though he was certain the woman wouldn't try anything. It was more of a show for those watching. I will ensure Mr. Potter's safety, he told the guard. Allow Mr. Potter to do what he has been asked to by this chamber. The guard backed off and the woman got onto the platform and went to the empty chair. How long have you been sick, ma'am? Harry asked, deciding he would not call her a werewolf. For 17 years, she said, her English a bit rough. I have healed a man who had been sick for most of his life, Harry told her. You'll be free of this curse SN. Now, I want you to relax. I will have to have Professor Dumbledore cast a body bind on you, but he'll lift it once I am finished. She nodded shakily, a bit overwhelmed with everything that had happened to her in the past few days. Professor? Harry asked, King to Dumbledore as he came to the woman's side. The headmaster nodded and quickly waved at the woman, silently freezing her in place with the same spell Snape had cast on Mr. McCaffrey. Mr. Potter, why the body bind? Agay asked while Healer Gargov jotted something down on his clipboard he had just conjured. When I cured Andy, I had to hold him down because his muscles sort of spasmed, I guess would be the word. I had someone place a body bind on Mr. McCaffrey when I had healed him, and even with the spell, I could feel his muscles straining to move as I destroyed the curse. After I'm done though, their muscles are fine. I think it's the curse rebelling. The curse is a very violent thing. Yes, it is. Well, whenever you are ready, Mr. Potter, Agay said gently, having taken a scan of the woman to be compared to the after-healed one. Harry nodded and approached the chair with the woman, rolling up his sleeve, fully exposing Quirrell, who was wearing her silk sweater, which covered about 4 inches of her, starting an inch behind her head. Everyone in the chamber watched with bated breath as the healers prepared to document the event. Harry placed his hand at the center of the woman's chest, focusing only on what he was going to do as he placed his other hand on her forehead. Her eyes followed his left hand, her eyes crossing as she TK and Quirrell around his left wrist. Harry exhaled, once again centering himself as he closed his eyes, but this time, he consciously called forth the white magic, instead of his normal magic. Perhaps this way he would not tire as quickly as he would otherwise. Curse, be no more, he hissed, to the horrified curiosity of those on the FLR, as his now glowing white eyes snapped open, staring into the terrified blue of the woman's. The white magic surged forward from Harry, relentless in its attack of the curse, effortlessly obliterating it within the woman, until white magic rose from the ashes of the curse. It did the same it had in Andy and Walter, most of it departing into Harry while a small amount remained in the core of the patient. Harry closed his eyes, willing the magic to calm, which it obediently did. "Unbind her, Professor. The curse is gone," he said, after sending his magic out a bit to confirm. She was clean. Dumbledore did so, but, before she could get up, Harry took hold of her bound wrists. "Let me take care of this as well, since you are here," he stated. "I can tell it's been sprained, at the very least." She stared at him, beyond words, as he quickly healed her wrist damaged from the rough handling of her guard when he had bound her. With that, Harry stepped back and the woman dissolved into quiet sobs as she returned to the bewildered guard. The healers had taken a scan of her before she had gotten off the stage. Healer Chekhov quickly got to work in comparing the scans, but it would take a few hours before he got the results. Primarily, he was wanting proof that this was or wasn't a cure. If the first scan told them she was a werewolf and the second that she wasn't, well, there you go. Harry LKED to the next one in line, ignoring the astonished LKS of all the others in the ICW. Evidently, the white flash, his glowing eyes, and the weeping woman had been impressive. The next was a young boy from Nepal, not much older than himself. He was shadowed by a woman, but she didn't appear to be like the man who had been guarding the Lithuanian. "Woman, do I have to be made still?" the boy asked, nervously glancing at Dumbledore. "It makes it easier for me to heal you. Otherwise I have to hold you down myself," Harry said honestly. "Oh, okay. It doesn't hurt, does it?" The boy obviously didn't care that he was being heard by all in the chamber or that such a question made him appear weak. Harry turned his eyes to the woman he had just cured, to the shock of most there. "Did it hurt?" She shook her head, still too overcome with emotion to speak. That must have been all that the boy needed, for he took his place on the chair and gave a nod to Harry. Harry cured him, the whole process easier than the previous. And so it went. He healed the next, and then the next. Each case came and went so quickly that Harry no longer bothered calling the white magic back to his center after each healing, allowing his eyes to glow hot white as each person came up to be healed. All the while the healers jotted things down, TK scans, and documented. The ninth person came up, standing tall and proud. He was from New Zealand and had no guards or bonds, but he did have some kind of collar around his neck. It seemed to be magical. "I had expected a man, not a child," he said as he stepped up to the platform and sat down on the chair. "But it is just as well. This man seems to be more accepting of what the curse has made him," Coral stated. "How long have you been this way?" Harry asked. He found that asking the question got his magic ready. Whether it was a conscious or subconscious thing, he didn't know. "For 167 MNS, he answered. "You seem rather calm about it, sir," Harry observed. "I have come to accept what I am, but now that there is a way I can end it, I shall welcome it." "GD, because I won't heal those who don't want to be healed," Harry stated. "I want to be healed," he stated. So Harry healed him. He healed a few more, but as he came to the 13th, he paused as the old man came up and sat. He appeared to be in deplorable condition. Harry was actually impressed he had made it up the few steps onto the platform, but as the frail man got closer, Harry frowned. "You're not a werewolf," Harry blurted. There was a sudden uproar. People began yelling at the old man, while others were yelling at Harry, telling him he was lying and that the man had to be a werewolf, he wouldn't have been brought otherwise. Others were shouting in outrage, saying this was deplorable behavior of representatives and members of the ICW. "He has to be a werewolf. This is an outrage. How dare your country bring someone not a werewolf? This meeting was to prove Mr. Potter can in fact heal werewolves, not to deceive the ICW with FL Hardy tricks." Another said, shouting at the old man. "The boy is obviously mistaken," another representative said. "Your leaders had agreed to secure a werewolf and bring them here to prove or disprove this alleged cure, not waste time." Harry just std there, staring at the old man who wasn't a werewolf. "Silence," Dumbledore roared, casting a massive silencing charm on all on the FLR. "Now, let's discuss this like civilized people," he stated, turning to the man in the chair. "Sir, are you a werewolf or aren't you?" he asked. "No, I'm not," the old man said gruffly, straightening and suddenly looking less pathetic. There was some heated shuffling, but no one on the FLR was able to speak, thanks to the Supreme Mugwump spell. Why did you come up here then? The man glanced at the representative from his country, who was to the far back right of the chamber. Dumbledore waved his hand at the representative the fake werewolf pointed to, lifting the spell from him. I believe many here would like an explanation, Mr. Lee, the Supreme Mugwump stated. My higher-ups and their allies decided this would be a GD opportunity to get to the truth, and we have still kept our end of the deal. My nation has a werewolf here to be cured, but we wanted to see if Mr. Potter would be able to know if he was actually treating an individual with lycanthropy or not. After all, if he can't, how can this cure be genuine? He said. Harry could tell the man was well respected. He was sharp and had a charisma that ebbed from him. His words had actually alleviated some rage from a number of people. And, even Harry had to admit, it was a GD test. Not exactly a fair or kind one, but it did what they desired and he could see why they wanted it. I see. So where is your people's werewolf? Dumbledore asked. Somewhere in this room. I ask, as representative of my nation and spokesman of 15 others in this, that Mr. Potter come down here and find them. The eyes of the returned to Harry. Harry stepped forward, Elking quite impressive with his stance and white magic that was still pulsing in his eyes. He went down from the platform, Dumbledore following behind him with the 3 healers. Harry paused at the last person in line who was to be cured. You're not a werewolf either, he said. The woman shook her head. Her nation is one of the countries who agreed to perform this test, Mr. Hubble said, feeling a few angry eyes fall back to him. The real 14th is in here as well. It was a GD thing. Dumbledore had yet to fully lift the silencing spell. People were furious, but not for the same reasons. Some were angry because of the deceit, others because there were werewolves hidden among them. Harry continued forward, ignoring those around him watching his every step. Quirrell, I am not sensing them here. Let's continue down the aisle. Yeah, I don't sense anything close either, Harry agreed, not bothering to feel bad about scaring an older gentleman he had passed by in speaking Parseltongue. Harry continued down the next aisle, going back up toward the front left. He slowed, sensing the familiar feeling he got in class from Professor Lupin. He turned toward a young intern, the assistant to the French representative. You have lycanthropy, Harry said. Several people gasped, though it was unheard. She blinked and took a heavy swallow, her eyes filling with amazed and apologetic tears. Dumbledore lifted the silence from her. Yes, I'm sorry for the deceit, but, we wanted to be sure this was true, she said. Do you want to be cured? Harry asked, not sure how he felt about the whole mess right then. He just wanted to be done for the day. He was getting really tired of the stares and was elking forward to being back at Hogwarts. Yes, please, she said earnestly. He motioned for her to sit and he healed her right then and there after a quick body bind cast by Dumbledore, who then lifted it once she was cured. There was no one doubting Harry anymore, and once their tests came back from the newly cured, no one outside the ICW would be able to hold reasonable doubt against him either. Harry finished walking that side of the chamber, still not finding the hidden werewolf. Finally, he began heading to the back right. I sense it, Harry stated. Yes, Quirrell agreed. They are nearby. Harry came to a stop in front of Mr. Lee. You, Harry said, surprised himself. The man smiled sadly. Yes, me, he whispered, but his voice was rich in power and authority. Everyone who knew the respected representative stared in absolute amazement. How had they never suspected? I have been a werewolf for 5 years. I became a representative in hopes of helping fellow werewolves in society, but now it seems I will need to find another reason to remain a representative, for I believe the curse of lycanthropy has truly met its match in you, Mr. Potter. I bow to your ability and hope you may continue to bestow your gift upon myself and my brethren. Keeping his legs straight, the black-haired man bowed, bending at the waist. Harry didn't know what compelled him. Perhaps it was the white magic, but he raised his hand and placed it upon the man's head, and, without the body bind, hissed, "Curse, be no more." The white magic that he had accumulated for the day obliterated the curse within the man so quickly that the man's muscles had no time to respond. An instant later, after the large white flash, the curse-free man std, becoming yet another individual who would be a lifetime ally of the slumbering mage. Oh. After getting the results from the first few scans an hour later, which all proved that Harry had successfully cured their lycanthropy, it had nearly been impossible to politely leave. It was only thanks to Dumbledore stating he had a SCHL to run that finally got them to reluctantly bid them farewell. The healers were ecstatic with what they had gathered from the scans, and they hoped to begin analyzing the white magic as soon as possible to perhaps synthesize more to begin healing others without Harry. Harry and Dumbledore wished them luck before the meeting was adjourned and everyone went their separate ways, most eager to spread the news of what they had witnessed. "I think Madame Pomfrey would like to examine you before anything else," Dumbledore said. "I'm fine, sir, really. I'm not really that tired at all. I think it's because I just let the white magic do the work, instead of using my magic like I had with Andy and then had begun to use with Mr. McCaffrey," Harry answered after having collected himself. They had used a long-distance portkey to take them to the headmaster's office. Well, just the same, I doubt Madame Pomfrey would be very happy with either of us if I didn't take you to the infirmary first, and we don't want her upset with us, do we?" the headmaster asked. "I suppose not," Harry agreed. "However, a few more minutes here won't hurt anything," Dumbledore said, moving around his desk and opening a drawer. "I had meant to give this to you on Christmas, but decided it might be better to wait. I'm not too sure Mrs. Longbottom would have liked the idea of you receiving this while under her care," he said, pulling out a folded garment of some sort. "What is it?" Harry asked, approaching slowly. "Your father allowed me to borrow this, but I hadn't been able to return it to him. I believe it is time for you to have it." Dumbledore held it out for him to take, not saying anything else. Harry took it, feeling the CLSMTH cloth sink between his fingers. He let it fall slightly so it would unfold. "A cloak?" Harry asked. "Go ahead and put it on," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling with some mischief. Harry did so, wondering what this was about. He looked down at himself, wondering what it looked like, only. "My body's gone." Dumbledore couldn't help it, he laughed. "No, it's just invisible," he said lightly, now only chuckling. "It is an invisibility cloak. They're quite rare, and yours especially is very special. Wow. Your father got it from his father, and his from his father and so on. I believe it goes back for about a dozen generations." Harry's eyes widened, brushing his hand across the invisible fabric, wondering how many Potters had held it before him, and taking in the fact that the last had been his father. "Thank you, sir," Harry managed. "You're welcome, Harry. Use it well." "Oh." Severus breathed a sigh of relief when he learned Harry and the headmaster were in the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey no doubt making sure Harry hadn't overexerted himself in healing the 14 werewolves. Severus shk his head. How the ICW thought having Harry heal all of those werewolves in one day was a GD idea was beyond him, but hopefully all was well and nothing horrible had occurred. He supposed he would see at dinner. He wondered if Harry and the headmaster had eaten lunch. It wouldn't surprise him if they hadn't. It was approaching the late afternoon, and if the ICW was true to form, they had been too cheap to provide lunch for all their members and visitors, that and people were ever so picky with what they would eat. Severus stepped out of his dungeons, deciding he had brewed enough for the day. "Hello, Professor," one of his Slytherins, who had stayed for the holidays, greeted as he passed by. "GD afternoon, Mr. Huller." There was less than a week left for the holidays, and Severus was actually looking forward to classes beginning again. He wanted to get back into a nice routine, and wanted Harry to be included in that routine, instead of having to wonder what was going on around the boy and what he would do next. At least here in Hogwarts, Severus and the other professors had some control of whatever he would get into, as long as they were vigilant, meaning they had to be much more observant than last time. And willing to listen. But that aside, the only thing that was weighing heavily on his mind now was what was to come of the events at the ICW. He knew it was very likely that they would want Harry to begin periodically healing mass amounts of werewolves. However, the question about whether or not Harry would be able to do it wasn't his main concern. It was the reactions of the werewolves who didn't want to be healed. He highly doubted Fenrir Greyback would happily come in and ask to be healed. It was very likely that the monster was currently seething someplace, trying to think of a way to stop Harry from curing other werewolves. "Oh, I wonder what the elves have planned for us tonight," Dumbledore said. "Albus, you do ask them never to tell you," Minerva said as they headed to the Great Hall. You like the surprise, if I recall. Harry had gone off to the Hufflepuff dormitory to unpack his things before dinner. He had also wanted to make sure Dobby and Hedwig had settled in all right. His checkup with Madame Pomfrey had gone smoothly. It seemed he had been right, allowing the white magic to do the work had saved him from exhaustion. It was certainly GD news, especially if he ever needed to heal many werewolves in one day again. I do hope they have some steaks tonight. Having skipped lunch, a nice rare steak sounds awfully GD, he said. McGonagall gave him a sidelong glance. Rare. When did you acquire a taste for that? Recently, I suppose, he said with a shrug, entering the Great Hall with her. Minerva shk her head at him before focusing her attention to those in the hall. There were the Weasleys and 2 others in her house, a few from Slytherin, 5 from Ravenclaw, and 3 from Hufflepuff, well, 4 now, counting Harry. The holidays rarely had more than 30 students remain behind at Hogwarts, and this year was no different. Her eyes fell upon Harry, who had taken a seat beside a fellow Hufflepuff who was closest to his age, Mara Gates, a third-year girl. McGonagall gave a quiet smile as she watched him introduce Quirrell to Mara. "Oh, how did it go, Albus?" Flitwick asked as dinner started. "It went quite well, Phileas. All 14 were healed, and before we had left, the healers had already been able to determine the cure was a success on the first few Harry had healed," he answered, happily placing a juicy steak onto his plate. "And Harry? I saw him leaving the infirmary earlier," Flitwick stated. "He's well. He admitted to me that when healing Andy and Mr. McCaffrey he had primarily used his normal magic. Evidently, using the white magic takes very little effort for him to use, so he isn't as tired as I had expected." "Oh, splendid," Flitwick said, glancing briefly at Remus, who had yet to LK up from his plate. "Yes, it is very GD news. I had been worried he would push himself too far today," Dumbledore admitted, before taking a bite from the red steak. The elves certainly have outdone themselves tonight. This is excellent. Anyways, I had been concerned with how things would go today. I'm glad everything has turned out as they have. Do you know what the ICW plans to do from here?" McGonagall asked. "No, though I believe a number of them will want to LK more closely into this white magic." "Understandable. I imagine it has a great deal of potential," Flitwick said. Dumbledore nodded, taking another bite. Conversation branched from there, talking about the coming year and how they were looking forward to beginning lessons again. Before long, dinner came to an end, and the students headed back to their dorms and the professors left the Great Hall as well. "Oh." Severus fell into step beside Dumbledore as they left the Great Hall. "Ah, Severus. Well, I think you would have been pleased to have seen how Harry handled himself today at the ICW. The fact that he returned without fatigue was a relief enough," Severus replied frankly. "Besides, you know how well dignitaries and I get along." Dumbledore smiled softly. "Yes, they are quite wary of you. Not as wary as I am of them," he returned as they continued down the hall, Dumbledore closest to the wall. "Yes, well, there are a few who really do seek to." The headmaster faltered, having to immediately lift his hand to the wall to stabilize himself. "Headmaster?" Severus asked, quickly moving forward and grabbing hold of the older man's arm in case his legs gave out. Dumbledore tightly closed his eyes before blinking several times at the FLR, as if trying to get rid of something in his vision. "I'm all right, Severus, just got a little dizzy there for a moment," he said, no longer bracing his hand against the wall. However, his color was definitely off. "Let's go to the infirmary and have Madame Pomfrey take a LK at you." "No, I'm quite all right now. It's been a long day, and age, it seems, has begun catching up with me. I'm fine." Severus narrowed his eyes, but he couldn't really argue with the man. "Very well, but if you feel ill tomorrow, I'm calling her." Duly noted. Severus escorted the headmaster up to his RMS before bidding him GD night, and the fact that his mentor didn't object worried him. Nothing like this had happened last time, and as far as he knew the old man had never fallen ill, not in all the years he knew him. Sure, he had heard Madame Pomfrey refer to the time he had caught the wizard's flu, but that was when he had first become headmaster, which was years before Severus had even been born. Something was seriously going on here. Something that should not be brushed aside. After years of surviving a horrible war, Severus had learned not to ignore certain feelings, and the feeling he was getting now was yelling at him to act. It had yet to steer him wrong, so Severus quickly decided what to do. Closing his eyes and hoping no one would ever find out, he called his house elf the moment he was within the walls of his private chambers. Mittens. Yes, master. I have an important mission for you, something no one can ever find out about. Mittens STD at attention, all 30 inches of her. What shall Mittens do? Oh, elsewhere. Are you sure you're all right, Timothy? Your King a bit peaky. Timothy Chekhov sat on the couch beside his wife. I'm fine, honey. Today was just a big day, that's all. How was he, Grandpa? Is he really like what they say? Can he really cure people? A little boy asked. Yes, he cured them all, releasing a bright white flash when he did so, the older man said, gratefully sinking into the chair and closing his eyes. Grandpa. Huh, are you getting sick? No, it's just be a long day. I got to see Harry Potter, you know, he said teasingly, though it was clear he was growing tired. Tired and feeling under the weather, just like a dozen other people who had been present at the ICW meeting earlier that day, and close to Harry Potter when he had healed the 14 werewolves. Mittens silently popped into the private chambers of the headmaster. She was understandably nervous. Normally, only the headmaster's personal house elves entered here, but her master had given her a mission, and she was going to carry it out. Quietly entering a side room, which served as a living room, she waited, knowing Saki, the headmaster's favorite house elf, would sense her presence and come to her to ask why she was there. She didn't need to wait long. Mittens. Why have yous come here? Does Mittens' master have a message to be delivered to Master Dumbledore? No, Master Snape has given Mittens an important mission to pass on to Saki, because Mittens has no hope of doing it. Oh, your great master is sick, my master is certain. He's asked Mittens to make sure Saki and the other house elves here know. He's also wanting yous to get something. Saki's eyes widened, nodding fervently. Saki and the others will care for great Master Dumbledore. Thanks, Mittens, for alerting us. Master did seem tired. Wes will make sure Master becomes well again. What is Mittens' master wanting? A strand of hair from Saki's master and a vial of BLD. Master Snape is wanting to find what is causing the headmaster to be sick before it has a chance to get worse. Saki frowned. What she was asking for was a huge deal. BLD and hair could be used in a broad range of spells and potions, most of them very powerful and potentially dangerous and even harmful to the donor. Much of BLD magic was forbidden, and for GD reason. However, Saki had been ordered by his master, which was something he rarely ever did, to do whatever the potion's master believed was best in accordance to the health and well-being of the inhabitants of Hogwarts, including himself. Saki TK, the vial being offered to him by Mittens. Saki now understands why Mittens wouldn't be able to do this. Saki will see what he can do. Wait here. Oh, and please, Saki, don't tell anyone about this. My master wants this to stay hush-hush. This will remain hush-hush, Saki swears it. Saki LKED around the he had served in for nearly half a century. With the vial in his hand, he stepped forward purposely. Approaching his master's bed, he peered over the edge to find his old master sleeping. He wasn't sleeping peacefully, Saki quickly noted. He was frowning and had drops of sweat on his brow. His striped nightcap was askew and his covers were half off the bed. He wasn't tossing and turning, but was, if it was actually possible, still. Nodding to himself, Saki came to a decision and skillfully climbed onto the bed. The potion's master was correct. His master was sick, but sick with what, Saki didn't know. He had never seen or felt anything like it. It felt alive, and it was very, very powerful, which, Saki admitted, made sense. It would have to be powerful to make his master sick. The last time his master had gotten ill was when he had first become headmaster. Transitioning the wards had taken a lot out of him, because he had had to replenish them due to Headmaster Dippet's lack of care. Saki SHK his head. Headmaster Dippet had truly been a weak wizard, and not in the magical sense, for he was slightly above average, magically. No, Dippet was weak in the sense of character. Saki didn't like thinking such things about anyone, but it was true. Hogwarts had suffered under Dippet's reign, and it had taken his master years to correct and heal the damage Dippet had caused to Hogwarts. In some ways, Dumbledore was still fixing things, but, unfortunately, Saki doubted his master would be able to ever bring Hogwarts back to the way she should be, particularly in the way she was run. It was because of Dippet that Hogwarts now had a board of governors. Before, the headmaster ran everything: tuition, admission requirements, scholarships, summer programs, everything. And the only way he could be removed from position was by a unanimous vote from the heads of houses. Refocusing, Saki magicked the blankets back onto the bed, lovingly retucking his master in. Saki had cared for Dumbledore since he was a boy, and he would never stop caring for him as such. Becoming determined, Saki waved his hand over his master, placing magic upon him that hadn't been needed since he was a mere child. Sleeping magic. If the potion's master said he needed hair and BLD to help his master, Saki would get it. His master's spy would help make things well again. Saki expertly pulled out a long silver hair, before elking to Dumbledore's hand. With the small vial, he knelt forward, before making a tiny cut on his master's forefinger and making it bleed into the 3-inch-tall container until it filled to the rim. With that, Saki quickly healed the cut over, hoping that he had caused his master no discomfort, even in his sleep. Saki sealed the vial and got off the bed, stowing the hair and vial into the blue pillowcase he wore before heading toward the doctor. Dumbledore shifted, his eyes opening slightly to see what had woken him. Saki is here, master, he said softly, not that surprised his master had been able to overcome the sleeping magic. It was only meant to keep him asleep while he got what he needed. What time is it? He asked groggily. 2 a.m., sir. Saki thought master was needing his blankets. Is master tea hot? No, though I think I could use a drink. I'll head to the kitchens and get some hot cocoa. Saki swiftly hurried to his master, who was now sitting up, sort of. Saki can get's master's drink, sir. Will master be wanting double chocolate or triple? It's all right, Saki. I can get it, Dumbledore said, putting his hand on the side of his head, trying to right his nightcap as well as force away the sudden dizziness that had risen and was quickly mounting into a sickening spin. He plopped back onto his pillows. Master. Is master all right? Saki asked, quickly becoming quite concerned. Should Saki get Madame Pomfrey? Dumbledore took several calming breaths before answering. It seems that laying down helps. No, don't get Madame Pomfrey. I'll probably feel better by morning. I don't want to wake her up at this time of night. As Muggles would say, this is likely just a 24-hour bug anyway. He closed his eyes, the dizziness disappearing. Shall Saki get master a drink then? Yes, but water please. Unfortunately, I don't think sugar is wise in this instance. Yes, master. Saki will bring it to master right away. Master, Middens has it. Middens said, hurrying to Severus who was already setting things up in his lab. Severus smiled. Thank you, Middens, you can set the two things here. Middens happily did so, before pausing and gazing up at her master seriously. Saki told Middens the headmaster couldn't get out of bed to get hot cocoa. He got's tea dizzy. The potion's master frowned. He was right then. Something serious was going on. Then I shall get to work right away. If you wish, Middens, you may begin heating this up for me while I prepare a portion of his BLD Saki obtained. Yes, master. And so, master and elf got down to work, trying to get to the bottom of whatever was ailing the headmaster. Several hours later, the sun rising above the horizon, Severus stared at his findings. Middens, would you go see if Lupin is up? I think we may need something from him, if he would be willing. I may have figured out what is going on. I only hope I'm right. Yes, master. 8 a.m., Hogwarts. Remus didn't know what this was about, but the fact that Severus' personal house elf had come to get him immediately told him this was important. And so, he found himself knocking on the Doctor to Severus' personal lab in the dungeons. Come in, Severus' SMTH voice stated from the other side. Hesitantly, Remus entered. Close the doctor behind you, the potion's master stated, not elking up at him, but elking at something through some sort of device on the table. A microscope. Severus, is something the matter? Remus asked, closing the doctor before moving forward. No, nothing is wrong, at least I don't believe so. However, I've asked you here to help me prove it. I need a sample of your BLD. A sample of my what? What is this about? Remus asked, quickly growing suspicious. Asking for a sample of someone's BLD was a very personal request, after all. It could be used to do a lot of things, GD and evil. Lupin, this is important, I wouldn't ask for it otherwise. Don't worry, it's not going to be involved in any potions. Remus breathed out. Very well. How much do you need? Just a drop. Place it on this slide, please, Severus said, sliding a small rectangular sheet of glass toward him. What is this about? Remus asked as he pointed his wand at his finger, making a pin prick which then allowed him to z a drop of BLD onto the slide. I'll tell you once we're through, he said, taking the slide from Remus. He then placed a drop of red liquid, from a 3-inch tall vial, right beside Remus' BLD sample, and mixed them. Remus snatched up the vial of BLD from the table as Severus placed the slide under the magic microscope to examine it. Whoa, now whose BLD is this? And why did you just mix it with mine? Remus asked, now really wanting to get to the bottom of this. Severus didn't answer him, so Remus sniffed the BLD. What in Merlin's name are you doing with a vial of the headmaster's BLD? Severus looked up from the microscope, his face not giving anything away. What makes you think it's the headmaster's? I have my ways, Remus stated, his eyes narrowing. Well, if you must know, yes, that is the headmaster's. How the BLD hell did you get it? Severus looked back to the microscope. I have my ways. Severus, I swear, if you don't tell me what is going on right now, I'm going to. The headmaster fell ill late last night. That quickly altered Remus' feelings of the situation. Oh my, is he alright? I believe he will be, but his system is having to adjust to something, which is why I needed to ask you here. Alright, Remus said, trying to follow. But that still doesn't explain what you hope to accomplish with what you just did. He somehow got Potter's white magic in his system. I believe he had been exposed to enough at the ICW for the white magic to become concentrated enough to enter him. And now it seems that it is trying to incorporate itself into his core, just as it has with those Potter has healed. This has to do with lycanthropy. Just look at this. It will become clear to you, Severus said, motioning him over to the microscope. This is a Muggle device, Remus stated, confused. Yes, which I have altered slightly to aid me in potion making. This microscope can see magic at the microscopic level, as well as all the other things Muggles can see with it. There is more to potions than simply mixing things together, you know. There is actually a science to it, and looking at the heart of ingredients, oh, never mind. Just look. Remus blinked, before doing as he was told. What am I seeing? He could see dozens of little donut looking things floating around among other shapes. There were some donuts with an odd dark mist around them, while others just looked like simple red donuts. Most of what you're seeing are the headmaster's red BLD cells and your own, the donut shapes. Yours are the ones with the dark residue, Severus explained while Remus continued looking. What are these white globby looking things? Those are the headmaster's white BLD cells. Just keep watching. Oh, my gosh. A white BLD cell, which seemed to be pulsing white, suddenly charged a few of his red BLD cells and beat the black mist away, absorbing the mess and becoming even brighter before continuing on to the next cluster of infected red BLD cells, leaving healthy ones in its wake. Is this what I think it is? If you think it's a cure for lycanthropy, you're very likely correct. But I believe it is more than that. I believe it is a vaccine as well. I believe if the headmaster were to be bitten by a werewolf, he wouldn't need to worry about becoming one. He is immune. 10 a.m., Ministry. Madam, this may be the beginnings of an epidemic. The minister exclaimed. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Minister. Let's just take a step back and look at the facts, Madam Bones stated, before turning to a healer. How many have taken ill? Well, that's just it. When asked, they say they don't feel sick, just a bit under the weather. Most of them don't even really have fevers, they just look awful and have no energy, he answered. Who's getting sick? Is there anything in common between them save for having been present at the ICW meeting yesterday? They're all over 60, though a few younger individuals have admitted to feeling a little off, but they don't have any other notable issues. How many? Only 15, not counting those feeling off. It hasn't appeared to spread at all, so that's something. Have you been able to detect anything? A curse, poison, illness? Bones rattled off. No, nothing. We don't know what's causing it, but a few of the patients do seem to be getting better. At the moment, we don't believe this is life-threatening, but for it to have come on so quickly is worrisome, assuming it was caused by something at the ICW meeting. Another thing that is odd is that it seems to be more severe with those who are older or those with particularly strong magic. Bones frowned. Do we have the seating chart of the meeting? We could see if these people were close together. Perhaps there is a connection there. They quickly brought out a seating chart and began marking those who had become sick. Sure enough, there were notable clusters. The first few front rows, closest to the main table, had the most. But, to the far left, near the French assistant, was another group, which was a bit smaller than the last group, positioned to the back right, surrounding Mr. Lee's seat. Madam Bones LKED up from the page. I think we all understand what this means. Mr. Potter is somehow the cause. The white magic, the healer asked. It must be. Oh, 10 a.m., Hogwarts. The headmaster had missed breakfast. He had missed breakfast and hadn't sent a note or anything. Even Severus and Remus had sent a note, stating they were working on something down in the dungeons and would miss breakfast. It was very unlike Dumbledore to not notify her, even when classes weren't in session, so Minerva decided to head up to his office to see if he had forgotten about the time and had stayed up all night or something. He had done something like that before, having been buried in paperwork and totally spacing on breakfast. Going up, the gargoyle swiftly moving aside, she knocked on his office door before stepping in, as she often just entered after announcing her presence with a knock. The place was quiet and she didn't see him at his desk or anywhere in his office. She glanced over his desk, hoping for a note to her, telling where he had gone or something. Nothing. She LKED around to the portraits, most of which were watching her expectantly. Have you seen the headmaster today? She asked. No, we have not. We had been hoping you would know what was going on. We believe he is still in his private chambers, though, Quentin Trimble said, a previous headmaster. Minerva frowned, walking to the doctor leading to Dumbledore's RMS. Gathering herself, she opened the doctor and entered, closing the doctor to his office behind her. Albus? She asked, her voice echoing off the walls. Are you here? Oh, Saki, you scared me. Saki is sorry, Professor, but Saki felt Professor McGonagall would like to know Master is sleeping and should not be disturbed. Sleeping. It's past 10. Master is not feeling well, so Saki insisted he sleep to get better. His fever has gone down now. That man, does he not know we have Madame Pomfrey for a reason? McGonagall questioned, glancing past Saki toward Dumbledore's bed. When did he start getting sick? What are his symptoms? Last night, Saki thinks. Master told Saki Professor Snape escorted him to his room. And his symptoms? Mostly weak and dizzy, but Master says laying down helps and it is nothing to worry about. Weak and dizzy, nothing to worry about. If he wasn't sick, I would drag him down to the infirmary by his beard. Oh, please, Professor McGonagall, let him sleep. Saki is sure he will be better. McGonagall sighed, unable to continue her rant as she saw how desperate Saki was to allow his master to continue sleeping. Very well, but I have to tell Madame Pomfrey. She would be very displeased with all of us if she learned about this later. Okay, Professor, Saki understands. Let me know when he wakes. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Oh. Dumbledore woke to the sound of something outside his quarters. In his office, perhaps. It sounded like voices. He glanced at the clock on his nightstand. 11:14 a.m. Wow, had he really just slept over half the day away? Sitting up and pleased he felt no dizzy spell, he got up and began getting ready. However, he did find that his muscles were sore, as if he was in the middle of getting over a serious cold. Placing his wizard hat on, he felt like he needed to sit down for a moment before heading to his office. Master. He turned and found Saki staring at him from across the room. Yes, Saki. How is Master feeling? I'm still not quite myself, but I'm feeling better than I was earlier, he said. Saki is glad. Saki was very worried. Dumbledore gave him a soft smile before motioning him over to him. Saki hugged Dumbledore's knees, his large floppy ears hanging low. I'm quite all right, my friend. From time to time, everyone falls ill, even myself. Saki nodded, collecting himself. Professor McGonagall and some others are in your office, Master. Shall I go and tell them to go away? Saki knows they woke Master up. No, I should go see what the fuss is all about. It almost sounded like arguing earlier. I do hope Cornelius hasn't done something foolish again. Is Master sure he shouldn't just go back to bed? Master is still El King pale, Saki insisted, going to the bed and pulling back the covers, trying to encourage the headmaster to get back to bed. Saki, I promise I will take it easy. Stop worrying. Okay, Master, Saki sighed. With that, Dumbledore trudged across his quarters and quietly entered his office through the side door that often went unnoticed by visitors. By the time he got to his office, part of him was wondering if he should have taken Saki's advice and gone back to bed, but such thoughts quickly vanished as he saw that there was a conversation going on in his office. He remained where he was, within sight of them, but unnoticed. He's still resting, Madam Bones, Minerva said, standing in the middle of the office. Does that mean he has taken ill as well? Madam Bones questioned, standing by the fireplace. How sick is he? So far, there have been over a dozen cases, and we've found that the older and stronger the wizard, magically, the more severe the symptoms. Has Madame Pomfrey taken a LK at him? Not yet. We have taken the headmaster's house elf at his word, trusting that Albus is fine, just tired. We didn't want to wake him unnecessarily, and Severus supported the house elf's course of action, Minerva explained. Professor Snape, no offense, but why would your support mean anything? Bones asked, turning to the potions master. I have been able to study certain things surrounding the white magic from Mr. Potter, which is clearly the cause of the events here. I believe no permanent harm will befall anyone it interacts with, and your statement that most who have taken ill are now recovering supports my belief. Bones looked piercingly at Severus, as if measuring him up. Very well. Your theory does seem to have merit. Do you have any other theories to go along with this? If you want my humble opinion, I believe those who absorb this white magic into themselves become immune to lycanthropy. I am also certain this could be made into a distributable cure and vaccine, if one were to transfuse it directly into the build stream from an individual who has already gained the immunity. A BLD transfusion. I don't believe the wizarding world would feel that route safe, Bones stated. One must understand BLD types, of course, as muggles do, and go from there, but it isn't difficult. Even some of my first years could handle such a concept and carry it out if given the TLS. I will take this idea to the healers and see what they think of it. Well, if it helps, we have a willing participant to give it a trial run. Is this individual a werewolf? Bones asked, incredulously. Yes. He understands the dangers and would be willing to give it a go here, if that would be agreeable with the healers. Schedules and can be arranged, Severus continued, ignoring Minerva's amazed expression and turning toward the far corner. What do you think, Headmaster? I think it's a splendid idea, Severus, Dumbledore answered, not surprised at suddenly being included. Bones and McGonagall quickly turned, finding the headmaster standing in the doorway that was at the corner beside one of Dumbledore's many BK cases. Albus, what are you doing up? Minerva asked, honestly a bit concerned with how Dumbledore was El King. Well, the last time I checked, this was my office, he replied with a smile, making his way over to his desk. The others watched, noting how he took careful steps before sinking, relieved, into his chair. How are you feeling, Headmaster? Madam Bones asked, her eyes taking in the paleness of his cheeks. Oh, I've been better, I'll admit, though I'm sure I'll live. But my health aside, I see no trouble doing as Severus suggests, though I am unclear as to how this trial will be carried out exactly. I honestly doubt it can be arranged by the time classes start, but I will see what can be done. As for how the trial will be run, I leave that to Severus, that is, if the healers agree to such an operation in the first place, Bones said. We shall simply have to wait and see then, Dumbledore said. Well, I hope you feel better, SN, Headmaster. I will take my leave now. The minister is no doubt becoming impatient, Bones said, before promptly leaving. Severus and Minerva turned their focus on Dumbledore. So how are you really feeling, Albus? Minerva asked, her voice alone telling both men in the room that a partial answer or a fib would not bode well. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged slightly. Now that Bones was gone, he didn't feel like he needed to keep up appearances. Like a soggy drop, he said finally. Minerva's eye twitched, and Severus was finding it difficult to keep a straight face. An interesting description, headmaster. Are you still dizzy? Severus asked. Not really, a bit lightheaded, but nothing more. How much is a bit? Minerva questioned, her eyes narrowing. Dumbledore looked up at her and raised his eyebrows. Clearly he didn't expect to be under such scrutiny. Enough to be noticed but not overbearingly so. Really, Minerva, I'm fine, I'm going to be fine. She crossed her arms, and Severus had to fight off an amused smirk. Well, you look like you need a few more hours of sleep before you can even attest to approaching fine. I think we should go ahead and call in Poppy. You do know that your little house elf wouldn't let anyone into your room, even after we explained to him we just wanted to determine that you were all right. Dumbledore blinked, deciding he owed his little friend a few drops. He did. Well, I apologize for him. I'm sure he was merely doing what he felt was best and meant no offense. Minerva huffed, seeing Albus was not at all sorry for what Saki had done. Well, shall I call Poppy? Albus nodded, pushing the chair from the desk with a barely hidden grimace. Do you need assistance, headmaster? Severus asked, his trained eyes vigilantly watching his mentor's careful movements. Severus ignored the curious look Minerva was giving him and forced himself not to react to or acknowledge Albus' suddenly touched expression. Yes, thank you, Severus, Dumbledore said after a moment, slowly rising from his chair. Severus gracefully moved around the desk and came to his side. Thankfully, Severus didn't need to provide much assistance, though the headmaster did experience a short pass of dizziness on his way out of the office. I am curious, Severus, Dumbledore said as they approached his room. Who is Remus going to receive the BLD transfusion from? Is there another here besides myself and Harry who has been exposed to this white magic to have gained what you say it has given me, immunity? Severus looked away, thinking quickly. Actually, headmaster, I had hoped you would be the donor. Dumbledore stopped, placing a hand on the wall to keep himself steady as he stared at his potions master. Me. But as I understand it, there are BLD types that must be taken into account. I don't know a great deal about human BLD, but know that much. What makes you think Remus' system would accept my BLD? Severus embraced his acting ability and managed a flush. Headmaster. He stopped, purposely making it seem as if he was truly ashamed of himself. Severus, is there something you wish to tell me? Albus asked cautiously. I created a spell a while back. At the time it was more of an ego thing, to see if I could do it. It wasn't a lie. To Severus it was a while back, in the future. The spell had become a necessity. With the war, sometimes they had to resort to Muggle methods of healing, and when someone had suffered an injury, and BLD replenishing potions were scarce, well, they had to turn to each other for help directly. A spell. It tells me the BLD type of people. Dumbledore cocked an eyebrow. And, well, I tested it on myself first and verified the spell worked. I'm A negative, and I gather you later cast it on me without my knowledge. Dumbledore continued. His voice wasn't angry or accusing, it was actually amused. I am sorry, headmaster. Albus waved him off. No harm was done, Severus. So, what is my BLD type? He asked, walking again. O negative. And Remus, B positive. And I can give him BLD. Actually, headmaster, you're a universal donor. You can give to everyone. In the Muggle world, they would pay you a great deal to donate every other month. Dumbledore blinked. Interesting. 11:30. Harry was enjoying the first day back at Hogwarts, oblivious to the chaos currently going on in Vaduz, Liechtenstein, and at the Ministry. The only thing Harry noticed was the fact the headmaster had missed breakfast that morning, but he'd put it off as the man being busy. He was the chief warlock, headmaster, supreme wugwump, and all of that, after all. Dobby was ecstatic about being with Harry at Hogwarts and glowed with pride in his new uniform. Harry was happy to see Dobby cheerful and continued to treat him as a friend rather than a servant, though he did take Professor Snape's advice and give Dobby things to do. He had already spent most of his morning in the library, reading up on healing magic and the medicine the wizarding world knew. However, so far, like the other BKS he had read earlier with Neville, he was disappointed. There was barely anything showing how things actually worked in the human body. It was quite frustrating, to be honest, but he would keep El King. He had only just started searching the SCHL library after all, but even if he didn't find anything, he swore to himself that he would do some serious research that summer to get some helpful information, albeit that be from a Muggle medical BK or personally from a Muggle doctor. Harry sighed, closing the BK he had been reading. It was strange. He had never really cared much about reading up on things and doing research, as he never really had a reason to. But this, the desire to help his best friend obtain something he could never have, was like an unending fuel, a drive, a push he had never had before. Sure, there was the desire he had to reach his full potential and overcome the lock Professor Snape said he had, but this was different. He had lost his parents, and Neville, in a way, had lost his. But not permanently, or at least that's what Harry told himself. He was confident he could provide something that would not only change the life of his friend, but restore the life of two individuals who were just like his parents. In Harry's mind, if he succeeded in restoring the Longbottoms, he would be bringing honor to his parents' sacrifice. But it was more than that. It would be a verification. An affirmation to himself. Purpose. After the chat he had had with Severus, his thoughts occasionally strayed to purpose, and the likelihood that Voldemort had never chosen or found one. Harry was afraid he would fall into that, and DM himself to a life of mistakes or pointlessness. A part of himself knew he was being silly. That he was young and had years to live before he even needed to bother with such thoughts, but he couldn't deny the fear he felt when he wondered if Voldemort had ever been like him, more than merely being a Parselmouth. Professor Snape had said Voldemort had gone to Hogwarts, so that meant he had been sorted and had sat through classes, just like him. It meant he had slept in the dormitories, visited the library, wandered the grounds, and done all of the other things a student did. Harry wondered if Voldemort had ever sat at the table he was at now. It was an odd feeling, knowing the monster who had murdered your parents and had attempted to murder you had gone to the same SCHL you were now attending. When had things gone wrong? When had something snapped in him, making him Voldemort, or had he always been so CRKED? Harry wasn't sure he ever wanted to know the answer. Remus glanced at the entrance of the library. He had been told by a house elf that Harry was in the library, no doubt seeking something to do as he waited for classes to begin again. Remus straightened, calling forth his Gryffindor courage, and entered the library. Remus was nervous. He honestly didn't know what to say to the kid. The boy was amazing, and he truly felt awed to be one of his teachers. Remus perused the shelves, trying to make it appear he was in there for a BK, rather than to get to know the son of a lost best friend. Remus' eyes scanned the library, quickly finding the black-haired boy in the far corner, surrounded by thick BKs. Shaking his head, amused and slightly saddened as he recalled how often Lily was in a similar position, he quietly approached. As Remus came closer, keeping his eyes mostly on the bindings along the shelves, he took note of how Harry's head rose from the pages and turned his way. He must have felt my presence, Remus reasoned. I should have predicted that. Remus turned an LKED at him, deciding to give up his stealthy approach. "Hello, Mr. Potter," he said, deciding a professor greeting a student wasn't abnormal. "Hello, Professor," Harry returned, shifting himself forward to sit up straighter. Remus took that moment to scan the BKS sprawled out around Harry. He blinked at what he found. These were pretty advanced healing texts. What was Harry doing? "Madame Pomfrey has you researching?" he asked, trying to determine why Harry would be looking into such things. Harry shook his head. "No, I'm just reading up on a few things on my own, Professor." Remus took the initiative and sat down at the table, though he decided to keep an empty seat between them as he allowed his eyes to glide over the book's titles that were displayed at the top of the pages. "These are pretty advanced, Harry. Do you need any help?" Remus heard a few short hisses from Harry's sleeve, and it was clear Harry was thinking over what his familiar had just said to him. "I'm not sure. I'm looking for a BK to tell me how the body actually works, and I'm having trouble finding anything that will really go into detail," Harry said after a moment. "Most of what I do find is broad and only skims the surface." Well, I don't know much about healing magic, but I have had some experience with medicine in the Muggle world. I doubt it'll be much help to you though." Remus cleared his voice when he saw Harry wasn't deterred in hearing him out. "I've spent some time in Muggle London and have had the necessity to meet some doctors." "Really?" Harry asked, perking up instantly. Remus was a bit surprised by Harry's reaction, having assumed Harry had wanted to stay more on the magical aspect of treating others. Yes, I had an accident with an automobile one time, and, well, the muggles got to me first. Who knew their emergency services could react so fast? I suppose it's with their technology. Wow, were you badly hurt? He asked. Broken leg and a concussion. They zipped me to one of their hospitals, x-rayed me and did a dozen other tests on me to make sure I was okay. I assume you know what an x-ray machine is. Harry nodded. Very GD. Well, once I woke, they showed me a few of the scans they TK of me. The detail was quite impressive, I must admit. Here in the wizarding world we don't have anything like that. Granted, I suppose we don't really need it. So, these scans, were they of your head? Remus noted how Harry's eyes held an earnest glint at that question. Odd. They wanted to play it safe, so did a full-body scan. They were concerned I could have serious internal injuries, due to the reports they heard from witnesses. Thankfully, my inner magic had stepped in and saved me from grievous harm, but they didn't know that. Harry nodded, easily able to imagine such an occurrence. The magic of an adult wizard could save them from many things, impact being one of them. Another bonus to having a fully developed core. So, Harry, I hear you are quite the healer, he said with a smile, happy their conversation was going so well. Harry gave a small shy smile, but Remus could tell there was a healthy amount of pride behind it, as there should be. I like to help, Harry answered with a shrug, his humility coming through now. Remus couldn't help but be reminded of Lily. They sat in silence for a time, and Remus was finding it difficult deciding what to say next. He looked at Harry after glancing over the BKS again, and it was clear to Remus Harry didn't know what to say either, though Harry was able to find his voice first. You didn't come here to get a BK, did you? Harry asked. Well, Remus said, hesitating for a moment. I'll be honest with you, Harry. No, I didn't come into the library today to find a BK. Harry couldn't help but raise a rather Snape-ish eyebrow at him as Remus breathed out, like what he had just said had been a lot to say. If you want me to heal you, I'll be happy to, you know, Harry blurted out suddenly, as Remus had yet to elaborate why he had come into the library. Remus gave a start at that, before giving Harry a soft smile and shaking his head. As much as I'd like for you to heal me, ironically, I must say, no thank you. I have made arrangements with another to take care of my, furry little problem. Though, I do have you to thank for the cure I will receive from Professor Snape. Harry's eyes widened, not knowing anything about the possibility of there being an alternative cure, though, he did know they would be looking into the white magic to synthesize an antidote. Professor Snape. He's found a way to extract the white magic and use it on others. Harry asked, stunned. It had only been a day since the ICW meeting. The potions master was really something to find a cure so quickly. It certainly did explain why he and Professor Lupin hadn't been at breakfast. Perhaps this was another reason why the headmaster had been gone. Perhaps, which is why I can't accept your offer. I've agreed to be the trial run for this alternative method. If it works, we'll be able to begin eradicating lycanthropy, possibly forever. Harry blinked in confusion, trying to understand what that meant exactly, until his eyes widened. A vaccine. Your potions professor thinks so, Remus said softly. That's brilliant. When are they going to do it? Harry asked. Well, Madame Pomfrey wants to wait for later this week because of, Remus cleared his throat before he continued. Harry noted that he did that a lot. Because of the donor. Remus didn't want to tell Harry about Dumbledore and others getting sick. He felt it would worry the boy unnecessarily, especially since most who had taken ill were beginning to recover. Donor. Professor Snape believes the cure can be delivered through a BLD transfusion because the white magic resides within the individual's BLD cells as well as in their core. Harry nodded in understanding. That makes sense, because that's how the curse is. They fell into another moment of silence, before Remus broke it. I came in here today because I have been meaning to speak with you for some time now, Remus said, returning to the previous subject. Oh, what about, Professor? As ashamed as I am to admit it, I have been unsure of how to approach you, and not for the reason that you might think. You see, I was a close friend of your parents. What Harry had been expecting had definitely not been that, and he didn't know what to say. Remus smiled sadly. I was in your parents' year and in Gryffindor with them. Your parents helped me a great deal, and I count myself blessed having known them. So, did they know? Harry asked hesitantly. About my problem. Harry nodded, slightly embarrassed by his straightforwardness. Remus laughed. Oh yes, they definitely knew, but, how did you know I've had that problem for that long? Harry shrugged. I can sense it. At the ICW, I was able to compare how it feels in people depending on how long it has been there. For you, you're not quite like Mr. McCaffrey, but you've had it for a long time. Remus shk his head, surprised. You're quite something, aren't you? Harry didn't have a reply for that, so didn't answer. Remus sighed softly and LKED at Harry with contemplative eyes. Well, I just wanted you to know. So, if you have any questions about them, you have another person you can ask, he continued, hoping he wasn't being too painfully awkward. Apparently not, as Harry smiled. Thanks, Professor. Remus, heart soared. No problem. Harry came to the Hufflepuff table, looking forward to heading back to the library after lunch to perhaps find something to help Neville's parents, and maybe Remus would be there to talk to him more. He would see. He sat down, glancing up at the head table. Professor Snape and Professor Lupin were present, as were most of the other teachers, but Madame Pomfrey was gone, as was the headmaster. Sitting down, he took a turkey sandwich from the dish across from him before a flutter of movement caught his eye. An owl. He LKED up and watched as the unfamiliar owl landed in front of his plate and held out his leg in which a letter was attached. The few other people at the table LKED his way, curious to see what Harry Potter had been given, and from whom. Harry took the letter, oblivious to Professor Snape glancing his way as the owl flew off. There was an official Elk King insignia on the front with the words, International Confederation of Wizards. Curious, Harry ripped along the top of the envelope, the letter within magically rising up SN after. With the letter in his hands, he felt a ripple of magic brush across his bare skin. Harry. Quirrell's alarmed hiss was the only warning he got before a deep throbbing voice BMED forth, releasing a powerful pulse that propelled him off the bench and onto his back. Heal this. A pain he had never felt before seeped into his skin and sunk into the bones in his hands, a black, visible fire flickering across his skin. He screamed, his magic lashing out and repelling the envelope away, but it was too late. The hex, curse, or whatever it was, had already entered him. Quirrell landed limply on the FLR by his side. Quirrell. She didn't answer. Still on his back, shouting as tears rose in his eyes, he struggled with his hands, trying, desperately, to put out the dark flames that felt as if were boiling his bones. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.